Chapter 1151. Yi Chen urged his skill to fill every organ with blood essence, causing countless golden streamers to surge across his body. Ancient runes appeared all over him. Bang! Yi Chen's clothes burst open, revealing skin like exposed gold. A wave of terrifying pressure exploded outward, shaking the entire cave. In the distance, the god of flowers was pale and weak to the extreme. The meteor god beside her spilled blood, his chi and blood withered to the limit, his pupils filled with fear. Just moments ago, Yi Chen had been overwhelmingly powerful. He merely watched the battle, yet Yi Chen killed him with a fist from afar. He and the god of flowers struggled desperately to resist, but both were severely injured. Now, they could only force their blood chi to recover. All 5,000 Lianyuan troops who accompanied them were turned into blood mist under Yi Chen's fist. The god of flowers recovered slightly but remained in a panic. Humans can never be provoked. Too strong, far too strong. A human warrior. A martial artist only at the Daoyuan realm possessed such divine might. He was no weaker than a demon emperor. The force of that blow alone was enough to dominate this entire region. How could they accept that? When we return, we must report to the king. We must never attack Kunlun again. The strength of that human is beyond anything our demon plant clan can resist. She stared into the distance, relieved that Yi Chen did not pursue. Not even a demon could stop him. Come, we must return and report to the king. Things have changed. The virtual root of Kunlun is not something we should touch, not as mere body-tempering warriors. The god of flowers completely abandoned her earlier arrogance toward humans and fled at top speed with the meteor god. Who knew whether that human warrior would decide to kill them? If he did, neither stood a chance. Soon, they arrived back at the Lianyuan royal court, stumbling into the great hall and attracting immediate attention from the assembled gods and generals, as well as the king of Lianyuan. At the edge of the hall, a god general asked with a laugh. "You too, what happened? Did the Destiny Army beat you? If so, I'll take revenge with you right away." "Don't rush for revenge," another god general mocked. "Meteor, 100 Flowers, didn't you two go out there deliberately to provoke Maple? I recall the new prince and concubine have issues with your nephew. If it weren't the meteor god and god of flowers, these two idiots would have been the first to provoke the Destiny Army. How could they end up beaten like this? Their foundations nearly collapsed, their chi and blood were dried up, their bodies on the verge of breaking apart. Injuries like this wouldn't heal in 700 or 800 years. It must have been when the Destiny Army was besieging and exterminating the human warrior. Meteor must have attacked Prince Maple to avenge his nephew's stolen wife." "Bullshit. Liyuan, what nonsense are you spouting?" The meteor god spat a mouthful of blood, nearly drained dry. But he still cupped his fists and shouted, "My king, this is bad. That human warrior is too strong. He killed a man, 17 days. Including Prince Maple, he crushed him to death. The 200,000 strong Destiny Army was slaughtered by him and completely defeated." When he finished, many gods and generals stared blankly, as if watching a joke. But the king of Lianyuan snorted coldly, and the meteor god dropped to his knees. "Do you take this king for a fool? 200,000 Destiny troops. 20 divine generals. Not to mention Maple brought another 20 generals. Their combined attack formation could unleash power equivalent to 20 divine generals. With so much strength, you still claim they couldn't capture a human warrior?" He stretched out his hand, grabbing the meteor god into the air, cold-faced. "If you don't tell the truth, I'll kill you myself." "My king!" The god of flowers also knelt and cried out, "The meteor god is telling the truth." She too vomited blood, gravely wounded and on the verge of death. She subconsciously confessed. That human warrior truly slaughtered most of the Destiny Army. Meteor and I led 5,000 Lianyuan troops. They were all wiped out with a single strike. We tried everything to survive. My king, please believe us. The king of Lianyuan narrowed his eyes, studying both generals. One might lie, but not both. He released Meteor, took out an array disc, forced out a drop of blood essence, and let it fall onto the disc. It instantly lit up. He formed hand seals rapidly and closed his eyes. He actually used a drop of blood essence to check the battle conditions. This technique was extremely taxing, he rarely used it. But if what the two claimed was true, it was worth the cost. When he finished, he froze. Everything the two generals said was true. Though he couldn't fully reconstruct the battle, the corpses and overwhelming blood she left behind proved it. And the key image. A young man standing amid endless blood. A human youth. At that moment, the king of Lian Yuan was filled with terror. The king has misunderstood the two generals. You two are lucky to have survived such a monster. The king tossed two fruits toward them. These are origin fruits. They can restore the beginnings of your collapsed foundations, but your full strength won't return for at least 100 years. Thank you, my king. Thank you, my king. They took the origin fruits and sat aside. Many gods in the hall were stunned, unable to believe it. The Liyuan general quickly asked, "My king, is this really true?" "My king," another general stood, "is there truly a human who faced 200,000 destiny troops, remained undefeated, and even annihilated them?" The king of Lian Yuan nodded. He had no intention of hiding it, he couldn't. The destruction of over 100,000 destiny troops was enough to shake the entire cultivation world. And that youth, according to his subordinates, was named Yi Shitian. Why did Kunlun Su produce such a monster? This is extremely serious, the king said. My king, gods, generals, this man's combat power is terrifying. He must not become our enemy. If possible, we must pull him into our camp, the court's military advisor said. The advisor is correct. I'm afraid the other royal courts are already moving, trying to win this man over. As for breaking through Kunlun's void, we should not discuss it further. The king recalled how this human warrior called Yi Shitian had erupted with rage after hearing Demon Ji's report that Prince Maple used human remains to forge a bone cup and slaughtered 100,000 destiny troops. He clearly had deep ties to the human race, he might not have joined the Blood Spirit clan at all. But the Blood Spirit clan wanted them to break through Kunlun again. For now, they were trapped in a dilemma. Break through Kunlun. The Lianyuan royal court hadn't even broken through Kunlun's void yet. But Yi Shitian had already broken through the Lianyuan royal court. Chapter 1152. Not breaking the Kunlun void. The Blood Spirit clan may attack the Lianyuan royal court again. Both sides are difficult. As the weak king of Lianyuan, he can only slip and seek to survive. Who knows whether behind this Yi Shitian stands some old monster existing in the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm. Once someone like that arrives in the land of body cultivation, if even the demon emperor cannot withstand him, the entire training ground would be destroyed in an instant. So, they must be careful. All the decorations made from human remains must be destroyed immediately. If Yi Shitian finds out, he will kill them instantly. The king of Lianyuan issued an order, sighed, and said, "We'll observe the situation for now." Fortunately, he killed the upper heaven court, not my Lianyuan royal court. Let those bastards in the heaven court have the headache instead. Maybe. This time, the Tianming court being slaughtered by Yi Shitian is an opportunity for them. At the same time, in the hall of the Tianming court, furious roars erupted again. Bastard! You lost Prince Maple, and you dare come back to face your king. The Lord of Tianming was enraged and killed a divine general in the second heaven of the Emperor realm on the spot. Flames surged around him. His gaze swept across the 20 generals in the hall. I entrusted Maple to you, and you got him killed. Do you fools not understand? Maple was this king's only child. The 23 generals lowered their heads, not daring to speak. In that situation, not only could they not save Prince Maple, even their own lives could have vanished in an instant. Even someone as powerful as the Tianmi god general, cultivating in the sixth heaven of the Emperor realm, was killed by Yi Shitian in a single breath. And the rest of them were only in the second or third heaven. At that moment, the prince's consort rushed in after hearing the news, knelt before the Lord of Tianming, and cried, "Father, please kill that human brute. If he doesn't die, I have no reason to live." "Enough!" The Lord of Tianming slapped the prince's consort harshly and shouted, "You wretched broom star, you're the one who brought disaster upon my son." His aura raged through the hall, spreading suffocating despair. "No one is qualified to touch my child. No one." The Lord of Tianming gradually appeared deranged, his cloak shaking violently as killing intent surged. Boom! He turned sharply, his eyes cold and devil-like. He glared at the generals below and said, "You! If all of you had self-destructed, would my son have survived? If you weren't cowards, if all 200,000 troops died together, at least my son might have escaped. You useless trash!" He slashed with a claw, a violent force blasting out and striking more than 20 divine generals who didn't dare resist. All the generals spat blood simultaneously. Facing a ruler in the 8th heaven of the Emperor realm, it was already a blessing they weren't instantly dead. "Lord!" A god general stepped out, wiped the blood from his lips, stared coldly at the Lord of Tianming, and said, "Even if we self-destructed, would your son return?" "Humph! Maple was your son, not ours. 200,000 Tianming soldiers, right? We surrendered to you because of your strength 2,000 years ago, and the promise of glory you swore, not because of your foul temper. To be honest, your son died, then he died. Do you expect more than 20 of us to be buried with him? Impudent!" The Lord of Tianming appeared like lightning, grabbed the general, pierced his body with a claw, shattered his divine core, destroyed his origin, and threw him to the ground. Just now he was a divine general in the 5th heaven of the Emperor realm. Now, he was a corpse. The Lord of Tianming's cold eyes swept across the others. "All of you, assemble and kill Yi Shitian. If not, you will all die. And the rest of the army will die too. This king has no son, what else do I need? You can't even protect the prince, so you all deserve to die." His cold voice was like a venomous snake, crawling into every general's bones. The chill crushed whatever loyalty they once had. 21 generals, 15 demon beasts, 6 demon plants, looked at him, making a decision. The first to step forward was Astral God General, ranked first beneath the 4 demon kings, cultivating in the 7th heaven of the Emperor realm. He stepped forward as if to salute, then suddenly his expression twisted, and he drove his claw through the left arm of the Lord of Tianming, roaring, "All generals! This deranged tyrant treats us like trash and has forgotten his responsibility as king. He wants to force us to die killing Yi Shitian. Then let's bet our lives instead. Why don't we kill this old dog today, and offer his corpse to Yi Shitian? Maybe he'll let us live. All generals, kill this bastard king. Yes! You want us to die today? Better to kill this fucker first and hand him to Yi Shitian." Instantly, 2 more generals joined in, unleashing their strongest attacks against the Lord of Tianming. In an instant, dozens of other gods and generals erupted into battle, destroying the king's court. The demon clan has always been hot-tempered. When you try to force them with death threats, they'll turn around and kill you instead. Especially since Yi Shitian killed dozens of generals with a single sword aura. Could the Lord of Tianming do that? No. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten bloody with his clothes torn apart. Furthermore, after witnessing Yi Shitian's overwhelming power firsthand, they understood that Yi could kill them easily. So in this situation, killing the Lord of Tianming was their best choice. Boom! 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 Bang! The royal court exploded. The Lord of Tianming roared, "Stop! If you stop now, I can overlook your rebellion." Hearing this, several generals hesitated. "Everyone, don't listen to him. The Lord of Tianming is the most vengeful bastard alive. If we don't kill him today, once this is over he will slaughter us one by one." Yi Chen naturally didn't know what was happening in the land of body training. At this moment, countless golden lights flowed around him. He could hear crackling sounds inside his body. His physique was being reforged. It felt incredible. Yichen clenched his fist lightly and felt the violent power flowing through his 5 fingers. It looks like I'll enter the Dominator realm soon. My body training here is almost complete. I can't stay any longer, I must return to China to find Xia Ruoxue. Even with Ji Xiqing accompanying her, I still feel uneasy. Yichen opened his eyes and was about to stand. But suddenly he discovered 2 ancient words glowing on his chest. The characters were golden. Yichen looked down. He didn't recognize the words, but he instinctively felt. They meant reincarnation. Not only that. He felt the blood in his body begin to burn. Did the words on his chest signify his bloodline, reincarnation blood? Chapter 1153. Yichen looked at the words on his chest, stopped overthinking, and connected directly with the reincarnation cemetery. Master Shui, what is the rune faintly appearing on my chest? Is it really related to my bloodline? As his words fell, the reincarnation cemetery remained silent. Yichen frowned slightly. He knew these powers all had their own tempers. If they didn't respond, they must have had a reason. Just as he was about to leave the cemetery, a leisurely voice drifted out. When your blood fully awakens, that will be the moment you can completely resist the Blood Spirit clan. Yichen, that time is still far away. The existence of the reincarnation cemetery and the 100 great powers within it is not so much a road to salvation as it is a road to awaken your blood. You were born for reincarnation. Your blood dragon's empty shadow, and everything you have experienced, can be traced. However, none of that is what you should focus on right now. Keep cultivating. The threat within this training ground is only just beginning. If you don't break through the shackles of your body soon, you may die here. This is not a threat. Yichen heard Xue Qiye's words, but he didn't waste time talking. He closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and began cultivating. At that moment, the Destiny Court was in complete chaos. The commander of the Heavenly Command Army and the other 80 gods and generals all soared into the air. They stared at the battlefield above, where 20 gods were fighting the Demon King. Though they heard the shouts, they were confused. The bear demon general suddenly rushed out and roared, "Everyone! That old bastard Destiny wants us to fight Yi Shitian. To kill Kuei Mu and Lu Mu is to have Yi kill heaven. Our 200,000 strong army and 40 gods fought him, and Yi Shitian slaughtered half of them and destroyed more than 10 generals. But the Destiny Demon King was killed because of Prince Maple. Now he wants to force more than 20 of us demon generals to go throw our lives away against Yi Shitian. It's obvious that the Destiny Demon King wants us dead. Meanwhile, Yi Shitian actually intends to subdue us. Heaven wants us to die. Instead of dying under Master Yi, we might as well kill that old fuck Destiny and submit to Master Yi, at least then we can live." Although he looked like a walking mountain of meat, he was no fool. He was technically subordinate to Destiny, but if the Master wanted him dead, then he wanted the Master dead. The 80 gods exchanged glances and thought deeply. They knew a human cultivator had slaughtered the 200,000 Destiny army and killed more than 10 gods. But they never expected things would escalate like this. "Bear Demon, are you serious?" one of the gods asked, glaring coldly at the Destiny Demon King. Right now, out of the 80 gods, only 3 or 5 would lift a hand to help Destiny. The rest refused to move. There were more than 100 gods in the Destiny Court, but very few were the Demon King's direct subordinates. Most had been absorbed over time. Normally, they obeyed him, but following his suicidal order was impossible. Most of the demon generals only followed Destiny for glory or to increase their power. The bear demon general continued shouting, "Among you, some are gods born before the ancient war. Back then, though humans weren't kind to us, when we were enslaved as mounts, at least the Terrans rarely sent us to die for no reason. But this old bastard Destiny dares to order us to die. I'm telling you, if we let him kill us today, the rest of you will either be sent to die against Yi Shitian and get slaughtered, or you can kill that old fuck Destiny with us. At the very least, I fought Yi Shitian myself, and I can tell you with certainty, Yi Shitian's combat strength is definitely stronger than Destiny." As soon as his voice fell, dozens of gods unleashed attacks at the Destiny Demon King's back, making him scream in pain as his face turned pale. Soon, more gods joined the assault, attacking the Destiny Demon King relentlessly. Far away in his cave, Yi Chen would never have expected such a scene. He hadn't done anything, and yet the demon clan of the Heavenly Court fell into internal strife. More than 90 gods of the Destiny Court attacked their own king. Why? Because Yi Tian was stronger than the Destiny Demon King. And because the Destiny Demon King violated their bottom line, ordering them to die. If you want death, then how dare you betray me? Fine. Today I'll slaughter all of you. The Destiny Demon King summoned a long sword. The blade radiated dazzling light. The phantom of the Tao appeared behind him as he unleashed sword strikes that shook the heavens, slicing a living god into blood mist. He rampaged in every direction, killing gods left and right. Explosions rang out, several Emperor Realm third-layer demon gods were blown apart one after another. But instead of retreating, the gods became even more frenzied. Gradually, the 5 generals of the Destiny King's lineage also fell under the combined assault of the furious gods. This was the Destiny Demon King. Even with dozens of Emperor Realm 5th and 6th layer gods attacking him, he still held his ground, proving his terrifying strength. In the cave, Yi Chen's internal organs seemed to be transforming. Golden chi and blood surged like a god of war clad in golden armor. His aura was peerless, unmatched. 2 Daos floated behind him, the Tao of Slaughter and the Tao of the Immortal Sword. The Immortal Sword Tao stretched over 300 meters, radiating pure destruction. Endless destructive sword chi fell like a river of blades. The Tao of Slaughter stretched over 100 meters, filled with the aura of annihilation. Majestic killing intent surged like a vast ocean. A faint divine phantom could be seen within, cold enough to freeze heaven and earth. He consumed an ancient elixir and several ancient pills. Endless Tao aura burst from his body, turning into mysterious symbols that merged into the Tao of Slaughter. It expanded rapidly, soon reaching 200 meters. A powerful surge of chi and blood erupted. Yi Chen broke through to the 6th heaven of the Daoyuan realm. His arms trembled, his golden body manifested, and an overwhelming force exploded outward, crushing all trees within 100 meters. Not only had he broken through in cultivation, but his physical body had entered the dominant stage. Not just the first level, but the second level of the dominant stage. His golden body dominated the flesh. His chi and blood doubled in power, and his soul power increased by 50%. Yi Chen quickly took a few more enlightenment pills, aiming to expand the Tao of Slaughter to 300 meters. Who? Heaven and earth were filled with killing intent. Weak monsters and demon plants who hadn't even reacted yet were instantly shaken by the killing aura. Even the Tao Source demons trembled on the ground, not daring to glance at Yi Chen. Chapter 1154. Half an hour later, the way of killing reached 300 meters. Yi Chen stepped into the 7th layer of the heaven of the Tao Source, able to comprehend yet another new Tao. At this moment, Yi Chen's murderous chi and blood chi, one red and one black, swirled around his body simultaneously. His golden body was now strong enough to withstand the existence of a cultivator at the 6th or 7th layer of the Emperor Zun realm. Even if Han Yun arrived, Yi Chen couldn't kill Han Yun, but Han Yun also couldn't do anything to Yi Chen. Yi Chen! There's a monster coming! Xiao Huang said coldly while staring in one direction. Yi Chen opened his eyes, stood up, and walked directly out of the cave. Even without concealing his aura, the moment he stepped out, the ground beneath him sank into a deep crater. The earth of this region couldn't withstand Yi Chen's strength. His eyes fell on a monster. Just now, we killed and drove back your 200,000-man army. Now, do you want to come again? How many this time? 1 million. He released a bit of his aura, and an invisible force instantly pressed down on the dog demon general, causing him to spit blood on the spot. The demon general lowered his head, his eyes full of fear. Yi Tian had become even stronger. A single breath from him made the demon general unable to fight back at all. If earlier the other gods had come to attack and kill Lord Yi, then before long, all of them would have been slaughtered. My lord! Lord Yi, how would we dare attack you again? Well, after many of our gods returned to the Tianming royal court, the King of Destiny lost control due to the grief of losing his son and fell into madness. He wanted to send all gods and generals to attack and kill you, my lord, the demon general said respectfully. However, all the gods know they are no match for you. So all the gods united and are now fighting against the King of Destiny. We wish to surrender to you, Lord Yi. Please grant us permission. Permission? Yi Chen snorted, his cold, piercing eyes sweeping over the demon. You used the remains of our human ancestors to make bone cups, and you want me to let you go? Desecrating the remains of human ancestors. No matter how loyal they acted now, these bastards deserve to die. No, no, no. My lord, you misunderstand me. The demon quickly explained, the bone cups and human blood wine were made by the King of Destiny. Most gods and generals do not have such disgusting habits. As for humans, at most we only killed Terrans, we did not insult the remains of their ancestors. He hurried to clarify, though Yi Chen's pressure was already crushing his internal organs. Seeing Yi Chen calm slightly, the demon general felt deep relief. Fortunately, he had never desecrated any human remains. The fate of the Destiny lineage was deserved. They insulted humanity and turned their bones into cups. Now they were punished by heaven, and the prince had died in a burst of blood mist. You didn't. Yi Chen released a wave of golden qi and blood, wrapping the demon general entirely. Moments later, the golden power returned. Yi Chen nodded. He sensed no trace of human remains on the demon. It seems you are telling the truth. I came here only to train my body. I didn't expect things to evolve this far. Tell me the names of all demon clans who insulted the remains of my ancestors. I will kill them one by one. No matter their cultivation, their blood essence will be used to refine my body, and their cores will temper my soul. As for your demon clans wanting to surrender, whether you hide in a corner or fight will be decided later. Yes. Master Yi, your contribution to nature is unmatched. But truly, only the kings of the 4 royal courts and a few gods who weren't afraid to die did such things to human remains. Most gods and generals wouldn't dare do that. And as for other generals who seek refuge, the demon continued, I am by your side, but my nose can smell anyone who has touched human remains. What do you think, my lord? Yi Chen nodded slightly. It seemed the 4 royal courts were indeed involved in making bone cups. The 5th stage of the Dominator's body, he was almost there. A warrior of the divine spirit realm could compare to the 4th through 7th stage of the Dominator's body. As long as Yi Chen reached the 6th stage and combined it with violent qi and blood, he would be able to fully protect himself. By then, fighting the Blood Spirit clan wouldn't throw him into chaos. Let's go. We'll go see this demon king first. Yi Chen was curious. He had faced so many sects, and their elders united against him. But here, the demon king of destiny couldn't command his own men. Instead, all his subordinates turned on him and wanted to kill him. This demon king must be the unluckiest of all. Yi Chen, Xiao Huang, and the blood dragon headed toward the heavenly destiny king. The training grounds weren't too large. The cave where Yi Chen cultivated was only hundreds of thousands of miles from the royal court. The other 3 royal courts had all gathered near Tianming royal court as well. Soon, Yi Chen and the demon general reached the outskirts. The sight stunned even Yi Chen slightly. Blood everywhere, limbs scattered, a scene of pure slaughter. The battle had escalated so much that all 5 gods of the Destiny lineage had been killed. The King of Destiny had revealed his true form, a massive blood-red tiger, surrounded by demons and spirit plants of every color. The residual shockwaves alone had killed tens of thousands of Tianming soldiers. 92 generals in total. At this moment, 17 had been killed, most of them beasts. The ground was filled with mangled flesh. One destiny god was blasted back. Upon seeing Yi Chen, he instantly knelt. I greet Lord Yi Shitian. Master Yi, you already know our intentions. We are willing to lead all demons to surrender. We only hope you do not make us die needlessly. Do you grant us this chance, my lord? Boom! Nearby, the phoenix god was caught by the King of Destiny and ripped in half, though it quickly regenerated its upper body. Recognizing Yi Chen, it knelt in panic. Lord Yi, we are willing to surrender. Tens of thousands of demon clans will obey your command. You are Yi Shitian? Did you kill my son? The King of Destiny finally calmed slightly, but madness filled his eyes. With a single swipe, he created 7 or 8 massive claw marks, shattered part of the formation, smashed 2 more gods, and roared at Yi Chen. Was it you who instigated these despicable bastards to betray their king and attack me? Where the hell did you come from? Why have you never appeared in the ancient eras? Chapter 1155. Me? The golden fists burst into the sky like flashes of lightning. The target, pointing directly at the Destiny Demon King. This fist carried the power to destroy the world. The golden fist light shattered countless arrays and unleashed waves of magnificent, blood-soaked sword chi, unrivaled beneath the heavens. This blow, no one could stop it. It was like stars falling from the heavens, crashing into the mortal world. It was as if an ancient eternal emperor had thrown a punch across time and space, containing the ultimate Tao rhythm and transcendent chi and blood. Dozens of gods and generals were stunned and fled one after another. Some who reacted too slowly were brushed by the golden chi and blood, coughing blood before exploding on the spot. Monsters in the 4 layers of heaven of the Emperor realm were directly injured, their lower bodies shattered. The gods and generals fled, staring at the sky filled with golden fists, silently rejoicing. Fortunately, we didn't go fight Yi Shitian. If we had, this strike would have shattered more than the ground, it would have cost countless lives. 7-Night Broken Sword Fist. You're the disciple of that bastard, the 7-Night God King. The Destiny Demon King's eyes nearly split apart as resentment filled his entire body. He roared into the sky, his entire figure turning crimson as a line of golden light erupted from within him. It was the 9th stage of the body-forging realm, one step away from the dominating body realm. He let out a furious roar, chi boiling violently. So you're that bastard's disciple? Good. Today, I'll kill you. He gathered every ounce of strength in his body. Blood-red light surged around his claws. His 9th stage body erupted completely. Air tore apart, earth collapsed, and behind him appeared a winged blood sky tiger. Under its chi and blood pressure, the surrounding mountains crumbled to powder, and tens of thousands of Destiny Army soldiers turned to dust. Yi Shitian, you must die. 10,000 Claw Killing Fist. The Destiny Demon King poured all his blood and strength into his king-grade prototype Dao and struck out with both claws as if throwing a punch. In midair, a blood-red fist seal thousands of feet wide appeared, sweeping across the world like a sea of blood, crashing toward the golden fists. Boom! Boom! A massive explosion tore out. 2 monstrous forces collided in the sky, and the aftershock obliterated tens of thousands of Demon Clan soldiers in an instant. The golden fists, containing immortal killing power, quickly shattered the bloody fist seal, then smashed straight into the Destiny Demon King. Bang! The sound echoed like a divine bell shaking heaven and earth. The Destiny Demon King flew backward like a rag sack, slamming into a mountain. His gigantic body cracked inch by inch, tiger blood spilling everywhere. His injuries were devastating. His 9th stage body, cultivated over thousands of years, was completely destroyed by Yi Chen's golden giant fist. Even the rudimentary form of his King Dao, which had just awakened moments ago, was shattered. The gods and generals watching were horrified. They had originally thought that Yi Shitian and the Destiny Demon King might be evenly matched. No one expected a scene this one-sided. This was the King of the Destiny Royal Court. One of the 4 great royal courts of the 10,000 Demon Heavenly Court. A king second only to the Demon Emperor, now crippled by one punch from Yi Chen, his Dao prototype ruined. It was unbelievable. Many generals who still bore wounds from the Demon King's earlier strikes exchanged glances. Even though they themselves had been heavily injured by the Destiny Demon King, they could not help saying. Elder Yi Shitian's combat power is truly unbelievable. This body is terrifying. His chi and blood, they're golden. That's the sign of a golden body. Dominating body realm. In an instant, the celestial god and the phoenix god stared at Yi Chen in horror. The dominating body realm. Only golden bodies could produce golden chi and blood. Someone in Kunlun Su had actually stepped into the dominating body realm. Astronomy, you really made the right call. Astronomy, it's lucky you used your own life to enter this battle. If all of us had gone to fight Yi Shitian and face that golden body, most of us would have been slaughtered in seconds. The gods and generals sighed while healing their wounds, glancing at the half-destroyed Demon King. Lord, weren't you arrogant? Weren't you threatening to kill us? Well, now we're following a new master. If you have the guts, come after us. Try it. Our master can crush you with a single blow, and finish you off with the next one. The 9th stage of the body forging realm. 2.8 million gene of chi and blood. Yi Chen gazed at the Demon King. Your Dao prototype had already advanced by 80% and was evolving into the King Dao. If you continued, once you reached the 9 heavens, no one in Kunlun could suppress you. Fortunately, you were severely injured before this. You're not qualified to fight back. In your peak state, maybe you'd have had a chance. In truth, I didn't want to kill you. Your combat strength isn't bad. But you fucked up. You shouldn't have desecrated our ancestors' remains. The Destiny Demon King spat blood and glared at Yi Chen with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter. Yi Shitian, so what if you kill me today? The Demon Emperor is the same as you, his physical body is invincible. If you fight him, you will definitely die. Besides, do you really think I've lost? No. I can never lose. Determination flashed in his eyes. He staggered up and pulled out a bloody light, becoming even more unhinged. Originally, I thought I wouldn't need this. But I never expected Yi Shitian himself would appear, forcing me into a corner. You bastards forced me. His final trump card was unleashed. He crushed the bloodlight, and an overwhelming force of chi and blood surged into his body. Cracks across his flesh began repairing rapidly. His skin turned golden. His organs turned golden. A column of golden blood burst upward, shaking the heavens and earth. His pressure erupted, instantly stunning 100,000 demon clans. His chi and blood doubled to 5.6 million gene. With a single claw, he tore apart the surrounding arrays. Chaotic lightning thundered, sand and earth flying like the end of days. Soon, his pupils turned pure gold. Extremely ferocious. He grabbed a long sword from within the light, an immortal sword, hundreds of meters long, radiating immortal energy. With a gentle wave, red haze bloomed like smoke. In the next breath, the sword unleashed thousands of feet of murderous light. Heaven and earth lost their color. Winds howled. Thunder roared. Mountains collapsed. This sword was an immortal artifact. A true immortal weapon capable of tearing heaven and earth apart, filled with an aura of total annihilation. Chapter 1156. The celestial god turned pale and stepped back a few steps. He was frightened and said, "Immortal utensil. Heaven's destiny actually has an immortal utensil. It must have been left behind by the powerful experts of the Blood Spirit clan in those years." Damn it! He looked at the gods around him, and they were also pale. No one expected that the Destiny Demon King possessed an immortal tool given by the Blood Spirit clan. If Yi Shitian were to die under that immortal utensil, all the gods and generals present would also die. The god of destiny stared anxiously at Yi Chen and shouted, "Master Yi. The Destiny Demon King has colluded with the Blood Spirit clan. His body should have a flaw, his golden body isn't complete. Kill him now. Otherwise, once his golden body fully activates and combines with the immortal tool, even the Demon Emperor himself might not be able to suppress him." Yi Chen nodded slightly and gazed at the Destiny Demon King. He wasn't surprised. Anyone who joined the Blood Spirit clan would obtain some secret methods or strength from them. But he didn't expect that the Destiny Demon King had actually acquired a piece of immortal ware. What is an immortal? What is a spirit tool? A weapon with a spirit becomes a spirit tool. It can kill the enemy or trap the enemy. When that spirit evolves into an immortal spirit with divine level power, the entire weapon becomes immortal, possessing a portion of immortal might. That is an immortal tool. Once unleashed, it can tear the void apart. Without a golden body, one cannot resist it. Among all immortal utensils, the sword is the most revered and the most powerful. To step into the divine realm, one must use the spirit of an immortal tool to nourish the soul and transform it into the primordial god. Then, using the immortal power, refine the golden body until it becomes a true dominating body, and finally evolve the rudimentary Tao into an actual Tao. That is a cultivator of the divine realm. They can already be called an immortal. A first-grade immortal tool is enough to raise an emperor's combat strength from the ninth heaven to half a step into the divine realm. Immortal ware. Good. After your golden body transforms completely, the strength of your golden blood will be even greater. It will be extremely useful for my body cultivation. If I kill you and absorb your blood essence, I can step into the third stage of the super bodily realm. Yi Chen showed no fear, he even seemed eager. A first-grade immortal tool can be handed to that old man Han Yun so he can enter the divine realm and strengthen his combat power. As for me, since I reincarnated with this body, I'll need an even higher grade immortal tool to match me. He looked at the Demon King and said coldly, "Today, even if your Demon Emperor comes, you must die." Presumptuous. Are you humans truly daring enough to look down on this king? Die! The Destiny Demon King roared as he threw a punch. Golden chi and blood surged skyward, forming a massive golden arm that covered the sky. One punch shattered layers of void and blasted straight toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen clasped his hands behind his back, unmoving, his expression calm. But a trace of solemnity appeared between his brows. His opponent's strength was immense. But Yi Chen feared no one. He stepped forward, his cold voice shaking the heavens. "You want me dead? You're not qualified. Even if the entire Blood Spirit clan comes, it won't change anything." Yi Chen burned his blood to the limit. Fierce blood energy exploded outward. The Tao of killing and the immortal sword resonated, forming a golden phantom in the sky. The phantom punched out, shaking heaven and earth. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as blinding golden light burst out. The collision of the two golden fists was evenly matched, but the aftershock carried world-destroying force. Thunder of all colors, purple, red, gold, burst across the land. The Palace of Destiny was instantly blown apart. The new princess was annihilated instantly in the thunderous light. Countless heavenly soldiers turned into fragments drifting in the air. The golden fists were terrifying beyond belief. If not for keeping their distance, the other generals would have been blown to pieces. How strong! As the strongest general present, the God of Destiny could see clearly, Lord Yi is actually at the second level of the hegemonic stage. When he explodes with his full strength, it's terrifying. Just fighting like this. Today, over 50 gods and generals had fallen. A god-level battle of this scale was unimaginable. Yi Shitian, once a figure below Emperor Zhang Zun, had now caught up through sheer blood power and physical strength. In the future, when Yi Shitian reaches the 8th heaven, he might unleash millions of gene of blood strength. Breaking the 9th heaven with one punch wouldn't be impossible. Old bastard! You dare fight me without even reaching the super body realm? You're not qualified. Yi Chen shouted. Thunder surged wildly as his body flickered like lightning. He appeared behind the Destiny Demon King, transforming into a thunder sword that pierced straight through him with the power to shatter eternity. Endless golden blood rained down across heaven and earth. A single drop of the king's golden blood killed countless monsters in the divine travel and Saint King realms. The king's golden arm collapsed. Struck by the thunder sword, he was blasted hundreds of feet back. He gripped his long sword, eyes bloodshot. "I thought I could kill you with one blow, but I still have this sword. Today, with the blood of the Blood Spirit clan, I swear, I will kill you." He gripped the handle of the heavenly sword. A surge of immortal aura erupted. Heaven and earth roared. A crocodile's cry echoed through the world. The pure white sword body extended, its sword spirit sharp enough to slice space itself. He slashed. An overwhelming sword aura poured out like falling stars, carrying the intent of annihilation. In an instant, a 1,000-foot-long sword light descended like a heavenly verdict, tearing the land into a massive ravine before the blade even touched down. This sword seemed capable of crossing ancient and modern eras, an unstoppable, unmatched strike. Crack! Crack! Yi Chen's golden body trembled violently. His skin rippled as if struck by hundreds of blows. Cracks began forming. He stared at the descending immortal sword, his blood boiling with excitement. So this is a weapon of the Blood Spirit clan? Let me see how powerful you really are. In ancient times, a Kunlun emperor of the Ninth Heaven once caught an immortal tool with his bare hands. Today, I will do the same. Yi Chen put away his Joyo sky-killing spear. No Kunlun Su weapon could endure touching that sword, they would shatter instantly. Bringing them out would be useless. His arms trembled. His hands turned pure gold. His domineering aura pierced the sky. The golden phantom above his head fused completely with his soul power, killing intent, immortal sword energy, and golden blood. In that moment, he erupted with his strongest possible blood force. Chapter 1157. At the scene, everyone saw Yi Chen's action, and their eyes were full of ridicule. How could he resist such strength with one hand? No matter how strong his body was, this was a weapon of the Blood Spirit clan. The place where the Blood Spirit clan resided was not on the same level as Kunlun Su. If Kunlun Su was considered a low-level martial arts world, then the Blood Spirit clan belonged to the middle level, essentially the highest level. This was also the biggest reason why Kunlun Su's cultivators and monsters feared the Blood Spirit clan. But now, this human called Yi Tian was trying to contend with an immortal weapon of the Blood Spirit clan. A madman. A complete madman. Now, within the battle circle, Yi Chen clenched his 5 fingers, rolling evil chi surging across his body as endless blood energy exploded outward. This was the murderous intent he had accumulated for many years. He struck forward directly. Boom! A roar that shook heaven and earth spread out. The world trembled. Trees shattered one after another. Cracks in the ground stretched to hundreds of meters. Countless demon clans were blown apart in midair by the aftershock. This was no longer a simple fight between cultivators. This was a battle between top-tier experts of the body refining realm. Yi Chen wanted to fight the heavens and catch an immortal weapon with his bare hands. The heavenly demon king wanted to kill Yi Chen with a single sword. Boom! The phantom above Yi Chen's head shattered instantly, turning into a golden crystal that burst apart. Then, the killing immortal sword sliced through everything around it, about to chop Yi Chen in half. Yi Chen reached out and slammed his hands against the immortal weapon's body. The resulting force rippled out, and the ground around him instantly sank. Aside from where he stood, the ground within 100 meters collapsed completely, forming a massive canyon. Only Yi Chen stood firm in the center, fearless, like a god. He circulated his cultivation technique wildly to sustain his blood power output. Gradually, his hands split open with bloody cracks, but golden blood still flowed. His golden body began to fracture. Fine cracks spread rapidly across his whole body. Once his body exploded, he would not die, but the damage would be catastrophic, taking thousands of years to recover from. This was the power of an immortal weapon. One sword could destroy the world. One sword could slaughter prodigies. Since ancient times, fewer than 10 people in Kunlun Su had ever received an immortal weapon barehanded under the pressure of an emperor's might. Only one succeeded. The other 9 shattered their golden bodies completely. And that one was Nie Baijian, the man known as the King of 100 Swords. Not yet. You pieces of shit, you still can't beat me. The way of slaughter, Don't shatter the sword, overturn heaven and earth. Double the battle power. As Yi Chen roared, the two Dao behind him cracked faintly but burst into multicolored light. It surged into his body. In an instant, his golden qi and blood power doubled, erupting with nearly 8 million jin of force. Boom! A massive, towering explosion resounded through the heavens. The Grade 1 killing immortal sword was beaten back several meters by Yi Chen. Poof! So strong! Yi Chen spat blood as his body swayed. His golden body was on the verge of collapse. Even with the Slaughter Dao and the immortal sword resisting each other, both Dao were cracking. If he continued, the two nearly perfected Daos would shatter completely. He muttered, "I've reached this level. I've taken an immortal strike barehanded. Are the old masters still not going to interfere?" Poof! Yi Chen spat another mouthful of blood. His internal organs had been under immense pressure. Fortunately, they had been metallized, or else they would have been crushed outright. Even so, many meridians ruptured, and blood stasis spread everywhere. His golden body was also near collapse. His chi and blood power moments ago had exceeded all limits. Even though the immortal weapon's force could destroy the golden body, his own overwhelming power nearly obliterated it as well. Who? Immortal weapons, but so what? Yi Chen's black hair danced wildly, exuding supreme dominance. In the Daoyuan realm, he was facing an immortal weapon head-on. Since ancient times, only I, Yi Chen, have accomplished this. In this world, only I, Yi Chen, can withstand an immortal weapon in the Daoyuan realm. How magnificent! It truly is Yi Tian. To seize an immortal weapon barehanded, fierce and unmatched. The astral god clutched his chest. He had been badly injured by the shockwave earlier, but his eyes were burning with excitement. To witness someone catch an immortal weapon with his bare hands, it is worth this entire lifetime. He stared at Yi Chen, new thoughts rising in his heart. Lord Yi Tian. Daoyuan realm. He could already grab an immortal weapon barehanded. If he were to advance into the Emperor realm, wouldn't wielding an immortal weapon be effortless? A man like this was worth following. Thinking this, the astral god turned, intending to rally the remaining gods and fully pledge allegiance to Yi Chen. But when he turned around, he saw that of the original 70+ gods and generals, only about 50 remained, and they were all struggling to heal. His gaze fell on the scattered flesh and blood, still carrying Emperor-level might, and he sighed. This was at least a Dao-level battle. No wonder it killed 20 Emperor Realm generals. Just moments ago. When Yi Chen caught the immortal weapon with his bare hands, he killed every god and general below the second level of the Emperor Realm through shock alone. Not only that, even the 900,000 soldiers of the Tianming army were killed by the shockwave. As for the other monsters, over 340,000 of them were also killed. They didn't even participate in the battle or have time to flee, the aftershocks killed them instantly. This was true strength. For the weak, even refusing to participate meant nothing, the aftershock alone could kill you. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heavenly demon king was forced back thousands of feet and barely stabilized his body. His tiger's mouth split open, golden blood dripping out. He stared at the killing immortal sword. The sword's body was undamaged. Yi Chen's earlier attack had only pushed it back. He steadied the sword on the ground, standing majestic and unstoppable like a god. Yi Tian, you truly are a heroic man. Your potential is so terrifying that even I am reluctant to kill you. Your talent is too great. A Daoyuan cultivator who survives receiving an immortal weapon barehanded. Not only did you survive, you pushed it back. In Kunlun Su's history, only Nye Baijian, the king of 100 swords, ever reached this level. It said Nye Baijian once offended an elder of heaven and earth and was punished with a sword strike. He used every bit of his strength to block it, but his golden body still shattered. You, however, faced the same kind of sword. Your golden body did not shatter, you even forced the immortal weapon back. But I am not that elder of heaven and earth. And you are not Nye Baijian. You killed my only son. Even if I appreciate your talent, you must still die. The heavenly demon king raised the killing immortal sword. His entire body erupted with power. 5.6 million gene of blood energy surged into the sword, accumulating strength. Since he was not a spiritual cultivator, using the sword demanded enormous consumption. Yet the sword burst with multicolored lightning, thunderclouds spreading in all directions. Chapter 1158. The endless thunderclouds gathered on the sky-killing sword. Thunder and lightning lingered on the sword body, and sword chi bloomed. The aura of annihilation it released was terrifying. Ha ha ha, good. Worthy of being the tomb owner of samsara. You have the spirit of my old days. Inside the tomb of samsara, Nye Baijian was ecstatic. His gaze locked onto Yichen as he said, "Back then, I was 137 years old, at the 9th layer of the Emperor Respect realm. After that, I spent 300 years repairing my golden body. And Yichen, only in his 20s, is at the 6th layer of the Daoyuan realm. Not only did he take an immortal weapon head-on, he even repelled it. I admit, you're not some lucky brat. You have true strength and terrifying potential. From today onward, you are my Dao disciple." Boom! A surge of annihilating sword chi erupted from Yi Chen's body, instantly shattering the thunderclouds across the sky. The momentum alone made Yi Chen's face change drastically. It was horrifying. The violent shockwave blasted Yi Chen dozens of meters away, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood midair. A complete mess. Seeing this, the divine general's smile grew even brighter. Trash is trash. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't change the fact that you're garbage. At that moment, a furious voice burst from the samsara cemetery. It was Nye Baijian. Nye Baijian, who had been silent for so long, finally spoke. I haven't acknowledged him, but no matter what, he has some connection with me. Today you dare touch him and even mention my name? Damn you! Yi Chen, I will release my strength to repair your golden body. What immortal weapon? I'll give you power. You can shatter that immortal weapon and kill this monster who doesn't know heaven from earth. In an instant, an overwhelming force poured into Yi Chen's body. Roar! Yi Chen roared madly as the mighty blood energy surged. His golden body was instantly restored. Standing upon the earth, he pointed at the sky-killing sword. In that moment, he was like the greatest war god in the world, his fighting spirit soaring to the 9th heavens. He adapted to the force, and his chi and blood strength skyrocketed from 3.2 million gene to 9.9 million gene. The way of killing and the indestructible sword Dao were fully restored, and his combat power doubled once more. At this moment, Yi Chen stood at the 9th layer of the Daoyuan realm. Even more terrifying. Destiny Demon King. I said I would take your blood essence and demon core. Now I want to see how long the Blood Spirit clan's power can support you. After this battle, I'll be able to temper my golden body to the 3rd stage of the Overlord realm. The 4th stage may even be within reach. Overbearing. Arrogant. He did not even place an immortal-grade weapon in his eyes. In Yi Chen's view, the Destiny Demon King was a tonic. A tonic that would help him break through to the 3rd stage of the super body realm. Monster blood, especially golden body monster blood. A tremendous tonic. Kill. 7-Night Breaking Sword Fist. Yi Chen roared and charged forward, ripping through the air in front of him. He seized a strand of divine thunder, turning it into a thunder whip, striking directly at the Destiny Demon King. Then he unleashed the Vajra Fist of 10,000 Buddhas, smashing into the sky-killing sword. Clang! The sky-killing sword was knocked thousands of miles away, stabbing into the ground as its divine power dimmed. Yi Chen whipped the Destiny Demon King, sending him flying. He rushed up and repeatedly smashed his fists down. Each punch shattered the heavens and rent the earth. The attacks were violent and overwhelmingly powerful. You use your sword. I'll use my fists. I'll knock your sword away. And beat you into meat paste. If you can cut off my fist, then do it. If not, you die. This is terrifying, isn't it? The celestial general trembled with the ground shaking. If one looked closely, they would see Yichen pounding the Destiny Demon King into the earth. Every blow shook the mountains and forests, even the demon generals couldn't steady themselves. The Phoenix general swallowed hard, fear growing in his eyes as he gazed at Yichen. The Demon King. One of the 4 demon kings, using the Blood Spirit clan's power and immortal weapon. And yet this near-god demon king was being hammered into the ground like a sandbag? Just how far had Yichen's power soared? Yi Shitian. You. The Destiny Demon King tried several times to speak, but Yichen smashed a punch into his mouth. Blood sprayed out, his tusks shattered, bones broken, fur torn, completely unable to fight back. Gradually, his internal blood power weakened, and his golden body began to collapse. Even having stepped into the first stage of the super body realm, he still couldn't withstand Yichen's nearly 10 million gene of force. His golden body avatar was torn apart by Yichen. Normally, once a monster entered the super body stage, they could condense a golden body projection containing their essence and blood. It was terrifying beyond measure. But even so, the Destiny Demon King's projection was shattered. How was this possible? Why had the boy's aura suddenly changed? It was like he had become a completely different person. And the source of that power? Was it really from a boy in the Daoyuan realm? Impossible. Yi Shitian. It's the 7-Night Breaking Sword Fist again. You really are the disciple of that bloody bastard 7 Knights. That son of a bitch slaughtered my father, but I've never been able to avenge him. But don't think you can act crazy. We'll die together. Taking advantage of the slight opening, the Destiny Demon King spat out his rage. Then his broken body began to glow with golden light. A suffocating aura spread as his flesh swelled. Self-detonation. The Destiny Demon King was going to blow himself up to kill Yichen. You want to self-destruct? Bang! Yichen smashed half of the Demon King's head with full force, ripped out the blood-red and purple demon core, and crushed the creature's soul. Then, like a falling star, he delivered another devastating blow, shattering the Demon King's body completely. A generation's Demon King. The Destiny Demon King. Dead. With his body obliterated, the Destiny dynasty would no longer exist. This demon core contains incredible power. And this golden blood essence, this is the first golden body monster essence blood I've obtained. Yichen extended his left hand as a terrifying suction force erupted from his palm like a black hole. He absorbed all the Destiny Demon King's blood from the battlefield, instantly purifying it. The essence turned into pure golden monster blood, glittering with divine light. Every drop contained a miniature phantom of the Destiny Demon King, trembling with killing intent as if it wanted to destroy everything. The Beast King's blood was purified to such an extent that the killing chi alone could obliterate cultivators at the 7th or 8th layer of the Daoyuan realm. Chapter 1159. The reason why Jin Shin Ba Ti is called Ba Ti is that it means rage and Overlord's body. Its golden essence and blood, as far as Emperor Zun is concerned, are a great treasure. Only Yichen can absorb this essence in the vast Kunlun void and the body refining region. Other people in the same realm should not absorb it. They are all outstanding figures, close in strength to each other, yet would be instantly oppressed and killed, yes. Many gods would be shocked at this scene. Soon, under the leadership of the Celestial Generals and Phoenix Generals, more than 50 Divine Generals and over 500,000 Tianming army soldiers all knelt down and shouted, "Greetings, Master Yi. Please, Master Yi, become our king. We are willing to follow Lord Yi and fight in all directions. As long as there is an order, the heaven-mandated army will surely kill the enemy, build merit, and never fail Lord Ye's command." The commander-in-chief of the Tianming army clasped his fists, his eyes filled with excitement and longing. Such a vast place to cultivate. Such a vast Kunlun Su. Only Master Yi, no, Lord Yi, can be our king. Throughout the world, from ancient times until now, what person or demon, can take up the immortal slaying sword in Daoyuan, remain undefeated, and even kill the master of the immortal sword. Only King Yi has accomplished this. You? Well, I'll check it out myself. Yi Chen grabbed a general, and the blood force of the golden body exuded overwhelming pressure, making the general spit blood repeatedly. Yi Chen said sternly, "Go and find out who destroyed the remains of our ancestors. Point them out to me." He looked down upon the hundreds of thousands of demon clans and said, "Gentlemen, you want me, Yi Tian, to be your king? Fine. But I, Yi Tian, will never allow those who destroyed the remains of our ancestors to live. If there are demons among you who committed this act, stand up now. I will reward you with a complete corpse. But if I have to find you myself, I will destroy you with a single hand, there will not be a scrap of flesh left." Yi Chen's voice descended as if from the ninth heaven above, filled with endless pressure that made the demons not dare show even the slightest disrespect. Gradually, from among the hundreds of thousands of demon clans, several thousand demon creatures stepped forward, demon beasts and demon plants alike. Among them were 3 deities, 12 venerable masters, and 37 commanders. Their pupils stared at Yi Chen in terror as they knelt down, begging for mercy. "Die!" Yi Chen uttered the word lightly, and the golden qi and blood force burst forth like a sweeping tidal wave, killing all of them instantly. He tossed aside the sensory general and said, "Investigate it for me." "Yes, Lord." Then Yi Chen's gaze shifted. With a wave of his arm, the distant sky-killing sword shook violently. Boom! The sky-killing sword launched itself into the air, dragging falling stones with it. It transformed into a 3-foot-long sword and landed in Yi Chen's hand. When Yi Chen gripped the sword handle, he felt a gentle flow of Xianyuan energy, which could heal and strengthen qi and blood. With his current combat power, striking with this sword could kill more than 20 generals. A Grade 1 immortal slaying sword could increase his combat strength by 30%. And this was only a Grade 1 immortal weapon. He examined the blade and hilt, noting they appeared to be made from the skin and spine of a crocodile. It seems the crocodile must have been first or second layer divine realm. Only by peeling its skin, bones, flesh, and blood could one forge an immortal weapon. How many masters refine immortal weapons by using the flesh and blood of divine realm monsters? Or perhaps different materials create immortal tools with different effects? Yes, Xueqia, Blood 7 Knights, explained. If you want to forge an immortal tool, there are generally 2 methods. The first method requires the refiner to be at least in the spirit realm, because monks in the spirit realm possess blood power instead of true immortal power. Weapons forged in this way are not true immortal tools, they lack Xianyuan power. At best, they are fake immortal tools. The weapons used by Han Yun, the Qingshanmen ancestors, and several other sect founders were all fake immortal weapons. Additionally, the weapons of Kunlun Su were almost entirely destroyed by the Blood Spirit clan. Aside from a few individuals, no one could forge even a Grade 7 spirit weapon. After pausing briefly, Xueqia continued, the second method uses divine realm monsters as materials. Immortal tools forged this way are more durable and naturally contain Xianyuan energy, ensuring the immortal weapon holds Xianyuan power. Hearing Blood 7 Knight's explanation, Yi Chen finally understood. If a weapon is to become an immortal tool, it must meet only 2 conditions. First, the spiritual tool must evolve into an immortal tool. Immortal power increases combat strength by more than 5-fold. When a cultivator steps into the divine realm from the 9th heaven, they require the immortal power within an immortal tool. Without Xianyuan power, no matter how talented they are, they cannot generate immortal energy on their own. They need Xianyuan power to transform the body, converting blood force into Xianyuan energy, so the flesh itself gains the ability to generate immortal power. This is fundamental. In truth, even this is only the most inferior type of immortal weapon. Apprentice, if you want to advance into the divine realm, you must find an immortal tool of at least Grade 7. Nya Baijian added calmly, let me explain more clearly what immortal tools truly are. The so-called immortal tools are the weapons of cultivators in the spirit realm. They are divided into 9 grades, just like cultivation realms. The martial king of the divine state uses divine king weapons, which can affect a portion of space, and these, too, are divided into 9 grades. Above that are Hunyuan immortal tools and Hadao divine tools, which contain spatial and temporal powers respectively. But they can only help one comprehend part of the laws of time and space. When the laws of space are fully mastered, one can step into the realm above Hadao. As for growth, Nya Baijian stroked his chin, looking like an ancient sage, almost fairy-like. He continued, immortal tools are divided into attack, defense, movement, and soul-type categories. The one in your hand is an attack-type immortal weapon. It has the special ability to increase strength by 30%. There are 3 kinds of attack-type immortal weapons, those that increase strength, those that increase speed, and those that increase Xianyuan power. Their effects depend on the refiner and which path they pursue. Thank you for the guidance. Yichen clasped his fists and studied the sky-killing sword in his hand. He realized, in that case, when facing the Blood Spirit clan, I must be cautious. I am not afraid of their bodies, but the immortal tools in their hands. If they have soul-attacking weapons, I may be in danger. Though he was the Tao source body, an emperor-level existence, he still feared soul-type weapons. Because the emperor realm does not cultivate soul attacks. In other words, the soul's power is insufficient to practice soul attack arts. At most, the emperor realm can seal enemies of the same level. But facing someone who wields soul-attacking immortal tools during soul power transformation, it would be extremely dangerous. Chapter 1160. Can there be a method of spiritual cultivation? Yichen asked humbly. One is to go to the land of the soul, and the other is to absorb a large number of monster and demon cores. Generally, the spiritual power contained in the demon core is very strong, but the effect of absorbing and transforming using your previous skills is too low. I will give you a soul skill. As he spoke, Xueqie released a glow of light, which entered Yi Chen's body. 1,000 turns of the soul. Yi Chen was overjoyed. This skill enhanced the power of the soul, while the Qinquan sword seal was a skill that used soul power. He carefully experienced the 1,000 turns of the soul, noting every transformation and qualitative change. Each turn upgraded and transformed the soul once. I have only reached 297 turns of this skill. You should comprehend it well. After speaking, Xueqie's voice grew weak and silent, and the power of his consciousness faded. If he stayed any longer, he would dissipate completely. Thank you, Master. Yichen immediately began cultivating 1,000 turns of the soul. Soon, the first turn was completed, and his soul underwent a qualitative change and doubled in strength. The second turn completed. The third turn completed. When the 12th turn completed, Yichen felt a sharp pain in his head. It must be that my sea of consciousness can't bear such soul strength yet. Fine, after some time I'll continue cultivating. He checked his soul power and found it much stronger than before, meeting half the requirement for achieving greater mastery in the Qinquan sword seal. If he continued cultivating, even if Yichen couldn't yet use soul power to wipe out enemies' souls, he could at least ensure that his own soul wouldn't be destroyed. Lord, here it is. The god skilled in olfactory techniques pointed respectfully at the location beside Yichen where many demon clans knelt. Yichen put away the demon king's core and blood essence, his gaze turning cold, like a frozen lake in the 12th lunar month. No need for nonsense. I'll send you all on your way. He waved with one hand, and his golden qi and blood surged into the sky. A golden mountain peak condensed and smashed downward with terrifying force. Bang! A single crack echoed. Over 3,000 demon beasts and demon plants were instantly crushed and exploded by the golden mountain peak. Their flesh and blood vanished, and their souls were wiped out. This strike terrified the remaining gods and soldiers so much that they didn't even dare show disrespect when looking at Yi Chen's shadow. King! Please show mercy! The astronomical god general dropped to his knees again, trembling as he looked at Yi Chen from afar. His heart pounded wildly. He felt that Yi Chen had become overwhelmingly stronger, strong enough that even without striking, he could erase him from existence. The pressure shook his soul. Yi Chen's soul power had far surpassed that of the generals. Even without using a soul technique, he could shake everyone present. This was the ability of a supreme powerhouse. Even without acting, they instilled a sense of annihilation and terror. Once they did act, everything shattered. We follow the king. We will never kill humans again in this life. Please forgive us. Dozens of gods and hundreds of thousands of monsters shouted together, though their momentum was nothing compared to Yi Chen's. It's not simply about not killing humans. You can't kill innocent humans, traitors, or cowards. Fine. But do not desecrate the bones of the dead. That is my bottom line. Yi Chen said as he turned to the ruined hull. Next, rebuild the hull quickly. Astronomical General, Phoenix General, discuss with me the matter of body refining grounds. Yes, Lord. Yes. Yi Chen, the Celestial General, and the Phoenix General could only sit on the ground temporarily, since the palace had been destroyed in the recent battle. Report to the king. There were originally 110 gods in the Destiny King court. Lord King, you killed 24. The god-appointed Demon King killed 17. The aftershocks of the battle killed 21. 62 gods died in battle, and 51 remain. The astronomical god general respectfully reported, the Tianming army originally had 1 million elites, 200,000 of whom had just been trained. The rest were veteran fighters who battled the other 3 king courts over the years. 1 million heavenly soldiers fought under the king's command. 235,000 died in the aftershocks. A total of 340,000 were killed. The remaining elites can attack the other 3 king courts at any time, awaiting your order. Tell me about the other 3 king courts. Yi Chen's interest was piqued. He needed enough strength to oppose the Blood Spirit clan. The body refining grounds were equivalent to 2 or 3 major sects with emperor-level experts. If he took over the other 3 king courts, then hundreds of emperor-level demon cultivators could sweep through the Huang family's forces, and he could quickly crush them. As for the loyalty of these monsters, Yu Zong used beast control rings to dictate life and death. Yi Chen could do the same. Or he could entice them with benefits. As long as they didn't betray him and were willing to fight, he would use them. Kunlun Su was too weak. Now, there was a power Yi Chen had to take over. In the future, the main force against the Blood Spirit clan would be both the demon clans and the Huang family from the body refining domains. The other 3 king courts. They are Lianyuan King Court, Kunga King Court, and Baijian King Court. Their strength is roughly equal to ours. Each has powerful battle groups of elite soldiers who have fought countless wars. All are under the Wanyao heaven established by the Demon Emperor. The Phoenix General added, under the Demon Emperor, there is also the 500,000-strong Demon Emperor Guard. There are more than 200 gods among them. They are elites among elites. If the king wishes to conquer them, this subordinate recommends first subduing the other 3 king courts, then combining their strength to suppress the Wanyao heavenly court. With the king's strength, the other 3 king courts were no match. But they had to pay attention to the Demon Emperor. He was no pushover. Yi Chen asked calmly, this Demon Emperor, how strong is he? The Demon Emperor and the other 3 kings possess treasures bestowed by the Blood Spirit clan. The Celestial General's eyes flickered. 300 years ago, the Demon Emperor killed the Crown Prince of the ancient Kun court. The ancient Demon King did not dare come out. At that time, his strength was already close to Emperor Realm 9th Heaven, with a golden body. I estimate his current strength is around the 3rd or 4th rank of the Dominator Realm. If the Lord King fights him, your chances of winning are around 40%. Yi Chen thought for a moment. The general's 6-4 ratio should indeed be reversed. His own chance was 4, and the Demon Emperor's was 6, assuming Yi Chen had broken through into the 3rd stage of the Overlord body. No helping it. Yi Chen's realm was still too low. His base chi and blood was only 3.2 million gene. Even with a 4-level enhancement, he couldn't get close to the chi and blood density of a Heaven King, let alone surpass it. Chapter 1161. This Demon Emperor. They are descendants of the dragon family. They are promiscuous by nature. There are many demon concubines, nearly 1,000. There are thousands of descendants. They are fond of killing, extremely arrogant, and will never forget revenge. The astronomical god narrated, 300 years ago, the princess of a prince in Kunga royal court was captured by a son of the demon emperor. The prince killed the son of the demon emperor, but he was beaten into blood mist by the demon emperor. The demon emperor is extremely powerful, but it was clearly the demon queen who orchestrated it. Not only that, the demon emperor has always wanted to cannibalize Kunlun Su. At the same time, he has a deep connection with the Blood Spirit clan. It can even be said that he is closely allied with the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen's mind flashed cold at the mention of the Blood Spirit clan. Okay, I understand this demon emperor. Since this guy is connected to the Blood Spirit clan and even wants to devour Kunlun Su, there's no reason for him to exist. Heaven commands the royal court to obey my order. From now on, I am the king's master. Rename the Tianming court to Guangming Palace, and summon the other 3 dynasties within 3 days. I will plan with them one by one. King! The astronomical god's voice wavered slightly with worry. The kings of the other 3 courts are formidable, but this is the demon emperor himself. If the demon emperor sends his demons, how do we deal with them? It depends on the situation. If they act arrogantly, kill them. If they can negotiate, then talk. The 200 gods and generals organized under the demon emperor will only kill the demon emperor's bloodline. Yi Chen had no intention of sparing the demon emperor. If he killed him, the demon emperor's concubines and dragon descendants would be left to wreak havoc in the rear. If they lived, they would cause disasters later. He simply slaughtered them all, collecting a pile of demon cores and blood essence, and refining their bodies. He asked, by the way, how many monsters inhabit the body refining grounds? Originally, the Blood Spirit clan moved tens of thousands of demon clans into the body refining grounds. In the past 3,000 years, there haven't been many major battles. Now, the number of demons is about 50 to 60 million, most of them low-level monsters. If under the command of the Heavenly Lord, they will obey immediately. Yi Chen looked at the 2 generals and said, I will remain silent for a few days. If any foreign enemies appear, kill them immediately. If you can't stop them, report to me again. Yes. The astronomical god and phoenix god were shocked and exhilarated. But if foreign enemies appeared, they were to be killed immediately. The king is strong and overbearing. Even the demon emperor is no exception. The king must have supreme confidence, his strength is unmatched. After the 2 generals departed, Yi Chen found a cave nearby and asked Xiao Huang and Shui Long to protect him. He took out the blood essence of the god-appointed demon king and many gods and generals killed by the aftershock, preparing to break through to the 2nd level of the hegemonic period. The essences of over 20 generals were quickly absorbed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt that his qi and blood had increased greatly, with base blood energy now reaching 3.7 million jin, comparable to a normal human emperor. He took out the blood essence of the demon king and the golden blood essence. Enraged, he shattered the surrounding space and placed the blood essence into a special wooden bucket, sitting within it to absorb it. The golden blood essence contained an extremely murderous spirit, overwhelmingly powerful. However, even though the murderous qi wasn't more powerful than the golden blood in Yi Chen's body, it boiled fiercely before being absorbed. The 3rd stage of the super body. It was time to recast the body, reforming it to become stronger. From the most basic bones, skull, and marrow, to capillaries, meridians, skin, blood, and flesh, step by step the body was reconstructed. Who? Yi Chen stepped into the 3rd stage of the hegemonic period. His entire body was tempered, from the inside out, golden light radiated. His basic qi and blood suddenly surged to 4.2 million jin. Combined with the way of killing and the immortal sword, his combat power had more than doubled. He was now fully capable of fighting mid to late stage Emperor Zun opponents. Even against the powerful Blood Spirit clan, he would not falter. Yi Chen's body trembled, his golden body dissipating as his physical body returned. He took out a demon core, began refining it, and absorbed its soul power to strengthen himself. Through the 1,000 turns of the soul skill, he discovered that his soul power could currently seal 23 people. He needed further cultivation to transform soul power into attack energy, allowing him to strike the opponent's soul directly. At the same time, after 17 turns of cultivation, Yi Chen's soul power reached 2.6 million points. With every 100,000 point increase, he could seal one additional person. Once his soul power exceeded 40 million points, he could perfect the Qianquan sword seal. At that point, sealing an opponent would consume negligible soul energy. Yi Chen continued practicing while the demon clan busily rebuilt their palaces. This was not yet the case in the other 3 royal courts. In the Lianyuan royal court, the Lianyuan demon king heard the last roar of the god-appointed demon king. His face turned pale. Sitting on his throne, he muttered to himself, "The destiny demon is defeated, defeated. Lord, what shall we do? Lord, now. Lord, the royal court has been destroyed. What shall we do?" Some of the gods asked in succession, fear etched on their faces. Yi Shitian had the power to destroy the Tianming royal court. This meant he could destroy Lianyuan royal court too. Life and death hung by a thread. How could they remain calm? The news has arrived, Lord Wang, the king's court is defeated. The god-appointed demon king used treasures left by the Blood Spirit clan elders to upgrade his body to the super body stage and wield a fairy weapon. Thus, Yi Shitian has triumphed over them. He paused and sighed. The god of Tianming court has lost more than half of his forces. The other gods and generals will now recognize Yi Shitian as the new king. The Tianming army is rapidly recruiting. The battle between the Tianming demon king and Yi Shitian has killed hundreds of thousands, and reinforcements are urgently needed. And our new envoys of light from the temple, what shall we do? The hall fell silent, no demon dared speak. They looked at one another helplessly, unsure of what to do. Fight? Yi Shitian had already killed the demon king who had entered the hegemonic period. If they fought, they would die. Make a treaty? How could they negotiate? For the past 2,000 years, the 4 royal courts had always been under Wanyao Tianting. The 4 kings were appointed by the demon emperor. Though they clashed, there was an unspoken bottom line: each court would not collapse, or they would have to explain to the demon emperor. But now, the Destiny Demon King had slaughtered humans alive. The other 3 royal courts were in a dilemma. Send in the envoys. The Lianyuan Demon King felt a chill of despair. Recalling his earlier words, they seemed like ridicule. His life was in danger, what else could he hope for? The key was Yi Shitian himself. Why had he come to the body refining grounds? Why destroy a demon king in such a short time? The Lianyuan Demon King's eyes hardened. Determined, he forced out a drop of blood essence, forming a golden sigil above his head. The sigil rotated, as if attempting to pierce the secrets before him. This was one of the most terrifying methods available to the Lianyuan Demon King. He was a master of destiny and could see part of anyone's future at the cost of his blood essence. He was desperate to uncover the origin of Yi Shitian, at any cost. Chapter 1162. The text above the head of the Lianyuan Demon King suddenly stopped rotating. His eyes narrowed slightly as his mouth recited a string of ancient inscriptions. The technique has its own path. Double pupils enter the world and break everything. There is no escape. Yi Shitian, I want to see what you truly are. As the words fell, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. The shadow became clearer and clearer. It was Yi Chen, wearing a mask. So you are Yi Shitian. I wonder what kind of face hides beneath your mask. Let me break it. The Lianyuan Demon King waved his hand. He thought he could shatter the mask of the virtual shadow, but unexpectedly, at this moment, the shadow raised its head. A pair of cold eyes stared at him. Like death itself. Extremely eroding. Poof! The next second, the Lianyuan Demon King could no longer withstand it, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His whole body went weak. King! Many of his followers rushed forward to support him. But at that moment, the Lianyuan demon king looked terrified, a sight never before seen by anyone present. Not only that, he kept murmuring, "This son's fate is not bound by the way of heaven." Who is this son? Ye killed heaven? Does he truly have the right to kill heaven? The more he thought, the more terrified he became. Suddenly, he realized something. He lifted his head, glaring fiercely at the emissary who was walking slowly, and asked, "Now, the Destiny Palace has been changed into Guangming Palace?" "Yes, Lianyuan Demon King." The emissary showed no fear or politeness. He stared at the Lianyuan Demon King directly. He could stand there like a mountain, needing no kowtow or homage. "Your new king, Yishir Tian, correct? He sent an emissary here. What is my duty?" The Lianyuan Demon King forced himself to remain calm. He could not act recklessly in public. "The king has given orders through me," the emissary said. "All descendants of the Demon Emperor, and all close demons of the Demon Imperial concubines, must be killed. The evil seed of the Demon Emperor must not survive." The emissary, Cloud Light General, directly marked the Demon Emperor's bloodline for extinction. Whoa! Whoa! Around them, a solemn aura lingered. Many gods stared at the emissary in shock, doubting their ears. A son of a demon prince. Ordinarily, they were all favored by heaven. Although they were miscellaneous dragons, promiscuous by nature, once they appeared, they were all provided with blessings. Now, the new king orders all royal courts to destroy them? Does he not fear the Demon Emperor's wrath? Emissary! What do you mean by this? The Lianyuan Demon King's eyes flared, though he had to maintain awareness of his own life and death. There are many descendants of the Demon Emperor. Do you want this king to slaughter them in our royal court? Does your king not fear the Demon Emperor's retaliation? I warn you, the Demon Emperor must not be provoked. Ha 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 ha. The emissary laughed, roaring to the sky, his body burning like magma. What is the Demon Emperor? Our king's order is, completely destroy the Demon Emperor. An old dragon with a group of minor miscellaneous dragons, why fear? Besides, you should know what kind of person the Demon Emperor is. Our king is determined to let nothing survive. Bold! The Lianyuan Demon King slammed the table and rose. His majestic power surged, a terror like half a mountain crushing down, and he shouted angrily, "How dare you speak of the Demon Emperor like this? Do you want to die?" The emissary was unfazed. He gestured to the north of Guangming Palace, hands clasped, and said coldly, "I serve under Yi Tianchuang of Guangming Palace. If you dare harm me, your Lianyuan court will be destroyed. My king is Yishir Tian. If you dare move against me, you must weigh the consequences and see if you can bear them. Does it matter if the Demon Emperor exists? With the king in command, we have nothing to fear." Well, the emissary is arrogant. The Lianyuan king endured the pressure, sitting on his throne, evaluating the emissary. It seemed he had to choose between the Demon Emperor and Yishir Tian, or possibly neither. The emissary's words were calm. Slowly, he said, "Once, it was the king who led the royal court under heaven's order. He was not strong and acted arrogantly. Naturally, our gods did not dare to overstep. But now my lord is Yishir Tian. If we are not arrogant and overbearing, we would dishonor our lord." He suddenly pointed at the Lianyuan Demon King and said, "Lianyuan Demon King, my lord orders you to arrive at the king's court within 3 days, remember." The words conveyed Yi Chen's command. After speaking, he turned and prepared to leave. "You dare not respect my lord. Apologize to my lord." At the edge, 2 monsters stepped forward, drawing their swords and pointing at the emissary. "Are you claiming there is no one in the royal court of Lianyuan? Ye killed the king of heaven, slaughtered 5,000 Lianyuan soldiers. If you don't report, even daring to challenge my lord, you shall not live. What arrogance! Yishir Tian isn't even here yet. Do his men dare to be so presumptuous? Emissary! I haven't asked your new king about the lives of my 5,000 Lianyuan soldiers." Another god general, also from the Lianyuan court, was indignant. "Enough! Let it go." The Lianyuan king pounded the table, holding back the two generals. He looked at the emissary bitterly. "Go back and tell your king that I will comply in 3 days. Be wary of the demon emperor, lest you fall under his wrath before 3 days pass." "King, the emissary provokes you. You should kill him." "Lord, that cannot be." "King." Many gods and generals could not bear to speak. "I repeat. Leave now." The Lianyuan king's anger surged. He was shocked by his own gods and punished many generals immediately. He gazed at the emissary's distant figure and said, "You wait and see, can I truly endure this? There is no difference between my strength and the Destiny Demon King. The treasures of the Blood Spirit clan are no less than his. The Destiny Demon King was killed by Yishur Tian. Do you want to think I could survive him?" All the gods and generals present felt the truth of his words. Weak or strong, one must face the consequences. The Lianyuan king snorted coldly, "My Lianyuan and Destiny are second class among the 4 demon kings. But it is Baijian Wangting, the old Baijian demon king, with profound strength, who wanted to become demon emperor from the start. If it weren't for the support of the Blood Spirit clan, today the demon emperor might have been the demon king of Baijian." Chapter 1163. Although I don't have the strength to resist, the Baijian demon king is not easily provoked. Does he think he is the demon emperor? He even ordered the 3 demon kings to fight the old man of Baijian. I'd rather sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Why not do it? If one can become a demon king, one must have the ability to calculate and strategize. In particular, the Lianyuan demon king has great ambition. Although his fighting power is not very high, he knows how to avoid heavy losses. How could he possibly face Yishur Tian? Here in Lianyuan Wangting, the emissary had completed his mission successfully. Kunga Royal Court, ranked 3rd among the 4 royal courts, was the weakest. When the prince was killed by the demon emperor, the Kun ancient demon king did not dare speak. When Yishur Tian personally killed the god-appointed demon king, he was even more horrified. Facing the fierce emissaries, he could not utter a word and quickly submitted. For the envoys sent by Yi Chen, the greatest challenge was the Baijian Wangting. All the people in the 100 Battle King's court were exceptional warriors. The most critical among them was the Baijian demon king himself. He had reached the 7 layers of heaven and the 3rd stage of the overlord period. When he saw the emissary sent by Yi Chen, he personally struck the envoy, leaving him defenseless. Every strike broke and shattered him, destroying much of his cultivation and weakening his soul. Finally, the Baijian demon king grew interested in Yi Chen and released the emissary. The storm emissary, heavily injured, staggered back to the new Guangming palace and coincidentally saw Yi Chen emerging from the pass. "King! The Baijian demon king provoked me and left me gravely injured. The prototype of my origin avenue was nearly wiped out. Please avenge your subordinate." The Fengyan emissary half-kneeling, his body covered in blood, bore more than 100 scars. The wounds were so severe he had almost died. Instantly, his suffering enraged most of the generals. Looking at the Fengyan emissary, the generals became furious. They knelt one by one, fists raised, shouting, "Please punish the emissary and kill that old beast." Enough! Yi Chen waved his hand, releasing the force of qi and blood. At the same time, he shot a dozen silver needles from his fingers, immobilizing the emissary temporarily and halting his injuries. He asked coldly, "Baijian Demon King, truly reckless? Or are you foolish enough to provoke this injury?" Yi Chen thought to himself, shaking at the very life of the Demon King. The other 3 Demon Kings should feel the danger. Even if they do not bow, they dare not challenge him. Unexpectedly, the Fengyan emissary had almost been killed. If it had truly been the Baijian Demon King, he would have taught the old brute a lesson before taking control. "King! I know that the Baijian Demon King has a bad temper. I merely conveyed your orders. I did not expect that Baijian demon Wang Si would not even glance at his subordinate and that he would beat him so severely. The Fengyan emissary, though seasoned, had never expected to be treated this way by the Baijian demon king. Every time he thought of it, he felt subdued. Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. He did not wish to make enemies. But for now, since the Baijian demon king had already threatened them, it was not something to ignore. It had to be dealt with. Otherwise, his relatives and allies in Kunlungsu would be in danger. His Mao's sun condensed, evil spirit erupted, and the ground beneath him cracked within minutes. Since some people refuse to comply, I can't help it. Today, I will lead the Destiny Army and confront the so-called Baijian Demon King. At the same time, in Baijian Wangting. Well, some little human dares to command me? If he dares to come here, I will incinerate him on the spot. A massive figure sat upon a huge throne. His body was covered in thick scales, dark blue, dense and opaque, radiating terrifying pressure. He wore a bloody crown and a blood dragon robe. It was the king of the Baijian royal court, the Baijian demon king, the emperor's 7 layers of heaven, 3rd stage terror of the hegemonic period. The dragon king, who had almost claimed the throne of the demon emperor, had no intention of releasing his qi and blood, yet it still made others extremely uneasy. King Yi Shitian, who dares send an emissary to court death? Why not strike him immediately? A demon subordinate raised his fist, trembling with horror. Ye killed the king of heaven and the heavenly demon, yet that is not enough to fear. Why didn't the king directly kill Yi Shitian in the newly established Guangming Palace? Yi Shitian's provocation against Baijian Wangting was tantamount to suicide. King! My subordinate is willing to lead the strong directly into the Hall of Light, kill Yi Shitian, and eliminate all obstacles. At the edge, a white phoenix god general rose, clasped his fists, and said, I have reached 6 layers of heaven in the Emperor's Zun state, my golden body is on the 3rd level. I intended to seize the heavenly court, but I did not expect Yi Shitian to emerge, forcing my subordinate to destroy him. He muttered, originally, the demon emperor had established the 4 royal court structure, and the king could intervene. I also wanted to destroy the Destiny Demon King and become the new Demon King. But now that Yi Shitian has emerged, I will kill him first. 2 generals, don't worry. If I let the emissary go, I will personally deal with this human who does not understand the height of heaven and earth. The Baijian Demon King, with a look of disdain, smiled and said, this human will inevitably attack our Baijian royal court. That will make it easier for us to kill Yi Shitian and reorganize the new Guangming Palace. He glanced at the sky and said, the demon emperor should still be secluded. If something like this occurs, we can kill Yi Shitian directly, claim a new royal court, and report to the demon emperor. Fortunately, the old demon emperor remains secluded. Otherwise, the demon emperor would personally intervene to kill Yi Shitian, appoint someone else to take over the Tianming royal court, and foil our plan. Now, with the demon emperor absent, killing Yi Shitian and taking over the Tianming royal court is equivalent to controlling the forces of 2 royal courts. The Blood Spirit clan once issued orders, though the 4 royal courts were under the Wanyao Heaven Court and the demon emperor, they must not unite. They feared collusion between the courts, which would strengthen them and risk civil war. The demon emperor was poor at management and scheduling. Now, the Baijian demon king wanted to snatch the tiger's food. But he did not expect that his plan had not yet succeeded. Yi Chen had already killed the king of the heavenly demon and became the new controller. It was a sheer accident. Yi Chen's action of snatching the tiger's food, how could the Baijian demon king allow it? He deliberately destroyed the Fengyan emissary to lure Yi Chen, hoping to kill him. News! Lord Wang, led by Yi Shitian, a strong man from the Palace of Light, has entered our royal court and is advancing toward the hall. Chapter 1164. Is it necessary to send out the Baijian demon army? A divine messenger rushed in to report, already ready to mobilize, Xianghe and Yi Shitian clashing in combat. Palace of Light? The original Destiny Army, renamed? Forget it, I'll rename it again anyway. I'll call it my Baijian Demon Army. A general sneered and said, Lord, allow me to kill Yi Shitian. Don't worry. Let Yishur Tian lead the army in, and let everyone watch. The Baijan demon king ate the fruit and smiled. In this way, the two gods and generals, one by one, can kill Yi Jingtian at will, so that he can ascend the throne and become the new king. He stared at the approaching youth and sneered inwardly. Yishur Tian. You hurry to your death. Moreover, you take the initiative to attack our Baijan Wangting, giving us a reason to fight. I will kill you, my god will be on top, but the demon emperor is still there, better explanation needed. Beyond the palace. Yi Chen stopped, eyes blazing. He pointed his sword at Baijan Wangting and shouted, Baijan Demon King, it depends on the master to beat a dog. I gave you a chance. Now, roll out and die. His voice, filled with supreme authority, spread across the land, even causing many monsters' ears to bleed. How dare you threaten me? Yishur Tian, you have come to die. The Baijan Demon King led his generals into the air, glaring at Yi Chen. You are not qualified to oppose the king. I have left and right deputy generals under my command. Defeat them first, then you may face the king. If you fail, sorry, your life will be the price. At the same time, I will become the new king. How? Accept the challenge, and fight. Defeat the two gods under me, and you are qualified to fight the king. Refuse, and the royal court will kill you. Accept, but if you lose, you die. My god will take over the royal court. The Baijan Demon King calculated meticulously. Even if Yi Chen were killed, he had to figure out how to report to the Demon Emperor and explain to the Blood Spirit clan. He wanted to manipulate the situation to avoid the Demon Emperor discovering any mistakes. Of course, if the Baijan Demon King killed the Fengyan emissary and Yi Chen sought revenge, it would be hard to justify. If Yi Chen died, explaining it to the Demon Emperor would be impossible. His calculations were extremely shrewd. Challenge? Defeat? New king? Yi Chen sneered, looking down at the two great generals ahead. You trash, dare to challenge me? He pointed at the Baijan Demon King with his sword, smiling. You old beast, I don't need to use my trump cards to beat you. But your two mole ants come to fight me. What are you thinking? Demon King of 100 battles. I, Yishur Tian, also gamble with you. Dare you? I accept the challenge of your generals, even your challenge. I will kill you one by one, and after that, everything in the court of 100 battles will belong to me. He paused, smiling. If I fail, the Palace of Light belongs to you. How about that? Seriously? The Baijan Demon King's eyes darkened, his mottled face twisting into a sinister grin. If this gamble worked and he killed Yi Chen, it would be entirely justified. The Demon King had to act decisively without a trace of hesitation. Nature takes it seriously. Because you three are weak. Besides, the Hall of Light will not belong to you. You are here to die. Yi Chen gripped his sword, sword chi shaking the sky. He tore the array before him and shouted, Hall of Light, stand back. Yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. The Fengyan emissaries, celestial gods, and all monsters and beasts retreated, ready to watch the war and witness their king and lord dominate all four directions. Arrogant. Yishur Tian, this god will take your dog's life today. The gods around the Baijan Demon King leapt into the air, clusters of divine flowers forming at his feet. They solidified into a radiant flower bridge, climbing into the sky. On it, a figure gripped a double-edged sword, exuding calm yet deadly aura. The sword split the air, cutting everything, radiating golden chi and blood, sneering, one sword is enough to kill you. Just a human. I don't know how many you've killed in thousands of years. And you? A human under 100 years old? Do you think killing the King of Destiny demon and stepping into the dominating body period is enough to fight me? Ridiculous. A joke. This battle is nearly over. Yes, see how Yishur Tian does not dodge. This must be the space sealed by the chi and blood power of the spirit general. He can't move. The two generals of Baijian royal court, both 5 layers of heaven, exchanged disdainful looks. Their expressions pleased the Baijian demon army. Whoa! The spirit general wielded his sword with infinite power, as if cleaving the sky itself, aiming straight for Yi Chen's head. The sword contained at least the endless power of qi and blood. Even an emperor stage 6 layers of heaven human could not resist. Yet Yi Chen, 3rd stage of the dominating period, had no weak qi or blood. See this. Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. His pupils radiated arrogant light, piercing through the 9th heaven. He suddenly raised his right hand, his clothes tore, revealing blood-covered limbs. His qi and blood burst outward, slicing the air like a rising star, radiating blinding brilliance. Bang! A violent explosion erupted. The sword was firmly blocked by Yi Chen's right hand. A shockwave radiated, destroying trees kilometers around and sending all gods and generals staggering back. It was like 2 ultimate weapons colliding, shaking the space and stirring dust. I even welcome fairies with my bare hands. Moreover, you garbage artifact. Broken. Yi Chen whispered. 5 fingers grasped the sword, the force erupting and pulling upward, countering the sword's momentum. Only a crisp breaking sound echoed, fragments scattered around. Spirit long sword. Broken. Broken by Yi Chen's hands. He threw half the sword tip with a backhand, unleashing a burst of power. The sword tip flew like a meteor, leaving a fiery trail and striking the magic general. At this moment, he looked like an evil spirit from hell. Chapter 1165. No! Golden body, show! Lingyun roared several times, but was struck by the tip of the sword, causing an extreme explosion. Its body collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If it had not stepped into the bully body, it would have been pierced by the sword tip. Of course, cracks appeared in its body. If it were hit again, the golden body would be broken. No way. You and I are both in the dominating period. Your basic qi and blood are not as high as mine. How can you break my long sword? The spirit general, weak to the extreme, collapsed on the ground, surrounded by golden power, attempting to repair its body. It stared at Yi Chen and demanded, "Answer me, why? My emperor respects the 6 layers of heaven. My basic blood and qi are higher than yours. Why did I fail when we are on the same level?" It was a devastating defeat. Because I am Yi Jingtian. Your skill is too weak. You cannot break through when facing a battle, and your weapons are too limited. Yi Chen wore the celestial sword at his waist, increasing his strength by 30%. The qi and blood power he unleashed moments ago was far superior to that of the spirit general. Coupled with his many powerful skills, how could his power be inferior to a spirit general in the emperor's rank? Old dragon of 100 battles. I will take the lives of your gods and generals. Yi Chen stood on the earth but gave the impression of standing between heaven and earth. His eyes resembled endless stars and seas, separated from demons. No one could approach him, and no one could compare. This feeling surpassed even the God-ordered Demon King and the Baijian Demon King. Terrifying and powerful. The so-called strongest. Yi Chen's spirit was like a mountain, moving like thunder. When calm, he was like a fairy. Once a battle began, he became the god of war, an angel and devil combined. He waved his right hand, unleashing golden qi and blood, an endless pressure covering everything, as if to destroy the world. No! No, Demon King, help me! I don't want to die. Lingyun wailed desperately, only to see its body split. The just repaired position burst open, the lower half became gold fragments. The golden body was half destroyed, requiring 100 years to recover. Lord Yi! It's almost enough, my god general. You cannot kill it yet. The Baijian Demon King leisurely spoke, spreading his 5 fingers, condensing a palm print. It met Yi Chen's attack with immense pressure. Boom! The two forces clashed repeatedly, shaking the world. The small world opened by the strong in the harmony of Taoism was unstable. It was normal for it to tremble under extreme forces. If Yi Chen's great power could exceed the Emperor's realm, it was no surprise the training area was damaged. Bang! Yi Chen's hand erupted with golden qi and blood. The spirit general was crushed into golden powder. A god general, a third-order demon plant in the dominating body period, officially fell at Yi Chen's hands. Not even 3 moves. The second move, or Baijian Demon King blocking, or the second attack alone, would have been enough to destroy the spirit general's body and soul. Hoo. Yi Chen withdrew his pressure, breathing steadily, cold eyes fixed on the Baijian Demon King. The Baijian Demon King was silent, eyes deepening like 2 dark caves full of killing intent. However, the gods behind him were not angry. Lord, let's kill Yi Tian. So the king shall kill Tian Yi fiercely. Lord Wang, avenge the spirit general. The 3 or 4 layers of heaven under Emperor Honor clamored. They had not yet encountered someone at the hegemony period or late Emperor Zun level. They could not comprehend Yi Chen's strength, believing their king alone could kill him. The White Phoenix God General swallowed hard and whispered, "How strong? What is Yi Tian's origin? When did Kunlun Su produce such a genius?" He glanced at the Baijian Demon King, thinking, with this old guy's character, I won't be able to intervene. Fortunately, 300 years ago, when the Shuling clan elders came to Kunlun to inspect our training grounds, they deemed my talent and combat power sufficient and provided treasures. They were enough to kill Yi Tian, though originally intended for the Demon Emperor. Now, they were just convenient. Come out. White Phoenix God General. Yi Chen smiled, Phoenix Pulse, Kunlun Virtual Extinction, didn't expect you still exist here. Your blood isn't pure, unfortunately. He stroked Xiao Huang in his arms, my Xiao Huang has eaten much monster meat but never phoenix meat. I'll kill you later. I won't smash you to pieces, I'll keep your blood essence to refine my body. As for your body, I'll barbecue it. The taste should be quite good. Barbecue? Both sides were shocked. Was Yi Tian courting death? Yi Chen. If you dare to eat me, you are bold. The White Phoenix God General did not retreat. He condensed a virtual shadow, and a snow-white phoenix sword, exuding a terrifying aura, transforming into a 9th-grade spirit weapon. Its claws grasped a sword in the sky, which fell with Phoenix Nirvana fire, like stars crashing into the world. White flames burned the sky, raining down. The rear warriors of the Hall of Light struggled to breathe, burning all over. They dared not face the sword directly. Astronomy God shouted, Lord, be careful. This is Phoenix fire, the temperature is extreme and can incinerate anything under immortal tools. You must be cautious. Just a little flame. How dare you? Yi Chen stared at the flames, then clapped his hands. Golden lightning erupted from his palm, spreading in all directions, forming a golden thunder net, completely enveloping the flames and sword spirit. He moved like lightning, and in an instant reached the White Phoenix God General. He clapped his left hand, releasing infinite power like a colossal stone, striking the phoenix. Bang! The 9th-grade spirit weapon in the phoenix's claws was shaken out. After landing, it took human-like form, showing a golden overlord, blood spilling from its mouth. Golden chi and blood flowed to begin repairing the White Phoenix God General. Its body was stronger than the spirit, but Yi Chen's palm inflicted severe damage, without losing combat power. He produced a blood-colored light ball and roared, Yi killed heaven, die. Chapter 1166. Yi Tian, you force me to use my cards. Well, I'm going to kill you until you burst. Otherwise, it won't be enough to resolve the hatred of the gods. In an instant, the White Phoenix God General crushed the light in its hand. A surge of powerful chi and blood poured into its body, instantly curing internal injuries. Its entire body turned red gold, temporarily reaching the 4th level of the super body period, the whole body bones glowing red gold. Yi Tian. You must die. It flew out like a phoenix reborn from fire, unleashing the force of nearly 6 million jin of chi and blood. Heaven and earth trembled, thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and divine power surged, making countless monsters shiver in fear. Its claw struck suddenly, erupting with dazzling brilliance, like fireworks blooming in the sky, gorgeous, eye-catching, and infused with the breath of death. The claw transformed into a magic sword, piercing through layers of the void, aiming to kill Yi Chen. Looking for death. 10,000 Buddhas Vajra fist. Yi Chen murmured. A cloud of radiant Buddha light spread across the world, then erupted. Like a manifestation of a holy Buddha in the night sky, endless Buddhist texts flew around his fist, forming the image of a giant Buddha. Simultaneously, he mobilized Kendo, doubling his fighting power. The force of fury burst forth. Far beyond the power of the White Phoenix. Boom! Boom! The giant Buddha smashed against the sword inch by inch, fist power overlapping layer by layer. Bang! With another explosive sound, Yi Chen's fist struck the White Phoenix's chest, severing the blood flow from the blood spirit family and shocking the White Phoenix's golden body. Bang! The White Phoenix's red-gold left claw shattered. No blood spilled, but countless golden fragments scattered like a rain curtain. Bang! Its right paw shattered into gold crystals. Bang! Right foot shattered. Bang! Left foot shattered. Now, the White Phoenix's limbs were completely destroyed. Yi Chen had directly disabled the White Phoenix. He grabbed its head and slammed it to the ground like a demon, tearing off the head, extracting the essence, and storing it in a special vessel. This time, I not only have phoenix blood, but also phoenix meat to eat. Xiao Huang laughed and waved her claws. Her red and blue pupils glowed with mysterious light. She unleashed ancient force to destroy the golden bully body within Beifeng Huang, reducing it from the dominating stage to the bone-setting stage. The flesh was no longer golden, ready to be eaten. Yi Chen extracted the phoenix's true blood, threw the body to the ground, raised its head, and looked at the Baijian Demon King meaningfully. Now, how about it? You still want to kill me? He secretly took several pills to recover his wounds. Breaking out twice moments ago and killing 2 generals of Baijian Wangting had cost him much energy. He examined the White Phoenix God General, thinking, the Blood Spirit family is truly omnipresent. It not only controls the Upper Demon Emperor and the 4 Demon Kings in the land of refining body, but also has potential to cultivate Demon Kings of demon beasts and demon plants. This method ensures that even if the Demon Emperor or Demon Kings disobey, the previously controlled demon beasts remain under its influence. The means of the Blood Spirit clan are truly extraordinary. The White Phoenix alone. Although the Blood Spirit clan's treasures do not include a single immortal tool, its lifespan, chi, and blood are sufficient to allow 100 phoenixes to reach the 4th and 5th levels of the dominating body period. Even without doubling combat power, it far surpasses Kunlun's 9th heaven in Emperor Zun's state. Based on Yi Chen's understanding of Hanyun's physical body is at most the first stage of the hegemony period. The strongest Kunlun virtual bodies aside from their own are Hanyun and the Huang family ancestors. Although not many areas are available for body cultivation, the top-level combat power rivals that of Hanyun, other sects, and family ancestors. Yi Shitian. You're very good at fighting. I have to admit, you're a true genius. The Baijian Demon King suddenly smiled. I remember last month, the Huang family ancestor was searching for a man named Yi Shitian, who slaughtered most of the young talents of the Huang family. He never found this man, thinking he had escaped into the body cultivation grounds. So, like a mirror, this king wanted to see many of his descendants. But your deeds today are exactly the same as the Huang family. You are the one who killed the Bloodling people with your blood and soul. Yi Shitian. Is it really the same person, or just a coincidence? At that moment, the Baijian Demon King's eyes sharpened, as if he could see straight through Yi Chen. Although your realm is in the Daoyuan realm, your combat power rivals the Emperor Zun realm. There's also a 30% strength boost and a 10% healing increase from the Celestial Sword. Your immortal tool should come from that Destiny idiot. Initially, the Huang family ancestor ordered me to find Yi Shitian, who was in the Daoyuan realm, in the bone-setting period. It seems he also killed over 100 talents of the Huang family in Daoanjing and Zhuangjing. even taking their exceptional Huang Zhantian and Huang Wugun as his own. He suddenly stood, gazed at Yi Chen, and asked, "What kind of power allowed you to improve so much in a month or two? Your combat power has nearly increased tenfold. But sometimes, I feel your fighting power fluctuates oddly. The Huang family ancestor said you killed the blood spirit people in the 7 layers of the Emperor Zun Kingdom, between the virtual king environment and Dao source environment. Yet, according to the remains in the blood spirit secret place, when you defeated Huang Zhantian and Huang Wugun, your battle power was only at 1 layer of the Emperor Zun territory. So I guess someone behind you must have a long history. What kind of outland power did you acquire? Maybe we can discuss it." The Baijian Demon King ignored all demons. He took a bone cup, poured refined human blood wine, and as he was about to drink, he paused with a smile. He handed a cup to the god generals around him. "Give it to Lord Yi." "Lord, this?" "Lord, he killed the spirit general." "Lord, please avenge our White Phoenix clan." Many gods and generals begged for revenge. Most of these generals were only in the 1st or 2nd heaven of the emperor's rank and did not understand the meaning behind the Baijian Demon King's actions. According to the king, the Huang ancestor ordered Yi Shitian's death. The king intended to kill him. Moreover, Yi Shitian killed the Shuling people, shocking the demons of Guangming Palace and Baijian King's court. They wanted to kill Yi Shitian and offer his head to the Shuling ancestors for merit. Who dares to speak half a word? I will kill it. The Baijian Demon King snorted coldly. Qi and blood erupted, shocking many gods and forcing them to spurt blood backward. Chapter 1167. This. King Ah. Many gods bowed their heads, no longer daring to speak. A god respectfully took the bone cup and flew forward, presenting it to Yi Chen. "Lord Yi Jian, please." Bang! Yi Chen smashed the general with a single fist, blood surging violently throughout his body. This wine was brewed from human blood. This bone cup was made from the skulls of the ancestors of the human race's emperors. How could Yi Chen drink it? There was a demon king before me. I thought it was over. Now. I didn't expect the Baijian Demon King to be the same. This is provocation. Extreme provocation. Yi Chen's heart blazed with burning anger. No harm if you don't drink human blood wine. But I have something to discuss with you, said the Baijian Demon King, unafraid and calm, smiling. The Demon Emperor is gone. I am respected in the place of body refining. You and I can talk without worry. Just now, the king didn't inform the Huang family ancestor, but secretly sent someone to check on you. He released a spirit pigeon and smiled. The message transmission of the Mo family, their ability to handle affairs, is indeed fast. The Baijian Demon King looked at Yi Chen and said, "You are a mysterious man with strong cultivation. You are young, and your strength has improved dramatically." Yi Chen, who once stirred all the great sects of Kunlun at Qianjua Square, is still your younger martial brother. Your strength has advanced so quickly. I suspect a powerful force is behind this. Could this force come from Kunlun Su? There must be high-level martial supporters aiding you. In fact, I don't care much about the Blood Spirit clan. If you are interested, I can help you kill the Demon Emperor, the ancient Demon King of Kun, and the Demon King of Lianyuan. You are the main force in body refining. I will help you. But as a condition, you must let me join you. Your brother, you are on the path of reviving Kunlun Su and fighting the Blood Spirit clan. He waved his claws at will, grabbed a monster in the distance, and smiled. I heard that the Blood Spirit clan's territory is unstable. They face crises equal to yours. You must be someone supported by high-level military forces, otherwise, your rapid rise is impossible. I also want to join you. After all, I don't like the hierarchy of the Blood Spirit clan. There is too little room for me to advance there. Perhaps when I reach your high level of martial arts, I can achieve greatness in war and be promoted to the divine realm. After speaking this much, the Baijian Demon King finally revealed his intent. It wanted to betray the Blood Spirit clan and help Yi Chen obtain more cultivation resources and elevate its own status. It was unwilling to remain a minor demon king in a small world, it wanted to be the overlord. There was no doubt that Yi Chen was the catalyst for this plan. As long as it joined Yi Chen, it could make a giant leap up the ladder. These words shocked all the monsters present. No one expected that the Baijian Demon King would dare openly betray the Blood Spirit clan. It seemed that some memes or cards were supporting its actions. Otherwise, if Yi Chen refused, it would not seek its own death, because the Blood Spirit clan would come to Kunlun in a year. You said that. I am a little excited. But cooperation, you are qualified and powerful, but I can't trust you. I'm not looking for a bastard who desecrates the remains of my ancestors as a partner. Yi Chen's murderous spirit erupted. He glared at the Baijian Demon King and said coldly, I have the support of foreign strong forces, but you are not a partner. I don't need to cooperate with you. I'll give you a chance. If you beat me, we can consider it. If I am defeated, I will pluck your skin and roast your meat. Make a dragon feast. Yi Chen had already secured many collaborators, Han Yun, Blood Nightgate, and others, but only under conditions that did not compromise his principles. As for the Baijian Demon King, such a bloodthirsty and inhumane being held no appeal. He only sought to kill it. How about your battle prowess? With your strength, among the younger generation, you are extraordinary. But this is limited to Kunlun Su. I won't destroy your foundation, so that you may still break through the 9 layers of heaven in the future. The Baijian Demon King's words were plain, yet full of superiority. With its dominating body period and the blood of Canglong, its power surpassed all monsters. Since ancient times, dragons were divided into 3, 6, 9. It had the most inferior dragon blood, but it was still Dragon Hoi. Its power exceeded all monsters and humans. If it used immortal tools to break out further, it could challenge top-level Emperor Zun's state powers, even in spirit state. Training to the utmost, one could understand the vastness of the small world. It had always thought Emperor Zun was humanity's peak. But the power of the Blood Spirit clan proved it was only the beginning of reverence to the White Emperor. Daoyuan Realm, Dizuan Realm, Shenhuang Realm, Hunyuan Realm, Hadao Realm, Kaihua Realm, and so on. It had the absolute right to challenge anyone in this body-refining world. No matter the other 3 demon kings, even if united, they were no match. 2,000 years ago, if not for the intervention of the Blood Spirit clan, today the Demon Emperor's position would be its own. Therefore, it bore no anger toward the Blood Spirit clan's actions and intended to help Yi Chen, while clarifying its stance. You are the source of this territory. Your combat power approaches the middle and later stages of the Emperor Zun realm. Not only that, you are still refining your body and stepping into the super body period. Count yourself as Emperor Realm. The Baijian Demon King, sitting on its throne, continued slowly, do you know the level and status of the Blood Spirit people who come to Kunlun Su every 100 years? Seeing Yi Chen's doubt, it explained, 100 years ago, 7 came, 3 emperors reached the peak, and 4.5 entered the divine realm. They were preparing to merge immortal tools. Souls transformed, flesh still evolving. And every 300 years, it's a different batch. These people are very young. Compared to our low-level warriors, they are like young family members sent to gain experience. The leaders of the Blood Spirit clan send teenagers and 20-year-olds to Kunlun Su to kill recklessly, to temper themselves and understand killing. Only the young generation can surpass Kunlun Su's strongest and become powerful. What do you make of this? I know your progress. Maybe a year from now, you will reach the Emperor Zun realm. You can endure death as well as the early stages of entering the God realm. Chapter 1168. But even if you are qualified to fight against the God state, what about the rest of the strong Blood Spirit clan? Do you think Han Yun and the others can stop them? If you are halfway into the divine realm, you can wield immortal tools. Even if there are 7 or 8 emperors and 9 layers in one place, it will still be difficult to oppose them. The king of Baijian Demon paused for a moment and said, if you agree, I can help you block 1.5 into the divine realm. The condition is that after you succeed, I want a second-grade immortal tool. In other words, I want to see the people behind you provide resources to improve my strength. I want to be promoted to the second level of the divine realm. That is what I can do for you. If, before the war, you can give me a third-grade immortal tool, I can consider helping you block a blood spirit clan member in the god state. After that, we will be allies. How? Yes or no? The Baijian Demon King, regardless of Yi Chen's previous attitude, continued to speak. Much of what he said was true. Han Yun is currently the strongest in Kunlun Su and can block at most 1.5 into the divine realm. The ancestors of other top sects had tried their best to block 1.5 into the divine realm without immortal tools. So many strong members of the Blood Spirit clan required Yi Chen to resist them. What could he do? A young man in his 20s, no matter how talented, would have only one path to survive against the Blood Spirit clan. And the Baijian Demon King had the foundation to judge this, because of his dragon blood and body. Therefore, he could accurately detect Yi Chen's weakness and strike at it. Although it seemed to give Yi Chen a choice, it was effectively an order. That's not unreasonable. Why don't you tell me the details about these people carefully, and I'll think about it again. Yi Chen remained unmoving like a mountain, absorbing as much information as possible from the Baijian Demon King. He had never intended to let the Baijian Demon King go easily. Even if he didn't have to pay much, he would never truly agree to cooperate. Such a man, drinking human blood wine, making bone cups from human skulls, there were only two choices. First, Yi Chen could kill him directly. Second, Yi Chen could accept him, which would be equivalent to the Huang family and other sections. They were all traitors in a sense, but they had the power to resist the Blood Spirit clan. When the war ended, they might survive. If they survived, they would have contributed greatly to Kunlun in the war. If not, at least they would die loyal to Kunlun, or take as many enemies with them as possible. The Baijian Demon King heard Yi Chen's words. A faint smile appeared on his lips, as if he controlled everything. In his eyes, the young human's choice was the most correct one. He who understands current affairs is a hero. But the monsters in the Palace of Light and even the King of Baijian were confused, their eyes full of unspeakable meaning. Just now, it seemed as if they were ready to act. And now, unexpectedly, the two sides were merely talking. Cooperation. Yi Shi Tian. Do you know what Zhongwu Plain and Gaowu Plain are? What is the low-level plane? The King of Baijian Demon looked at Yi Chen with growing excitement, unaware that he had already fallen into Yi Chen's plan. Although Yi Chen's training time was not long, he had experienced countless battles and calculations. He knew that letting the Baijian Demon King speak freely would reveal all the information, allowing Yi Chen to seize and seal it at the right moment. Even if this seal was not perfect, Yi Chen did not intend to cultivate the Baijian Demon King for long. At most, he wanted to stop the half-step into the divine realm when the Blood Spirit clan arrived. It did not matter if the demon died after exterminating the Blood Spirit clan. There was no need to close the heart as many Kunlun sects would. Moreover, the demon clan was a demon clan. Few humans, rich in emotions, could achieve this goal. I don't know. King of Baijian Demon, tell me about it. Yi Chen said calmly. Planes, races, and civilizations, in fact, they are just living stars in the endless sky. The King of Baijian Demon recalled his contact with the Blood Spirit clan and many strong men in Kunlun Su and began to explain. Anywhere. It depends on whether there is aura, whether there are Taoist beings, whether they practice martial arts, and so on. Kunlun Void is located at the border of China and is one of the few places of cultivation on Earth. You seem to have touched the threshold of Kunlun Su's martial arts. But it is only the beginning. Kunlun Void is just a low-level plane. Even if your talent and cultivation are high, it is extremely insignificant compared to the Blood Spirit clan. In their eyes, we are all rubbish. All ants. The highest level of martial arts, such as those of the Blood Spirit clan, has almost no comparison to the Emperor's realm. After the Emperor's reverence, there are stages such as entering the Divine Realm, the Divine King's Realm, the Hunyuan Realm, the Harmonious Tao Realm, and the Creation Realm. As high as cultivation can go, there once existed a star body state. I don't know how much higher it is than the Hadao realm. I only know that the person controlling our fate seems to belong to one of the Shuling family clans. I had a good conversation with the outer disciples of this clan 1,000 years ago. The king of Baijian Demon knew the Blood Spirit clan was powerful. He dared to betray them, but he was ready to act. He hoped that through rebellion, he could gain Yi Chen's benefits and step into the divine realm and even the god realm as quickly as possible. Such boldness was not easy to achieve. This discussion was far from over. Many gods and generals below were already shocked beyond words. They had not expected the Zhongwu Plain to be so much stronger than Kunlun Su or themselves. Not to mention the Gaowu Plain. The number of demon clans in the place of refining body, the source of Tao, the realm of reverence, was small, never exceeding 2,000. The level of Zhongwu was extreme. Ordinary people all had Taoist cultivation. The fundamental gap between them and Kunlun Su was not 1 or 2 levels, it was vast. Yi Chen smacked his tongue secretly. Now he understood why the 6 people in the Blood Spirit clan's secret realm said the Emperor Zun's state was the weakest cultivation in the Blood Spirit clan. Add the Gaowu Plain. The starting point of talent there was far higher. Kunlun Su people's lives were still bound to the Emperor realm. Shuling people were born directly at the end of Kunlun Su. No wonder so many sect leaders and elders dared not act recklessly. But what about Yi Chen? He had the reincarnation cemetery. He had infinite potential. It would take him only a few years to reach the Hadao state and formally fight the Blood Spirit clan. He would suppress Kunlun Su's Shuling family, one of several subordinate families, and then use them as a stepping stone. Until he destroyed the entire Blood Spirit clan. Chapter 1169. The Baijian Demon King was truly worthy of being an ancient, fossil-level demon king. Talking with him provided immense benefit. At least, few people currently knew this knowledge. With this knowledge, dealing with the Blood Spirit clan in the future would be much easier. Demon King of 100 Battles. This clan, belonging to the Blood Spirit clan, is responsible for controlling my Kunlun Su forces? Yi Chen asked because he could not learn this from Han Yun. Han Yun did not participate in the battle at that time. He left the Blood Spirit people to clean up after he returned. How could he know? As for the Blood 7 Knights, their minds were unstable, their memories fragmented. It was hard to question them. Forcing them to recall might make them lose their divinity. He asked, "What is the name of this clan? What are the specific origins of the 7 young people who come every 100 years? I heard that one of the most powerful members of the Blood Spirit clan was domineering and never allowed his subordinates to show any signs of rebellion." This was perfect. Yi Chen learned about the Blood Spirit clan from their own mouths during the Blood 7 Nights. He also wanted to know what kind of powerful existence suppressed the Blood 7 Nights. Only by understanding this powerful being could he rescue the real bodies of the Blood 7 Knights and Mo Ninger. Do you think it was the most powerful one who led the first battle against Kunlun? The most powerful one is not the one guarding the lineage of the Shuling family, but a member of several great families. It is said he is the peak of the realm of fortune. The king of Baijian Demon sighed. In those years, he also took the initiative to attack Kunlun Su and elevated Kunlun Su from the middle level of martial arts to be the strongest in the low-level plane. There seems to be the words, Blood Devil, in the taboo of his name. When I asked the disciple of the Blood Spirit sect about the ancient war, he only said, Lord Blood Devil. I see. Yi Chen realized he had a long way to go to rescue the masters. At least, he could not rescue them if he didn't reach the level of harmony. However, with his growing strength, he learned more and more about the Blood Spirit clan. As for the realm of creation and Xingqiao, he could not know. Were they the next 2 realms above the realm of harmony, or far beyond it? He feared he would only discover the truth after defeating the strong who stepped into Kunlun next time. As for the 7 who came 100 years ago, the Blood Sword sect, which comes from the Blood Spirit clan, is the lowest level of the outer disciples. It is not surprising that a year later, the people arriving in Kunlun Su might still be the same ones who came 100 years ago. Baijian Demon King said with a smile, Brother Yi, I've shared almost all the news. It's time to talk about yourself. How much support do you have behind you? How can I reach that plane? Or, Brother Yi, did you personally send me there? About Xianqi. What are you going to do? He said with a smile. Give me a Pincian tool, and I can block 1.5 into the divine realm for you. Give me a second-grade immortal tool, and I can help block 2.5 blood spirit people from entering the divine realm. Yi Chen moved and smiled. What immortal instrument? What plane? What support? Just now, I only wanted to know the news. As for your help, I have a better way: suppress you, force you to go. Are you going or not? You can't avoid it. Yi Chen's golden body erupted. Qi and blood shot into the sky like 100 volcanic eruptions, causing the ground to shake violently. Unknown monsters thought the place of refining body itself was breaking apart. Yi Chen's qi and blood carried a destructive aura, shaking the souls of many gods. He extended his hand slightly. Accompanied by a sword, a flash of sword light appeared, and the killing immortal sword manifested in his grip. A fine, powerful sword that could surge across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. The sword spirit and tool spirit of the killing immortal sword had become sentient, with their own consciousness. With Jianling's active cooperation, Yi Chen's combat power was greatly enhanced. I really think the king fears you. Since you lack sincerity and break the rules, the Demon King will kill you alive. The king of heavenly destiny demon grew angry. His body transformed. A 1,000-foot-long black dragon appeared in the sky. Its immense body gleamed with red gold. From bones to bone marrow, meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs, all were transformed into gold. The vigorous power of golden qi and blood covered the sky like a vast ocean. Even without entering the spirit state, it could face a half-step divine realm expert alone. This was his palm. More importantly, his body had reached an incomparable level of terror. Long live the Demon King! Long live! The Demon King is invincible. Kill Yi Shitian! Kill Yi Shitian! Many generals in the Baijian royal court were already excited. Just now, they thought the king and Yi Shitian had been conversing amicably. They hadn't expected him to turn fierce and reach his peak state. They all expected the Baijian Demon King to obliterate Yi Shitian. On the other side, the situation was different. Our king, it seems we are not as powerful as the Baijian Demon King. The astronomy god and phoenix god sighed simultaneously. The difference in aura seemed to indicate Yi Chen would be defeated. Would this new Guangming court collapse on the spot? As they pondered, a voice of anger resounded across the sky. Yi Shitian! You will pay a price for playing with the king. If you do not obey the rules, you must pay a price. The king of Baijian Demon dived down. Smoke and dust rose. He immediately attacked Yi Chen. His dragon claws could pierce anything at will. A bolt of thunder and lightning accompanied him, aiming to kill Yi Chen instantly. He swung his massive body. The dragon's tail set off a raging air wave, directly striking Yi Chen. He intended to give Yi Chen a chance. But he hadn't expected it. Yi Chen not only refused. How could he tolerate a black hand aimed at him? Yi Chen had to be killed on the spot. If he couldn't be killed outright, the person hiding behind him should be forced out. This kind of unruly youth was courting death. Crackling. Endless airwaves tore at Yi Chen like blades. His clothes were completely shredded. Yi Chen was certainly strong, but even he felt palpitations facing the violent assault of the Baijian Demon King. He realized the king was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The gap between them was immense. Bang! With a strike, Yi Chen's body fell like a meteor into the pit. However, the killing immortal sword in his hand awakened its sword spirit. It slashed the dragon tail of the Demon King of 100 battles, spattering fire stars and cutting off patches of red and gold dragon scales. Even so, Yi Chen remained undeterred. Chapter 1170. Yi Chen struggled to stand, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his cold eyes locked on the Dragon King of Baijian. I don't believe it. I can't be killed. No matter how strong you are, today, either you are sealed, or my Yichen falls. Yi Chen's eyes burned red. The stronger the enemy, the stronger he became. From Huaxia to Kunlun Su, every time he faced a formidable foe, he grew stronger. At this moment, Yi Chen erupted with all his strength. With a strike of his dragon whip, he detonated numerous array junctions before the attack even landed, moving so fast it was imperceptible to the naked eye. Kill, immortal sword. Give me strength. Don't destroy the sword. The way of killing, turn the world around and empower me. With Yi Chen's hysterical roar, his entire body was filled with a terrifying evil qi. It seemed like a shadow was standing behind him, a shadow from hell. This was Yi Chen's true path, the way of killing. That empty shadow was the killing intent in Yi Chen's heart. Feeling the violent power surging through him, Yi Chen no longer hesitated. He made a fist, layering the seal of Dao Dao boxing, like the continuous waves of the sea, and struck out. Bang! A violent explosion rang out, making all the monster's ears ring. The ground shattered, golden dragon blood sprayed everywhere, the Dragon King's tail blurred, and a blood skeleton appeared at the center. Who could have imagined that the dragon tail of the mighty Baijian Demon King had been injured by Yi Chen? Fierce pain immediately altered the Baijian Dragon King's expression. Boy! You dare to explode and die! The king of Baijian Demon roared in fury, qi and blood covering his body and converging on his tail. He aimed to crush Yi Chen with the dragon tail, moving as fast as a meteor swarm. Bang! Another burst erupted, and a shadow fled from it. It was Yi Chen. But now, Yi Chen was severely injured, blood covering his body. He had underestimated the Dragon King. Although the sword of Shuling clan was powerful, it was not yet fully suited to Yi Chen. At least for now, Yi Chen was not yet accustomed to it. It would be better to combine the dragon-slaying Sky Sword and Star Sword. Poof! Yi Chen spat several mouthfuls of blood, gravely injured. If his golden body was broken again, he would die. He assessed the king of Baijian Demon, communicated through consciousness, and accessed the reincarnation cemetery. Are you not done yet? The reason Yi Chen dared to challenge the strongest in the place of body refining within the source of Tao was the great power of the reincarnation cemetery. He did not want to rely solely on its power. But so far, this was Yi Chen's most serious injury. His body was almost destroyed. Fortunately, he had entered the dominating body stage. If he had still been in the bone-setting stage, he would have been killed by the king of Baijian Demon. At the bone-setting stage, the human body has no true physical resilience. Bone degeneration and marrow enhancement are all it has. Once flesh and blood are smashed, one is essentially half dead except for the soul. If the soul is wiped out, it is total death. The super sports period, however, was different. In the dominating body stage, humans or monsters are incredibly resilient. Even if flesh and blood are blasted, they can regenerate over decades, effectively granting another life. Of course, if even the golden body is shattered and the soul destroyed, it is still death. This is over, it's over. The king is ruined. The astronomy god grieved, staring at the golden skeleton flashing in the sky. His own king had been injured. If the Baijian Demon King attacked again, it would be complete devastation. The generals of the Baijian royal court cheered, shouting, "Kill Yi Shitian! Kill Yi Shitian! Long live the king! Kill Yi Shitian and avenge the two elders!" In Baijian Wangting's eyes, all was settled. Meanwhile, in the reincarnation cemetery, the Blood Seven Knights sighed, gazing at a figure. "Nya Baijian, let's go. Mo Ninger and I are no longer strong enough to support Yi Chen against this monster. Even if all our power were transferred to Yi Chen, he could only defeat the Black Dragon. Our minds would dissipate, yet there are still things we have not passed on to him." The Blood Seven Knights appeared briefly, helping Yi Chen directly with limited power. Once their energy was consumed, their consciousness would dissipate. But before doing so, since Yi Chen was recognized as their disciple, they would hand over everything they could, giving him even greater strength. At present, Nya Baijian was the most suitable existence to do this. Ah, this boy, he's a real troublemaker. Very well, I will give him some strength. Nya Baijian looked at the blood 7 knights and shook his head helplessly. Naturally, he did not want Yi Chen to suffer a fatal accident. Having witnessed all that had happened, he understood the tomb owner's character. In a sense, Yi Chen had earned his favor. Nya Baijian said, Yi Chen, matters have come this far. I will give you strength. Remember, when we go to the Blood Spirit clan's place of refining body in the future, open my shackles and seals first. As soon as his voice fell, a powerful force of qi and blood surged into Yi Chen's body. This force of power made Yi Chen's eyes glint. Clenching his fists, Yi Chen seemed to command the entire world. It was overwhelming. Roar! Demon King of 100 Battles. With a roar, the world seemed to shift color. Endless thunder flashed, terrifying the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. Yi Chen's body, bleeding and tattered, donned a set of casual clothes. His long hair drifted like that of an immortal traversing the ages. He was so strong that a light step shattered a large area of ground. The immense qi and blood forced all trees in the place of body refining to submit to him. You almost broke my body. Even if I want to subdue you today, I would smash your body first. He set aside the killing immortal sword, which could shatter if it collided with the Baijian Demon King. It was better to rely on his fists. His qi and blood, cultivated in multiple ways, now surged to the peak. He knew his power had a limited window. If he could not take the Baijian Demon King this time, he could not endure the surge of qi and blood without collapsing. Boy! So that's your trump card? The people behind you truly value you. This secret technique forced you to advance so many levels, impressive. But it's also perfect for you to die in my hands. The Baijian Demon King, fearless and eager, laughed, ha. This king wanted to fight you at your peak. Chapter 1171. I know that you resent me for making wine with human blood and crafting bone cups from human skulls. So cooperation can't be achieved. He paused for a moment, then continued, but it's just the flesh and blood of the weak. If you can truly defeat me, I will help you. At least, there is not much difference between following you and those who follow you. Anyway, I can improve my strength. If you can't defeat the king, I will force the people behind you to come forward. As for you, you're just a waste. Not worth it. The intention of the Baijian Demon King was clear. In short, he wanted to follow the strong. He felt that it was difficult to improve his strength in the place of body refining, so he intended to follow a former strong to gain power. War. 3 moves to defeat you. Yi Chen erupted into the sky, smashing his fist. Countless golden Buddhist texts appeared, forming a grand Buddhist kingdom in the sky. It was filled with all kinds of powerful warriors, chanting Buddhist scriptures. 10,000 Buddhas Vajra fist. Yi Chen had accumulated the power of the Buddhist kingdom in the fist himself, surpassing the conventional Buddhist kingdom in the palm of Buddhism. At least, the Buddha in the palm was powerful, but the Buddha in the fist was a true killing force, with unparalleled attack power. Sanglong destroys the enemy. As the Demon King of Baijian unleashed a violent attack, his dragon trembled and crossed the heavens, like a golden steel great wall crushing everything in its path. The terror of the dragon struck hundreds of thousands of demon clans, emanating the raw power of a dragon. Boom! Yi Chen's fist, infused with Buddha power, smashed the dragon tail, then surged through it. Sanglong destroys the enemy. A strange move, but incredibly powerful. Even above my way of killing an indestructible sword, it seems like the power of annihilation. Yi Chen observed the Baijian Demon King keenly and whispered, this old dragon is probably the most powerful among many special abilities. No wonder it has always been trapped at the top of the Imperial realm. It must be that mastering the way of extinction is so difficult that it has been stuck for hundreds of thousands of years. The power of extinction came from the way of extinction. Although there were thousands of Daos, the majority were ordinary, like Kendo, Dao Dao Dao, Shuihua Dao, Jinmu Dao, etc. Some, however, were extraordinarily special. For example, Yi Chen's way of killing and the immortal sword. Special ways, such as the way of extinction, possessed the power to annihilate everything. They could age a young warrior into an old man in an instant, or destroy all life sources in the enemy's body, leaving them utterly nothing. Thus, the way of extinction not only drained life but obliterated the enemy's foundation, leaving them a lifeless husk. Its power was truly terrifying. Old beast! After I kill you, I'll have a good look at your rudimentary Tao. Yi Chen was unafraid, his eyes burning with fanaticism. If I cultivate your way of extinction in the source state of Tao, it will double my attack power. For now, he hadn't touched any other Tao. He only engaged with the way of extinction, and once successfully cultivated, he could obliterate his enemies' lives and foundations the next time he fought. If you want to kill me, I'll destroy your body first. The Baijian Demon King leaped at incredible speed toward Yi Chen. His dragon claws tore through the air, producing an overwhelming destructive force. Bang! Yi Chen countered with a fist. Nye Baijian's terror power surged through him, directly smashing the red-gold dragon claw. Whoosh! Dragon claw debris flew like fireballs, striking the ground with unbearable force. Dozens of powerful monsters watching the battle were blasted to ashes. Fortunately, the monsters of the Lianyuan royal court, the Palace of Light, and the Baijian court remained unharmed. Bang! Once again, the chest of the Baijian Demon King was pierced by Yi Chen. Massive amounts of golden dragon blood rained down, the ground trembling and sinking several meters, even bursting into a deep valley. Golden body. During the reign of the Baijian Demon King, a single drop of dragon blood could kill humans in the 3 layers of the Daoyuan kingdom. Now, with large amounts flying and shaking the ground, it was catastrophic but expected. Bang bang! With Yi Chen's blessing, the Buddhist kingdom in the fist directly overcame the way of extinction, penetrating the Baijian Demon King's heart, smashing his body into countless golden pieces that floated in the wind. Such a strike would directly hit the Demon King. Puff, puff, puff. Poof! The golden debris fell, causing tremendous damage to the onlookers below. In an instant, the monsters in the territory of the Baijian royal court were wiped out, unable to resist. Lord Wang, can you step aside a little? The aftershock is too strong. On the Baijian royal court side, many gods and generals hastily retreated, distressed as the army fell back. The king had been hit in the chest and heart by Yi Chen's outburst. The aftershock and golden fragments nearly killed them all. What a shock! Yi Tian had actually unleashed such power. It seemed possible to kill a top-level Zun state powerhouse in Kunlun Su, didn't it? Yi Tian. I admit you are strong, but if you try to suppress this king by force, you are insufficient. Here I am, with some immortal tools given by the Blood Spirit clan, and with a surge of qi and blood. I can enter the 6th stage of golden body hegemony. The king of Baijian Demon retreated while fighting, speaking coldly, if I'm not mistaken, the strength in your body is lent by some people, and you want those behind you to come out. Yi Chen ignored him, punching again, sending a piece of dragon blood flying. In an instant, the young man seemed transformed. Momentum and strength compared to before were worlds apart. Yi Chen ignored all else, his eyes blood-red, full of murderous intent. Without weapons, he fought the world with his fists. Each strike seemed to shatter the Baijian Demon King, stripping flesh and blood. Instantly, Yi Chen condensed the sword seal of heaven and earth, directly penetrating the Demon King's soul. Ah! Yi Tian. Yi Tian, do you intend to suppress the king by force? I won't let go, ah! Roar! The Dragon King roared and rolled on the ground in agony. Each roll triggered an earthquake-like effect, injuring and killing many demon families. Even with his soul's power, it was less than twice that of Yi Chen. Facing the sword seal of heaven and earth, even if he resisted, it would not last long. Chapter 1172. Soon. 5 minutes later, Yi Chen sensed that the seal was complete. A smile appeared on his lips as he exhaled deeply. Sweat covered his forehead. The seal had cost a lot of energy to maintain. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I've finally captured you. But you don't need to be angry or depressed. As long as you work for me, you will kill as many blood spirit people as you have harmed before. 1 for 10. If you have killed 10 people, then go and kill 100 blood spirit people. The life of my people is 10 times more valuable than that of the blood spirit people. Once you kill enough, I can meet your demands." He looked at the gradually calming Baijan Demon King and smiled. "Before you have killed enough, you will follow me. If you rebel even slightly, I will kill you. Of course, follow me, and your strength will grow rapidly. Yi Shirtian. Yi Shirtian, you." It was like an ant crawling from the ground, seemingly struggling to resist. "No, Yi Shirtian. No, Master. Master, spare my life." At that moment, the Baijan Demon King, with all his former strength, looked at Yi Chen with eyes full of fear. The monsters of both forces, seeing the Baijan Demon King humbled and pleading, were stunned beyond words. Was this still the indomitable, invincible Baijan Demon King? He had been beaten by Yi Shirtian and fallen to the ground, begging for his life. Even more shocking, the king of Baijan Demon was calling a human master. Such a powerful demon king had been subdued? Yi Shirtian's power was simply overwhelming. "Good. Your cultivation is remarkable. This is your life. In the future, if you fight the Blood Spirit clan, you will be able to kill half the Blood Spirit members who have entered the God realm. I can manage that. I'll take you to the Gaowu level." Yi Chen waved his hand, releasing the Chenkuan sword seal from the Baijan Demon King. He looked down at the demon generals before him. From now on, the members of the Baijan King's court will be under the Palace of Light. If you don't accept it, step forward. After a long silence, 2 monsters charged out. Their eyes were ferocious, their aura violent to the extreme. "I don't accept it. I don't agree with you, Yi Shirtian, you devil." Both monsters were at the Emperor realm. No wonder the place of body training was isolated from Kunlun. With rich spiritual resources, these monsters had practiced for thousands of years, and natural emperors were more numerous than humans. Bang! Bang! Yi Chen looked at the 2 monsters but shook his head. These were clearly people seeking death. With 2 punches, he directly crushed the monsters. His body burst with chi and blood, and he looked down on the world like a god of war. His voice was cold. "Those who don't accept it can come forward. I can handle it." The scene was terrifying. Over 100 gods and generals of the Baijan Demon King simultaneously knelt and submitted. No demon dared to speak. Yi Shirtian's strength was undeniable. The king himself had been humiliated. Moreover, Yi Chen was different from a god-appointed demon king. He was genuinely strong. Even if the demons revolted together, they could be slaughtered in an instant. Good. Since no demon refuses. From now on, all monsters in the Emperor's revered realm will contribute 1/3 of their blood essence. I will continue my cultivation. Then Yi Chen turned to the Baijan Demon King. Give me what the Blood Spirit clan entrusted to you. The Baijan Demon King's face turned pale. Slowly, he produced a blood-colored light cluster and said, "There is strong chi and blood from the divine realm, as well as a second-grade immortal tool." He knelt and clasped his fists. "To Master." After Yi Chen received them, he looked at the Celestial General. "Order the other 2 royal courts to arrive in 2 days. As for the Demon Emperor's Wanyao Tianting, I will send an order and return in 2 days. If I don't kill it, it will be a disaster." "Yes, Lord." The celestial god was shocked but overjoyed to obey. Finally, they had followed the right king. The king was commanding the 3 royal courts. Enough bullying. Moreover, with the king's strength, unifying the place of body training wouldn't take long. This would be a good strategy for attacking the Blood Spirit clan in the future. All the cultivation resources in the place of body training had been consumed over thousands of years. However, all monsters above the Emperor realm could only cultivate slowly on their own. If they attacked the Blood Spirit clan, they could gain new resources and make great progress in cultivation. As for Kunlun Su, the master was from Kunlun Su. It was expected that he would lead them back there eventually. Even if humans could be used as mounts, it was far better than the increasingly scarce resources of the place of body training. After the explanation, Yichen found a secluded place to settle down. Although he had been strong in Kunlun for days, he worried about potential threats. Ji Xiqing had stepped into the land of China. Yichen didn't know if he had encountered dormant powerful enemies. Who were the forces plotting against the Yi family and Xiaoruoxue? The affairs of the Palace of Light were mainly entrusted to the Celestial General and Phoenix General. Both were top-tier fighters, capable of handling them efficiently. A place of seclusion. In a cave, Xiao Huang and Shuilong curled on both sides of Yichen to protect his dharma. Yichen took out the blood essence contributed by many gods and generals. Nearly a ton of blood essence had been contributed by these enormous monsters. These monsters were massive. Relatively speaking, their blood essence far exceeded that of humans. Even a demon tiger was tens of feet in size, contributing large amounts of refined blood. Collecting blood essence from the two great powers was immense work. As for demon plants, they had contributed 350 fruits, condensed with their own soul power. With these blood essences and fruits, Yichen could advance into the 5th or 6th phase. He first extracted the best quality blood essence, the essence from the Baijian Demon King and several god generals of the 7 layers of the Emperor realm. He poured it into the barrel and refined his body, absorbing the essence through skin, blood, and flesh. Hoo. Whoa! The blood essence in the barrel emitted endless killing chi, making Yichen's skin tingle. If it had been given to other emperors, they would have been overwhelmed instantly. Crackling ZZ. The killing aura of the blood essence transformed into 5-colored thunder and lightning, suddenly bombarding Yichen. Chapter 1173. From time to time, a variety of fierce beasts, demon fire, demon thunder, and other manifestations appeared, tempering Yichen's body. The so-called tempering could have 2 outcomes. 1, if successful, the body would improve greatly. On the other hand, if the tempering failed, the body would be crushed by the killing and cutting spirit of the blood essence, leaving it almost half destroyed. This was especially true during the super sports period. The first 3 stages focused mainly on the golden body. The middle stage of the 3rd phase still emphasized the golden body. In the later stage of the 3rd phase, the body became mainly blood red. The flesh turned blood red, gradually returning to the original color of blood. By the vigorous phase, every inch of skin could contain a large amount of vigorous chi. Even if the body did not move and only chi and blood vibrated, it could generate thunderous power capable of killing enemies across the sky. As for the vigorous chi, it could belong to the thunder system, fire system, or other types, depending on the situation. The only certainty was that once the flesh reached the vigorous phase, even a god king would need to fight seriously to challenge it. Time passed quickly. Yichen's body, after a long period of craving, suddenly absorbed more than 1,000 kilograms of blood essence, beginning to undergo a qualitative transformation. A breath of terror radiated outward. Yichen's dantian gradually formed a reincarnation seal, reopening the reincarnation blood vessel. Hoo. Reincarnation blood, like a black hole, devoured massive amounts of demon blood essence. It seemed like a baby long-starved, greedily absorbing essence to compensate for deficiencies while emitting ever stronger breath. In truth, Yichen hadn't practiced for long since his last cultivation. From entering the Holy Land to the source of Taoism, his flesh had longed for blood essence. This time, with a ton of blood essence, a special reaction in the blood vessels occurred. With the phagocytosis of blood essence, purple veins flashed across Yichen's arms, shining with purple light, while the surrounding skin glowed red gold. Normally, upon reaching the 4th stage of the super body period, the meridians and blood glow should also be red gold. The tomb owner's blood has opened up further. It seems the blood talent has been activated. Looking at it all, Yichen said, "Reincarnation blood, no wonder it can awaken the purple holy vein at the 4th stage of the super body period." Mo Ninger looked surprised. "What is the purple holy vein?" Elder, you know all kinds of meridians, so you must know about the reincarnation blood vessel. Tell me quickly. I know many types of meridians, but reincarnation blood vessels are extremely rare. I don't know much either. With a long sigh, he continued, I once saw in an ancient book that a man hundreds of thousands of years ago, possessing reincarnation blood vessels, awakened a special meridian at the 7th stage of the super body period, which shone purple. And this special meridian could hold twice the chi and blood of a normal flesh body of the same level. For example, at the 7th stage of the super body period, others might hold 15 million chi and blood, but with this meridian, they could hold 30 million, greatly multiplying combat power. This meridian is called the Purple Holy Vein. And that ancient book was something I accidentally discovered during my travels 7,000 years ago. The later the stage of cultivation, the more difficult it became. Even if there were big differences in early cultivation or spiritual state among ordinary people, the gap gradually narrowed in later stages, like the Daoyuan or Emperor Zun states, making it extremely difficult for ordinary people to surpass others multiple times. Yi Chen, even without risking his life, could create a huge gap with others of the same realm using the Purple Holy Vein. Nye Baijian looked at Yi Chen from outside and murmured, this meridian is truly extraordinary. It seems this boy's reincarnation holds more than just these special features. That's natural. Blood 7 Knights said, however, it is estimated that the boy will be able to activate other talent abilities only when he enters the later stage of the Emperor Zun state. In the Samsara cemetery, the discussion continued. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's body underwent earth-shaking changes. Having absorbed thousands of genes of blood essence, the reincarnation seal gradually stabilized. His body, from the 3rd stage of the hegemonic period, advanced to the 5th stage. His whole body, inside and out, including his organs, glowed with a strange light. The light seemed like the darkness of the deep Nine. It resembled Buddha light filling the sky. This light was more akin to the reincarnation light Yi Chen had released in the blood spirit secret place. What immense power! Yi Chen slightly moved his fist. The violent power seemed to radiate from his palm. He could clearly feel his combat power had increased greatly. Looking at the faint purple meridians on his arm, he said, once I absorb all the blood essence, my trial in the place of body refining will be complete. But there is still the power of the soul and the rudiment of the Tao, which must be practiced again. Otherwise, we may not be able to defeat the strong enemies coming from the blood spirit clan. Without hesitation, Yi Chen continued to absorb the remaining blood essence, then took the fruits, ready to enhance his soul power and own realm. A day passed. The main hall of the former Baijian royal court had now become the main hall of the Hall of Light. The celestial general and phoenix god stood on either side of the throne like Dharma protectors. Behind them were the envoys of wind and cloud, who had acquired many treasures from the Baijian royal court. They had not only restored their bodies but also advanced in power. Moreover, the Baijian demon king, no longer radiating the aura of the past, silently stood to the side. This time, the other two royal courts, having heard that the original Baijian demon king had been beaten by Yi Shitian, his flesh and blood broken, rolling on the ground begging for mercy, arrived with their forces overnight. The two kings led their teams, followed by over 100 gods and generals each. Who knew what might happen? The presence of just two kings on the emperor's table would be enough to determine the outcome. Let us invite the two kings into the hall. Please wait a moment, Lord Yi. We are still in the closed area. The meeting time is still an hour away. The astronomical god's voice was calm, yet radiated immense chi and blood. Very well. Kuan-gu demon king sighed and found a seat. This monster, a flaming god tiger, had close ties to the god-appointed demon king previously killed by Yi Chen. However, its strength was slightly inferior to that of the god-appointed demon king. In the later stage of emperor reverence, it had barely touched the threshold of the 7 layers of heaven in the Emperor Zun realm and possessed a 9-level flesh body in the bone-setting period. He picked up a glass of wine, sipped, and smiled. Excuse me, Lord Yi, what can I do for you? Silence. When my lord speaks, I will make it clear. The Baijian demon king roared, immediately shocking the ancient court of Kuan. From the king to the generals, no demon dared to speak further. They all sat quietly, drank, and did not dare breathe. Chapter 1174. The ancient king of Kun sighed and looked quietly at the Baijan demon king. He said, "The former Baijan demon king has become Yishirtian's pawn today. What is the sacred place of Yishirtian? Which top school does he belong to in Kunlun-su? I'm afraid the demon emperor cannot hold him back. I will deal with him later. Do not offend. If you offend me, you will be killed." Baijan, you old man, I didn't expect that you would become Yishirtian's subordinate. I never imagined that the once invincible Baijan demon king has today become a general of the imperial palace. The Lianyuan demon king made a few sarcastic remarks but was shocked by Baijan's presence, stepping back with a laugh rather than fear. He led more than 100 generals to sit, placed his hands on the wooden table, looked at the Baijan general, and said, "Today, I should call you Baijan God General, right? I am the king, and the king of the Lianyuan royal court. But you are just a god general. If you attack me, it will be considered a transgression. Of course, I may not be in charge of you. But I will report to your master. At least, your master's son, Yishirtian, is of the same level as me." Same level? King level? A king in charge of thousands of demons. At present, only the Lianyuan demon king, Kunga demon king, Yishirtian, and the demon emperor exist at this level. If the Baijan general takes action, it would be a transgression. You! Lianyuan, you bastard! I haven't seen you before. Today, you are overstepping. The Baijan god general attempted to move, but he was stopped by the astronomical god general and phoenix god general. The wind and cloud emissary stepped forward with a fist and said, "Demon king of Lianyuan, you are the king of the Lianyuan Wangting, but you cannot mock my god general in the Hall of Light. Even if I dare not, I cannot allow it. But it doesn't mean that our king cannot." He clasped his fists to the sky, showing supreme respect for Yi Chen. "My lord, destroy the destiny and deal a heavy blow to the 100 battles. If words are insufficient, it will take only minutes for my king to crush you." "Yes." "How will you deal with the demon emperor? How will you deal with the lord of your family?" The king of Lianyuan sneered. "There is still a year before the elders of the Blood Spirit clan arrive." He deliberately looked at the Baijan general and sighed. "I heard that the Baijan god general seems to have betrayed the commands of the Blood Spirit family and its elders. 100 battles. If you act like this, you will bring about your own death. Do you wish to drag Yishirwang down with you?" He was shrewd, leaving Yishirtian aside while scolding the Baijan god general. "Betrayed the Blood Spirit clan? I, Yishirtian, never submitted to the Blood Spirit clan." A strong, extremely powerful qi and blood spread throughout the palace, suffocating all gods and generals as if facing an ancient devil. A bloody road appeared from a distance. Atop it stood a young man. As he advanced, he waved his hands, gathering infinite qi and blood into a giant blood arm, directly seizing the king of Lianyuan. "Let me go. You, kill heaven, release this king. I am a disciple of the Blood Sword sect, and also a half-blood spirit clan member. How dare you?" Click! Click! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The golden body of the king of Lianyuan cracked rapidly, the fissures spreading quickly. Under Yi Chen's arm, the first-class golden body of the hegemonic period was like a toy. Facing this irresistible force, the king of Lianyuan was struck hard. Bang! A clear explosion followed, golden light overflowing. Yi Chen's arm relaxed as a stream of qi and blood flowed into his palm. The king of Lianyuan remained humanoid, but his entire body was severely damaged. Although Yi Chen had been secluded for many days, his strength had not yet reached this terrifying level. Just now, he had relied on the power of the Samsara cemetery. Now, he took the initiative from the start. The best strategy was to instill fear in these people. Who? How strong? The king of Kunga took a long breath, secretly sighing that he had not offended Yishirtian. Lord Lianyuan. A demon king with a golden body had been severely injured in an instant. He looked at Yi Chen as if gazing at a sea of stars, sighing, unfathomable. Far stronger than the Baijian Demon King. I wonder who could surpass even the Demon Emperor. Lord Demon. He had been sealed 500 years ago, and was already terrifying at that time. Imagine, 500 years later, the Demon Emperor should reach the 6th level of the Overlord period, at the top of the 9th heaven in the Emperor realm. Yi Shitian should not be his match? Yi Shitian. Why are you so harsh on me? Aren't you afraid that the elders of Shuling clan will avenge you? I tell you, it is the Blood Sword sect of the Blood Spirit clan that once suppressed Kunlun Void. I am a disciple of the Blood Sword Gate. How dare you harm me? The king of Lian Yuan's whole body trembled with anger, his body cracking. He pointed at Yi Shitian. You'd better pay for my losses. Otherwise, the Blood Spirit people arriving in a year will be my senior brothers. I will have my senior brothers smash your golden body and make your skin twitch. The king of Lian Yuan knew Yi Shitian was strong, but no matter how strong, he was not qualified to challenge the elites of the Shuling clan. One day, the gap between them would be as vast as earth and sky. There was no comparison. Crack! Yi Chen grabbed the king of Lian Yuan in midair, looking cold. What is the Blood Spirit clan? I'll tell you, when your elder martial brother comes, I'll obliterate him like you. He looked at all the generals and said, I am here to convey a message. From now on, whether in Kunlun Su or the place of body refining, all demons with combat strength should take the Blood Spirit clan as the enemy. This day, I kill heaven, I will overturn the world. His chi and blood erupted, killing 2 Wangting generals of Lian Yuan who tried to speak. He said, in the Shuzhong of Kunlun, my younger martial brother Yi Chen has restored many sections. The banner of resistance to the Blood Spirit clan must be raised. I am in charge of the place of body refining. All demon clans in the land of body refining should step up their cultivation. In the future, they will fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Any demon clan related to the Blood Spirit clan must either kill several Blood Spirit clan members and present their heads as loyalty, or I will kill them myself. Monsters are not humans, they have never been oppressed by the Blood Spirit clan. Therefore, Yi Chen did not intend to rely on appeasement to control them. Chapter 1175. Yi Chen declared, to fight against the Blood Spirit clan is an absolute must. Whoever dares speak even half a word would be killed on the spot or directly sealed. The hall fell silent. Many gods and generals stared at Yi Chen in shock, but the ancient king of Kun rose. King Kun raised a hand and asked, Lord Yi, are you sure you can deal with the Blood Spirit clan? Yi Chen glanced around at the demon generals, smiled, and said, the place of body refining originally belongs to Kunlun Su. Returning it there is not a problem. But dealing with the Blood Spirit clan, this must be clear to all of us. Moreover, I also know that Lord Yi is capable. Even if we don't agree today, those who resist will be suppressed and sealed by Lord Yi one by one, or executed directly. Why not, Lord Yi? Speak your assurance. If everyone believes it is feasible, then let us do it together. This was reasonable. For the demon clans, following was not difficult, and it was beneficial. They held no deep hatred or obligations toward the Blood Spirit clan. Although some had complaints about Kunlun Su in past years, these were the older gods and the younger gods who had not lived in Kunlun Su, and they bore no personal grudge. Most demon clan gods looked forward to power and the thrill of battle. Of course, they did not want to be slaughtered. Yi Shitian. If you dare rebel, you will find. Click. Yi Chen waved his hand. Qi and blood burst forth, snapping the neck of the king of Lian Yuan. Sword Qi crisscrossed in his fingers, smashing the golden bones into pieces and scattering them across the ground, terrifying many Lian Yuan Wangting gods into retreat. This. Lord Yi, my lord. The Lian Yuan Wangting god general who could speak stood trembling. Lord Yi, what do you mean? Nothing. From now on, the headquarters of Lian Yuan Wangting belongs to Yi Shitian. Do you have any objections? Yi Chen waved his hand, forming several seals of heaven and earth swords, sealing all gods in the later stage of Emperor Zun, including 3 celestial generals, and 3 other gods from the 2 royal courts. He looked at the gathered and asked, "Do you know how many years I have practiced?" The king of Kunga came forward to examine him carefully, then said, "Only 10 years? What? Lord Yi has practiced for only 10 years and wields such divine power. In 10 years, have you reached this level? It defies reason. Is there a hidden power backing King Yi?" At that moment, people seemed petrified, their expressions filled with disbelief. As the divine generals of Lian Yuan Wangting and Kunga Wangting, they had practiced for thousands of years before attaining such prowess. But Yi Shitian? Only 10 years of practice? Was it possible that overseas forces supported such an achievement? However, the ancient king of Kunga could not lie. Yi Shitian had truly practiced for less than 10 years. Ladies and gentlemen, I have practiced for less than 10 years. Now, in the source of Taoism, I am capable of killing the strong in the 7th layer of heaven of Emperor Zun's realm. Imagine what will happen when I step into the Emperor realm. You should understand clearly. In the next 10 years, I will cultivate to the realm of harmony, giving Kunlun enough strength to resist the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen looked at the gods and generals, knowing that if they wished to help, they needed to see they could withstand the Blood Spirit clan. He continued, "And in 1 year, I will slay the Blood Spirit people who arrive first. Of course, this is just the beginning. My hatred for the Blood Spirit clan is deep. If they appear over 9 days, I will kill them for 9 days. If you cannot bear it, I will allow you to leave Kunlun Su and go elsewhere before the future war with the Shulan clan. The only way to practice in Kunlun is to cultivate in Kunlun properly. May the king and the horse head lead." The astronomical god knelt first, clasped hands, and shouted, "I am willing to follow the king and fight against the Blood Spirit clan. May you follow Lord Yi and fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Willing to fight against the Blood Spirit clan." In an instant, the 200 to 300 gods and generals in the hall half knelt. The gods near the high realm were subdued, and almost all others obeyed Yi Chen's command. "Yi Shitian, where will you place the demon emperor?" At this moment, a snow fox god stood, pointing at Yi Chen and angrily scolding, "The place of body refining belongs to the demon emperor. You have no right to do this." Click. Yi Chen pinched and destroyed the god general of the 5 layers of heaven. With majestic eyes, he looked at the king of Kungu and said, "Kungu god general, the demon emperor is still in seclusion?" "Yes, Lord Yi." "Then we will go there immediately." Yi Chen twisted his neck, making a loud sound, intimidating the generals into silence. "If we don't kill the demon emperor now, the difficulty will increase. And given his loyalty to the Blood Spirit family, he cannot remain alive. I do not tolerate threats, I crush them instead. I have little time. We will eliminate this threat today." Yi Chen felt a tinge of anxiety. Upon arrival, he worried about the Yi family and Xia Ruoxue. Thus, the demon emperor needed to be dealt with quickly, and the Wanyao led back to Kunlun Su. The Celestial, Baijian, Kungu, and other demons would handle the Huang family. Meanwhile, he would go to China to assess the situation. In China, aura was extremely scarce. Even the emperor could not respect the powerful here. Even if Ji Xiqing could not resolve the matter, Yi Chen could handle it himself. Although his power of the Tao had not yet significantly improved, his physical body had been tempered to a terrifying level, and his mental state was more stable than ever. "I await your orders." Kungu, Baijian, and others quickly led their gods and generals to follow Yi Chen. This moment marked the beginning of the nightmare for the place of body refining. The palace of the demon emperor. The former land of Yeshuzong had become a grand palace. Dozens of gods were stationed outside the gate, far more than any other royal court. What is that presence? Human chi. What are they doing here? Stop! Several generals spread their arms, forming a rainbow of power. Their fierce aura directly attacked Yi Chen. They guarded the demon palace, and yet someone dared break in. Just a few ants. You want to stop me? Ridiculous. And your demon emperor? Let him come out. Yi Chen smashed through many weapons with his hand, arriving in front of the demon emperor's palace. His chi and blood erupted, forming two arms that held the sky. He struck several generals with a single slap, smashing the palace gates. Under the pressure of his chi and blood, all demon clans in the palace fell to the ground, unable to lift their heads. Chapter 1176. At this moment, the force of Yi Chen's outburst is so overwhelming that it feels as if there aren't enough demons in existence to withstand his cultivation. Forget standing up, just raising one's head is extremely difficult. Boom! Yi Chen's prestige seems to cover everything. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. He sensed something, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Then, a deafening roar erupted. A palace burst open, and a green dragon soared out, majestic and furious. It glared at Yi Chen and said, "Where does this human come from, daring to intrude into the emperor's palace?" The green dragon soared upward, its body stretching 3,000 zhang long. Its massive form extended like the Great Wall, covering most of the sky. From afar, its tail couldn't even be seen. Its blue scales shone brilliantly. Its two enormous dragon eyes were bright like stars. The pressure it released collapsed the entire demon palace wall. This aura absolutely belonged to the ninth heaven of the Emperor realm, yet its combat power was likely no weaker than someone who had stepped half a foot into the divine realm. This old green dragon, its strength must surpass even the Baijian Demon King, and it had definitely reached the 6th level of the golden body. Its golden body, not yet fully revealed, still sent shockwaves through the Hall of Light. More than 100 gods and generals could not remain standing. Everyone present submitted. Only one young man did not bow at all. Yi Chen. Are you the demon emperor? What do you call yourself? I heard you have many children. Yi Chen calmly looked at the green dragon demon emperor, joy swirling in his heart. He even silently changed his earlier decision. This old green dragon, with power surpassing Han Yun, had already stepped halfway into the divine realm. It was no joke. If Yi Chen had 2 additional immortal tools, resisting 2 half-step divine realm experts at once wouldn't be impossible. And if he could take this dragon down, then in a year, fighting the Blood Spirit clan would become much easier. Earlier, Yi Chen thought the demon emperor was just a reckless old beast, but he didn't expect the dragon to possess such courage and strength, enough to easily kill Yi Chen back when he had just entered the body refining grounds. It had only been a few days since Yi Chen entered the place of body refinement. And his combat power had increased more than 10-fold. This emperor is the demon emperor. Name Taboo, Green Sword. Looking down from the sky, the old green dragon suddenly roared, shaking the bodies of 200 to 300 gods and generals. So, you are human. It seems you have defeated Kunggu, Tianming, Lianyuan, Baijian, 4 royal courts. In that case, you must be leading their gods to seek audience with the emperor. What is your purpose? And you, Baijian, I didn't expect you would surrender to a human. The Baijian general gave a bitter laugh and said, "Green Sword, I'm not strong enough. Naturally, I surrendered. As for you, it's better you surrender as well, so you don't get killed on the spot or sealed on the spot by King Yi, your face won't look too good." Humph. You wish to subdue the emperor? Do you intend to become an enemy of the Blood Spirit clan? The aura of the Green Sword Demon Emperor surged like violent waves. On the spot, it shattered a god general of the 3rd layer Emperor realm. It slowly extended its claws and said, "Gods of the 10,000 demon heaven, lead the demon army and wait outside. The emperor will kill this young man. You rebellious generals can be executed afterward." Yi Chen snorted, "You want to kill me? Are you sure you even qualify?" As the words fell, Yi Chen shot into the sky against the heavens. His chi and blood exploded with all their strength, rolling demonic energy covered his entire body. He unleashed 2 punches, and endless Buddhist scriptures appeared all around him. In an instant, Buddha light shone brilliantly, sacred and overwhelming. The scriptures automatically formed 2 chains of order that coiled around his blood-soaked fists and became 2 Buddhist kingdoms. Buddhist fist. Kill. Crack! Crack! As the surrounding formation shattered, the Buddhist kingdom slammed into the claw of the green sword demon emperor. Countless manifest Buddhas chanted scriptures and turned into another wave of killing power, tearing through dragon scales and splattering dragon blood. Ah! You human bastard, you're really looking for death. The green sword demon emperor attempted to suppress Yi Chen, but with one blow, it was forced back several steps. The next second, its eyes were filled with murderous intent. It spewed a massive torrent of blue dragon flame, as if igniting the sky itself, powerful enough to annihilate the heavens. It waved its claws and drew a bolt of lightning from the air. Countless bolts of thunder intertwined, blue, red, purple, and white, forming a chaotic thunder god, ripping through the night sky and leaving a scar that seemed to reverse thousands of years of time, striking straight toward Yi Chen. Killing immortal sword. Yi Chen did not dare to hold back. Behind him, a killing sword intent manifested, chi and blood erupted, runes covered the sword body, and its light illuminated the 8 desolations. From the sword's tip, a sword beam burst forth, carrying the endless power of destruction and slicing through the blue dragon flames. In an instant, the flames shattered under the sword chi. Boom! The two weapons collided, exploding into brilliant radiance. The aftershock erupted, destroying all life in the demon palace. Every dragon child and grandchild was reduced to ashes by the blast. Ah! You beast, you killed the emperor's sons and grandsons. I'll kill you. The green sword demon emperor erupted in fury, spitting out a blood-colored sword from its mouth, an immortal tool gifted by the Blood Spirit clan. It gripped the sword in its dragon claws and clashed with Yi Chen, shaking heaven and earth. The aftershocks raged endlessly. In the distance, demon emperors attempted to flee but were captured by Baijian, Kunggu, and other gods. The Baijian general, Baijian demon king, punched 2 demon generals away and roared, "If any of you dare move again, I'll kill you." Seeing this, the gods of the demon heaven stopped resisting and watched the distant battle between the green sword demon emperor and Yi Chen. A demon broke the surrounding formations, rolling up dust as the battle shook the heavens. Lord, what an incredible increase in power! Now, even without using his trump cards or external blessings, he can exert such strength. How fast his improvement is, at least golden body 6th level. So fast! Baijian Demon King secretly sighed. Just a few days ago, Yi Chen fought him while relying on immortal tools and the power of Tao. But now, with no such blessings, pure physical strength, chi, and blood alone had reached this terrifying level. Immediately, Baijian issued an order: all gods, form the array. Prevent demon heaven from launching an attack. Our life and death will be decided today. The Lord must not be disturbed. Yes. Many gods formed the star array. 360 gods joined forces, and a primordial beast manifested above the formation, glaring at the more than 100 generals of the 10,000 demon heaven surrounding them. The remaining 20 or so generals attached themselves to the array. Countless eyes stared at the battlefield shrouded in dust. A single question filled everyone's hearts. Who will survive the battle? Chapter 1177. In the distance, the gods of Wanyao Tianting saw the fierce battle and, without hesitation, quickly assembled the Wanyao heavenly army. 200 gods and generals lined up, surrounding Baijian and the others. Among them, one of the gods and generals stepped forward and said, "If you dare to kill the descendants of the emperor, you will surely die." He pointed at Yi Chen in the sky and said, "You dare to follow such a humble human being? It's really going to get you all killed." A human? A human in the Daoyuan realm, yet possessing enough trump cards to block the demon emperor? And the 4 kings of Ganting were willing to follow him? 2 of those kings were present right now. They were crazy. How dare they collectively rebel against the demon emperor? But it didn't matter. Once the demon emperor killed this human, he would lead the army to slaughter the rebels. Boom! Boom! Endless thunder flashed. Sword chi cut through the air. Dragon power shook the heavens. Even the aftershock alone shattered the ground. Yi Chen grabbed the dragon body of the green sword demon emperor, his chi and blood erupting. Countless divine thunders and demonic chi wrapped around his arm as their physical powers collided head-on. Yi Chen unexpectedly threw the green sword demon emperor's body aside. He knew very well that if they continued fighting here, the aftershocks would kill many of his own subordinates. Boom! The green sword demon emperor and Yi Chen's bodies clashed repeatedly, smashing directly into a massive underground cavern. When the green sword demon emperor saw the environment around him, his expression changed drastically. Not good. How the hell did I end up here with Yi Shitian? Damn it! This place was pitch black, like a lifeless abyss. Unlike the outside world, inside this cavern were endless thunder, flames, violent winds, and other destructive forces, calamities born from the original Blood Spirit clan. Crackle! Thunder erupted everywhere, forming a raging storm. A giant thundercloud descended toward Yi Chen and the green sword demon emperor. Instantly, countless bolts shot from every direction. Though ownerless, the thundercloud was even more terrifying than if someone were controlling it. In ancient times, they formed heavenly tribulations that targeted only those attempting breakthroughs. But in this place, if a living creature wandered in, even unintentionally, the thundercloud would go berserk and kill everything. Yi Chen stepped through the storm as if stepping on heaven and earth. His black hair whipped wildly as his eyes burst with two piercing rays. His entire body became a sword, slashing at the green sword demon emperor. Boom! Relying on his dragon body, the green sword demon emperor shattered the sword strike. He swung a claw, grabbed Yi Chen, and used him as a shield against the thunder. Little bastard, you want us both dead? Neither of us is leaving today. Boom! 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 The furious thunder slammed into Yi Chen's body, tearing open bloody wounds. He was clearly on the verge of collapse. Yi Chen spat out blood, and the immortal slaying sword exploded with infinite sword chi, tearing into the thundercloud. The Tao of killing. Indestructible sword Tao. Reverse the universe. Yi Chen roared. Demonic chi surged around him, resisting the onslaught. His body was enduring the absolute limit of what flesh could withstand. He didn't notice that the blood in his body was boiling, as if sensing some strange attraction. At the same time, a faint reincarnation light appeared on Yi Chen's arm. The terrifying light of reincarnation, one of the highest sources of power in the world. Even though it was faint, the power it granted Yi Chen was terrifying. Yi Chen's eyes turned blood red. He no longer cared about the consequences. His sword strike erupted like a tsunami, tearing apart the thundercloud and slashing the green sword demon emperor. Blood spurted through the dragon body. The sword smashed into the dragon scales, sparks bursting like stars exploding. Poof! The green sword demon emperor spat blood. Half his dragon scales shattered, he was gravely injured. Human, you forced this emperor to use his trump card. You should feel honored. The green sword demon emperor roared. With a flick of his claw, he pulled out a second-grade immortal sword and fiercely slashed, striking Yi Chen's blade. Crack! The immortal slaying sword, broken in half. In an instant, thousands of dazzling lights burst out. The surrounding darkness shattered as violent energies and thunder converged, crying like fallen immortal meteors. Immortals were indestructible, but once broken, they became immortal meteorite fragments. The explosion sent Yi Chen flying. His organs ruptured. Poof! Yi Chen coughed several mouthfuls of blood, gripping the broken sword, his expression grim. This was his limit. Even in his strongest state, he still struggled to kill the green sword demon emperor. Perhaps he really had been too rash. Boy, you're so young, yet you think you can oppose me? You dare kill the emperor's offspring? You're dead. The green sword demon emperor went all out. His cold, suffocating aura pierced everything. He lunged forward, his claws locking the space, sealing all escape routes. A violent Tao pressure slammed down on Yi Chen. His other claw clenched into a fist. 30 million gene of chi and blood erupted, smashing Yi Chen's chest. Bang! 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 Like a boulder smashing a mountain, Yi Chen was knocked flying. His red-gold body shattered, leaving only golden bones. His golden body, broken again. The immortal slaying sword was destroyed. The double augmentation disappeared. His chi and blood dropped back to 15 million jin, far from enough to fight the green sword demon emperor. Dragon power surged through the cavern, tearing Yi Chen's body apart. He hadn't expected it. The green sword demon emperor's strength was this terrifying. If this continued, Yi Chen's body would explode in less than 10 minutes. Inside the Samsara cemetery, Mo Ninger and Xue Qie watched desperately. They didn't have enough strength left to help him. The only one who could save Yi Chen now was Nie Baijian. Nie Baijian glanced calmly at the others and then said to Yi Chen, "Boy, this was your decision. You must bear the consequences. However, I will not sit by and watch you die. I cannot give power to your body, but I can grant you power of the soul. No, more precisely, a soul attack. Your physical body may be nearing its peak, but it's still no match for that old dragon. I don't know where you got the confidence to kill him. So I'll give you soul attack techniques. Tell me, don't you want to erase that old dragon's soul and let another soul take over its body? I can make that happen." A smirk appeared on his lips. "You've eaten many demon plant fruits. Your soul power has reached 1,000 threads, several times stronger than before. You can now use soul arts. I haven't given you true soul techniques yet. It seems, it's time for a deal." Chapter 1178. Nie Baijian painfully drew out a force from his mind and turned it into 2 soul swords. One sword erases this guy's soul, and the other cuts your own soul. Put 1% of your soul into this guy's body. After that, his body becomes your puppet. But this fellow's body can't become a second you. You'll just have a monster who knows how to attack. It won't have a single shred of consciousness. I'm giving you this, of course, with conditions. When this is over, you must help me complete one task. You have no right to refuse. How about it?" Nie Baijian proposed, also helping Yi Chen gain a powerful new force in battle. Of course, there was still one thing he was absolutely certain of. This matter was extremely crucial. Someone had to die. Fine. Yi Chen accepted Nie Baijian's soul power and the 2 soul swords. In an instant, Yi Chen's aura transformed drastically. A murderous wave burst outward as a blood-red light tore through the thunder surrounding him and filled the massive cavern. His pupils, sharp like blades, pierced through the dragon claws and actively blocked everything around him. His hands formed taiji, and suddenly he released a soul sword. It pierced through layers of resistance with the intent to grind all things into dust, shaking heaven and earth, making ghosts and gods cry. This is the sword of the soul. Impossible. The green sword demon emperor's expression changed drastically. He had no idea how to defend. Even as a demon emperor who specialized in body refinement, he could not attack or defend against the soul. He could only watch the soul's sword coming straight for him. The key was, this kid shouldn't even be able to control soul arts. Kunlun Su's ancient arts of soul control had long been lost. How could anyone in the world possibly master them? I don't believe it. Get away. You think a soul attack can kill me? The green sword demon emperor panicked. He violently spat out blue dragon flames, stirring fierce winds and thunderclouds as he tried to destroy the soul sword. Ho! 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 Zzz. Thunder and flames flew wildly, but the soul sword was untouched, as if it existed in another dimension entirely. Nothing could stop it. As the soul sword drew closer, its aura grew even more terrifying, like the great Tao itself descending, suffocating the demon emperor. For thousands of years, not even facing the Blood Spirit clan had given him this level of crisis. Is this emperor going to fall today? Ha ha ha, impossible. The green sword demon emperor erupted with life-burning dragon flames, even igniting the reverse scale power. Dragonfire crashed outward like a sea, but it still couldn't shake the soul sword. Now, it became clear, soul attacks could never be offset by physical power. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Run! The green sword demon emperor turned and fled. His massive dragon body shot through the darkness in a desperate attempt to escape. But how could he outrun Nie Baijian's soul sword? Whoosh! The soul sword tore through the air, pierced his head directly, and exploded his brain nucleus. Within seconds, a generation's demon emperor had fallen. Not in a direct battle, but killed by a soul attack. The scene even made Yichen tremble slightly. He realized he absolutely must train methods of soul attack and defense. Otherwise, one day, he too would die exactly like this. The Green Sword Demon Emperor, although terrifying in combat, had no soul cultivation, allowing Yichen, under Nie Baijian's guidance, to kill him decisively. Deep in the darkness, the giant dragon corpse coiled slowly, its dragon might collapsing. Hiss! Yichen sucked in a breath of cold air and used the second soul sword to peel off fragments of soul, placing them into the demon emperor's body. Soon, he sensed that the battle puppet and his own soul were in perfect sync. He could control the demon emperor's body as easily as his own, or disconnect whenever he wanted and let that fragment of his soul control the puppet independently. In short, he gained another puppet. Though its combat power was reduced by 30%, it was far better than trying to forcibly seize the Green Sword Demon Emperor's entire body. I'm afraid this Demon Emperor's blood essence will be extremely helpful in repairing my body. My injuries are severe, might as well try it. Yichen began rapidly restoring his body using the Demon Emperor's dragon blood. At the same time, outside the Demon Emperor Palace, the White Dragon General stood proudly above all things. He glanced at the battlefield of Yichen and the Green Sword Demon Emperor. Everything was calm now. A knowing smile appeared on his face, full of self-importance. He glanced at the others and snorted coldly. The battle has stopped. It seems it's over. The Demon Emperor must have killed the human. You all, surrender. I can plead for you before the Demon Emperor. At most, he'll just skin you a little and tear out your tendons. Don't worry, you won't die. He paused, smiling cruelly. Of course, you must tell us everything about that human. Wanyao Heaven must not be provoked. We will wipe out all the humans' relatives and friends. In short, if it's a man, we'll skin and cramp him alive. If it's a woman, we'll fuck her first, play with her as we like, and then kill her. The moment his words fell, a cold roar exploded across the sky. How dare you! In an instant, a sharp sword chi shot from the distance like a falling meteor, striking the White Dragon General directly. The terrifying sword aura shook all directions. Before the others could react, the White Dragon General was blown into countless pieces. Human! That human isn't dead! Damn human! The demon heaven gods and generals roared, raising their weapons toward the direction of the incoming sword chi. But before they could advance, several more sword chi streaked outward, killing 12 gods instantly. The remaining gods trembled, terrified to approach. Yichen emerged from the darkness with the Green Sword Demon Emperor beside him. Standing atop the ruins of the Demon Palace, he declared, "From today onward, there will be no more demon heaven. Master! My subordinate, Qingjian, greets the Master." The Green Sword Demon Emperor transformed into human form and knelt before Yichen. All of Wanyao Heaven will be merged into the Hall of Light. Whatever the Master commands, Qingjian shall obey without hesitation. The real Demon Emperor was dead. These words were spoken by Yichen while controlling the puppet body. In an instant, more than 100 gods in Wanyao Heaven froze. They stared at the kneeling figure before them. Was this truly the Green Sword Demon Emperor who once stood above them all? How could he kneel to this man and speak with such respect? Master? Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. But when they opened them again, the one kneeling was still, the Demon Emperor himself. In that moment, countless proud gods collapsed internally. The invincible demon emperor had not only been defeated. He now bowed his head so low. Then what were they? Ants? Trash? Or not even that? Chapter 1179. Most people sat on the ground with empty eyes. Their faith collapsed, and they had no intention of fighting. They just stared at Yi Chen in the distance. It seemed that this human being was the true controller of the place of body refining. See the king. Congratulations to the king for defeating the Green Sword Demon Emperor. The king is mighty, invincible, and unparalleled. The Celestial General, Phoenix General, and Fengyan Emissary took the lead and led many gods and generals to kneel down. The Baijian Demon King was half kneeling in shock, gazing at Yi Chen and murmuring, "He defeated the Green Sword Demon Emperor. His potential and talent are terrifying. Submitting to him seems to be a wise decision." He knew the Green Sword Demon Emperor. If the Emperor had been defeated by someone else behind Yi Chen, he would never have submitted willingly. Now that he was kneeling, it could only mean he was defeated by Yi Chen himself. Just a few days ago, Yi Chen had been beaten to pieces by the Baijian Demon King and only won by relying on a hidden trump card. The speed of Yi Chen's growth was terrifying. Was this Yi Chen simply slaughtering without restraint? Kunlun Su could no longer contain such an existence. Even the Blood Spirit clan could not tolerate him. The demons, listen. After one day of preparation, I will lead you all back to Kunlun Su. Yi Chen declared, formally subduing the entire Wanyao heaven and handing future affairs to the Baijian God General. The Baijian God General would oversee the Hall of Light, as his cultivation and combat ability were the highest among those still freely acting. As for the Green Sword Demon Emperor, he was now Yi Chen's war puppet. He could not be entrusted with governance. Letting him manage affairs would be the same as Yi Chen managing them himself. The Hall of Light gathered demons of all kinds. The former two kings, Baijian Demon King and Kunga Demon King, were now reduced to gods and generals. Yi Chen originally intended to leave the place of body refining and return directly to China, but he suddenly heard the voice of Blood Seven Knights. Blood Seven Knights told him to stay one more night in the place of physical refining. And that night, something major occurred. Night fell. Yi Chen stood on the mountaintop with a terrifying aura. He sat cross-legged, and behind him appeared a Tao, flowing like the Yellow River, but filled with the spirit of annihilation, as if it would destroy the world. It was the Tao of Extinction. However, the Tao of Extinction was only a few dozen meters long. 300 meters away from the peak of the Tao, Yi Chen had already begun to grasp this power. Inside the Samsara cemetery, Mo Ninger's body radiated a faint light. Blood Seven Knights looked at Mo Ninger and shook his head helplessly. Sigh. I thought that after merging with your counterpart in the outside world, you would escape dissipation. But even now, you can't. Only after that boy finds the real place and rescues us can we truly live. Previously, Mo Ninger and Mo Ning had merged in the Blood Spirit secret realm. Mo Ning existed for Mo Ninger. They were spiritually connected, even looking identical. She was the true successor of the Mo family. After Mo Ninger's remnant spirit merged with Mo Ning, both Yi Chen and Blood Seven Knights believed Mo Ninger would survive. But now, it was clear she could not. The curse and seal from those behind the Blood Spirit clan were too powerful. They defied even the laws of heaven. Mo Ninger smiled gently. Some things, we can't escape. Blood Elder, you know the significance of our existence. Everything is for the sake of the Tomb Owner. Though the Tomb Owner has not awakened his bloodline fully, nor grown strong enough to resist that horrifying deep power that frightens countless mighty beings, I believe he will. His existence is meant to make those above tremble. His existence is to tear them from their altar. Mo Ninger's figure gradually faded, shifting from a real body into a half-illusory, half-corporeal form resembling the Mo family. Mo Ning's body collapsed. He fell into a coma. Only Mo Ninger's fading consciousness remained. She could no longer maintain her mind. Blood Seven Knights sighed deeply. Sometimes I wonder, can that boy really do it? Is the burden too heavy for him? Enough. Call the boy in. You still have something to say to him. A few seconds later, Yichen awakened from cultivation and entered the Samsara cemetery. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed the condition of Emo Ning and Emo Ninger. His brows tightened. An ominous feeling surged through him. Emo Ninger, what's happening to you? Emo Ninger smiled softly. Tu Moner, my consciousness is nearly exhausted. It's going to dissipate. I likely won't last past tomorrow morning. Yichen froze. Impossible, you fused with Emo Ning's body. How can you dissipate? He clearly couldn't accept the reality before him. Emo Ninger stepped closer. Tu Moner, some things, neither you nor I can resist. Every powerful spirit in the Samsara cemetery was cursed by those people. Once awakened, none of us can survive for long. Tu Moner, thank you. This period has been my happiest time. I was honored to walk beside you. I believe we will meet again soon. Next time, perhaps it will be my true self meeting you. I've longed for that day. And since I'm about to dissipate, I will pass something to you. It is the same for every powerful spirit at the moment they fade. She looked at Yichen quietly. She did not fear. Instead, the corners of her lips lifted into a smile. Since awakening, I've watched you grow from weak to strong. I may not live to see you destroy those blood spirit bastards. But I believe you will. Blood Elder. Emo Ninger sighed. Helping the Tu Moner is our destiny. My task is complete. You and Nia Baijian must hurry. We are suffering. We are only fragments of spirit. Even if fate didn't dictate it. Even if not for the Tu Moner, we must do this for ourselves. Yichen, in less than 10 years, had achieved such astonishing cultivation. In less than 100 years, he would surely reach that realm. 100 years was merely a blink to them. Emo Ninger. Don't worry. I will kill them. Yichen clenched his fists, a wave of powerlessness sweeping over him. After a brief silence, he added, I'm ready. This time either the Blood Spirit clan disappears, or I, Yichen, die. If I don't kill those Blood Spirit monsters within a year, I'll go to the 9th heaven and kill myself. Good. Your ambition has not diminished. Emo Ninger's palm condensed an ice-blue spiritual sphere and tossed it to Yichen. In it is my comprehension of the Tao. Study it carefully. I may not have Lin Qingxuan's medical abilities, but my understanding of spatial laws is far beyond his. These things I pass to you will be invaluable when you step into the Hunyuan realm. Chapter 1180. Emo Ninger is actually fond of Yichen. But she knew it was impossible. She was only allowing herself to think about it. Of course, when she dissipates, all memories will return to her noumenon. Maybe she will become trapped in this experience and everything that happened with Yichen. She just wants to give everything to Yichen. The faster Yichen grows, the sooner the time will come when they meet again. Yichen looked at the ice-colored spirit cluster in front of him, and his heart was complicated. He once believed that breaking the curse of the reincarnation cemetery could allow Emo Ninger to avoid disappearing. Now it seems impossible. This was fate playing a cruel joke on him. His eyes were soft but firm. So what if they parted? What disappears is only her mind, not her noumenon. The noumenon of the 100 great powers is still trapped in the abyss of boiling water. What he must do is rescue all of these great powers at any cost. He holds the reincarnation cemetery in his hands. This means he controls the greatest trump card. He will fight against everything. But he also clearly understands how painful and difficult the road ahead will be. And he knows how terrifying the enemies he must face truly are. He quietly watched Emo Ninger's consciousness gradually dissipate, and the killing intent surging inside him grew stronger and stronger. Thank you. Soon. A strange wind swept across Emo Ninger's body. At the same time, a flash of ice-black light bloomed. Emo Ninger's feet had already dissolved into particles, drifting through the reincarnation cemetery. Her lower legs vanished, and everything began to disappear faster. We are immortal. The Blood Spirit clan can only suppress us, not kill us. Perhaps these thousands of years of imprisonment were merely a disaster to pass through. Goodbye, Tomb Owner. We will meet again on the next battlefield. And please, be good to Mo Ning. As soon as the voice fell, Mo Ninger's figure completely disappeared. As if she had never existed in the reincarnation cemetery at all. Boy! If you cry, I'll never acknowledge you as my apprentice for the rest of my life. Nya Baijian stepped forward and joked. In the past, those old guys gave you all their skills and inheritances. You never even had the time to practice them properly. But after you rescue us old bastards, we have to act as one and make you start practicing from the beginning. Only then can you truly grasp our techniques. He patted Yi Chen's shoulder and smiled. Isn't that right? So that's how it is. Yi Chen sighed as he looked toward the dozens of tombstones behind him. This is fate. Every period of time, a few spirits awaken to accompany the tomb owner's growth. We take turns. I suppose my journey with the tomb owner is also coming to an end. Blood 7 Knight floated to the tombstone of the divine refining king, tapped the stone tablet, and laughed. Old bastard, I remember your hometown is Qianfeng Mountain. Don't worry, you'll come out soon to take over my position. None of them have much time left. Each only accompanies the tomb owner for a period. It is believed that once the tomb owner reaches full power, he will become invincible at the high martial level. Tomb masters, please take your time. I need to digest these inheritances. Yi Chen withdrew from the reincarnation cemetery and began refining the inheritance Mo Ninger left behind with the power of his soul. To his surprise, the inheritance was divided into 3 parts. The first part was about the law of space, yet incomplete. The second part concerned the law of time, still incomplete. At present, Yi Chen could not fully comprehend these 2 parts, but once he entered the Hunyuan realm and even higher realms, he would certainly gain much. The third part was Mo Ninger's ice-cold technique. 2 techniques were recorded. Thousand Ice Sword. Thousand Ice Sword Array. The Thousand Ice Sword transforms ice into sharp blades to kill the enemy. The Thousand Ice Sword Array condenses water into ice swords to form the Beidou Sword Array, trapping and killing the enemy. It contains the Tao of Extreme Ice. Yi Chen needs time to fully comprehend it. Whoosh! 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 Boom! A sword of 1,000 zhang length tore open the night sky. It had the power to slice stars and shatter moons. It fell to the ground, collapsing dozens of mountains. Fortunately, the demon clans in those areas had been relocated earlier. Otherwise, if Yi Chen's Thousand Ice Sword had landed on them, countless demon clans would have been slaughtered instantly. The power of this sword. It was no weaker than the techniques of the sword sect, perhaps even fiercer. The ice had the power to entrap. This was no ordinary ice. It was enough to freeze weaker demon clans into ice sculptures instantly. Once a gust of wind blew, they would shatter into ice powder scattering across the sky. Even those at the Emperor realm would struggle to resist. Only those above the Emperor realm might survive. He gazed into the distance and sighed. When will the next reunion be? I hope the Blood Spirit clan shows up early. If Yi Chen knew that the Blood Spirit clan had already sent people ahead of schedule, he wouldn't know what kind of feeling to have. Reporting to the king. My subordinates have fully assessed the strength of all demon clans. The Baijian general stepped forward slowly, clasped his fists. I do not know whether the king intends to take all demon clans out, or only those of higher realms. How many demon clans are in each realm? Yi Chen sheathed his sword, and the scabbard burst out with an explosive roar, tearing through the moonlit night with overwhelming might. Although the sword of slaughtered immortals had been repaired, its immortal chi had suffered great loss. It could now only be considered a half-immortal weapon. As for the 2 second-grade immortal weapons, they were now Yi Chen's finest equipment. The Baijian general bowed. There are hundreds of demon clans in the Emperor Zun realm. 2,000 demon clans in the Daoyuan realm. The Void King realm counts. The general reported every detail of each realm's numbers. It had to be acknowledged, the demon clan population was enormous. Their numbers alone exceeded all those in Kunlun Su above the mid to high emperor realm. Of course, this was only because Kunlun Su had been offering 100 emperors to the Blood Spirit clan every century. Otherwise, Kunlun Su's emperor population would have exceeded 4,000 long ago. The demon clans of the Emperor Zun realm, the Baijan general continued. Among the 9 layers of Emperor Zun, there was originally one, the Green Sword Demon Emperor. Now we have only the last few generals of the 8th layer. The 7th layer of Emperor Zun contains 7 individuals. He continued until he finished listing all the combat power in detail. Yichen paused for a long time before saying, "Those in the Emperor realm and higher shall follow me back to Kunlun Su. As for those with high combat strength in the Daoyuan realm, they will stay here to manage the place of body refining for now." Once back in Kunlun Su, a great war awaited. Bringing those of Emperor realm was fine, but Daoyuan realm would only become cannon fodder. Only after the Blood Spirit clan was eradicated could the higher realm demon clans be brought out to merge with Kunlun Su. Only then could the place of body refining gradually open completely. Otherwise, if 60 million demon clans suddenly rushed out, Kunlun Su would completely explode into chaos. "Yes, I will obey." Yichen nodded and was about to give further instructions. Suddenly, his expression changed. His eyes became ice cold. His unleashed aura instantly forced the Baijan general backward several steps, making him spit out blood. So it's true. The Yi family in China is still in danger. Who the fuck dares to touch my Yi Chen's reverse scale? Chapter 1181. In recent days, the greatest belief supporting Yi Chen's struggle in the place of body refinement is Huaxia. He didn't know what had happened to the Yi family. But no matter what, if anyone dared to touch his reverse scale, he would uproot them completely. Right now, he had 2 forces in Kunlun, the Dark Hall and the Light Hall, plus the power of this place of body refinement. Leaving aside the top families, there was no one who could stop Yi Chen. Of course, if something really happened to the Yi family or Xia Ruoxue and it was truly related to the Blood Spirit clan, then even if he had to tear open the heavens, he would slaughter everything. Yichen suddenly took out a light box. Back in Chenjua Square, Han Yun had received a spiritual tool given to him by dozens of emperors of the Huang family. He had inspected it and discovered that the strongest among them was an emperor realm expert. However, Yichen didn't waste time accepting him. With the power of his soul now, he could seal 100 people. Since something had happened to the Yi family and the business in this place of body refinement was finished, Yichen had no intention of staying any longer. He formed a hand seal, and an airwave surged beneath his feet as his entire body rose into the air. The surrounding monsters heard the commotion and all looked up, only to see Yichen standing on waves of spiritual force. But Yichen's eyes at that moment were icy cold, like a demon crawling out from hell, making them tremble uncontrollably. Even in the face of the demon emperor earlier, Yichen had not shown such killing intent. Everyone had only one question in their hearts: what the hell made this man so furious? Yichen looked down at the crowd, suppressing his anger, and said coldly, "Today, I will bring some of you into Kunlun Su to participate in the future war against the Blood Spirit clan. But before we depart, there are 3 rules. First, you are forbidden to harm humans without authorization. If you are attacked, you may retaliate at will. Second, you are forbidden to occupy human territory without permission. Third, you are forbidden to release your own pressure recklessly." Each of the 3 rules concerned the future interaction between the place of body refinement and Kunlun Su. If these monsters went out and behaved lawlessly once Yichen wasn't present, Yichen would be condemned for generations. "We will obey the king's orders. But if we violate them, may we die." General Baijan, the Green Sword Demon Emperor, and all the top demons led the others in kneeling and shouting in unison. After giving his orders, Yichen wasted no time and headed directly toward the exit that had just opened. At that moment, outside the exit, a few disciples from a small nearby sect were passing by. Their sect was close, and in recent days the tremors around this area had been extremely intense. After all, Yichen and countless powerful beings had unleashed overwhelming force. Even a barrier couldn't hide that. Their sect master had ordered them to investigate. But the next second, when they saw the entrance, their eyes bulged. One by one, they froze as if they had walked into hell. They were certain that what stood before them was the greatest terror they would witness in their lifetime. The Elder, and monsters. A whole group of monsters, a young disciple cried out in fear, running toward the Elder. Elder, the aura of these monsters is terrifying. Since when did Kunlun Su have these kinds of monsters? Are they trying to invade us? His voice trembled uncontrollably. In the past, even when encountering monsters, they were only a few zhang tall at most, cultivators at the Xinyu realm or Xinyuan realm. At the very strongest, monsters only reached a few dozen meters. But now, every beast in front of him looked like it could kill them with a single glance. The Elder. A few disciples took a step back, wanting to run but too afraid to move. Even though they couldn't sense the bloodline pressure of General Baijan or the Green Sword Demon Emperor with their limited cultivation, it was painfully obvious that these monsters were anything but simple. Some of the cultivators even dropped to their knees in fear and didn't dare move. The Elder was trembling uncontrollably as well, but his eyes suddenly landed on a monster carrying a young man on its back. A mount? A beast tamer? He no longer hesitated. He hurried toward Yi Chen, bowed deeply, and carefully asked, "Senior, may I ask what is the situation with these monsters?" "No need to panic. They are merely my subordinates." Yi Chen looked back and saw the Green Sword Demon Emperor and the others emerging, all of them looking like murderous devils, and sighed helplessly. "Send the order. Transform into human form. Don't scare people." "Yes." General Baijan immediately transformed into a middle-aged man. Tianwen, Feng Huang, the Green Sword Demon Emperor, and the others also took on human forms, and the monsters behind them followed suit in the tunnel. My heavens! What kind of senior has such terrifying subordinates? The Elder of Green Sword Gate finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least the monsters were not here to invade Kunlun Su. But then he looked at the young man in front of him. Just how terrifying was this young man? What an incredible master! How could someone so young have so many monsters serving him? A female disciple stared at Yi Chen with admiration. If I could achieve even 1/10 of Senior's accomplishments in my lifetime, I would die satisfied. She glanced disdainfully at the male disciple beside her. So this is what a genius looks like. Someone our age who can summon so many monstrous existences. Any one of them could wipe out our entire sect. This is a genius, an absolute, unrivaled genius. Since there is nothing more for us here, Senior, we will take our leave. The Elder still wasn't sure of Yi Chen's identity and didn't dare linger. But before he could take a step, a cold voice rang out behind him. Stop! Tell me the current situation in Kunlun Su. The situation in Kunlun Su? The Elder of Green Sword Gate hesitated, looking Yi Chen up and down nervously. This young man clearly had heaven-shaking power. But asking him about Kunlun Su? Could he be an ancient senior who had left Kunlun Su long ago? Or a reawakened powerhouse? Yi Chen naturally saw the confusion and fear in their eyes. Without wasting words, he said bluntly. There is no need to doubt me. My name is Yi Tian. No one would dare impersonate this name. As the words fell, the disciples and elder from the small sect completely exploded. Yi Tian. Yi Tian. All the young disciples were stunned beyond belief. The Elder of Green Sword Gate swallowed hard and said, The killing god, the one who slaughtered all the young elites of the Huang family. The evil star standing at the peak of the heavens. God block kill God, Buddha block kill Buddha, Yi Tian. No wonder he had so many monsters under him. Those monsters, the weakest among them were probably Daoyuan realm. Green Sword Gate had only one ancestor at the Daoyuan realm. Who would have thought that Yi Tian, the evil god of legend, had hundreds of Daoyuan realm beings following him? Chapter 1182. The Elder of Qingjianmen stabilized his body and mind and asked, I don't know, What exactly does the senior wish to ask? About the Blood Spirit clan. As soon as Yi Chen said this, many young disciples of King Jianmin were filled with righteous indignation. Several young people trembled with anger, all of them shouting furiously. Blood Spirit clan. Fucking Blood Spirit clan, those beasts will be wiped out sooner or later. Shut up. The elder of King Jianmin scolded his disciples, then looked at Yi Chen and said, I heard that the senior's junior martial brother is Master Yi Chen. A few days ago, Lord Yi Chen announced this matter in Qianjua Square, and it spread across all of Kunlun within 2 days. He continued in detail. For a time, heated discussions erupted across every level of Kunlun. Many disciples from various sects asked their elders about the truth of the matter, and some disciples even caused major disturbances at Daozong's Mountain Gate and Kunlun Mountain's Gate. The most intense reactions came from Tianheizong, the Mo family, the Yi family, Luanjianmen, and several others. Countless disciples, faced with elders who refused to answer, resorted to violence and swore they would get a definite answer. When it came to the Blood Spirit clan, the most anxious were the geniuses, especially those close to the Emperor realm. It was difficult for them to blindly believe what Yi Chen and Han Yun said, but this matter concerned their very lives. They had to hear confirmation from elders they trusted, just like Qing Jian and He Yao did in the past. The elder of King Jianmin sighed. Those disciples were either arrested or killed. Until the truth finally came out. It's been several days now. All the small sects, led by the Medical God sect, and several of Kunlun's top 10 geniuses formed the 100 Sect Alliance, swearing to resist the Blood Spirit clan to the death. He paused, carefully watching Yi Chen's expression, terrified that a single wrong sentence would get him killed on the spot. He continued slowly, there are 237 small sects in the 100 Sect Alliance. Our King Jianmin is also part of it. Alliance leader Duan Huaiyan and deputy leader Yi Lingtian are responsible for selecting leaders and ancestors of each faction to train them. They plan to cultivate a number of Emperor Realm experts who will follow Lord Yi Chen in the future battle against the Blood Spirit clan. Hearing this, Yi Chen finally felt relieved. He had left everything to Han Yun and Duan Huaiyan, and it seemed nothing had gone wrong. As for the middle-level sects and noble families, the elder said, they are in chaos. Since their elders refused to give clear answers, many disciples left home and joined the 100 Sect Alliance. As for the top 10 sects, such as Qingshanmen, they have all gathered in the Hall of Light. They are forming alliances with the Huang family, the Yi family, the Wang family, and the Qin family, preparing for confrontation. According to reports, the Huang family and several other families firmly support the Blood Spirit clan. Using the Blood Spirit clan's arrival as their rallying cry, the Shuya family of Kunlun formally declared war on the Hall of Light. War? They're not looking for me. Yi Chen sneered. A few days ago, the Huang family was searching all over Kunlun for him. Now they weren't. Truly, things had changed quickly. But as expected, the plan was proceeding steadily. Cough, my lord. My lord, you are wise and powerful. How could the Huang family dare trouble you? Lord Yi, the elder said, glancing fearfully at the monsters behind Yi Chen, with such terrifying followers, you alone are comparable to a top sect. Who would dare make a move against you? Yi Chen nodded, casually taking out a sunflower fruit to enhance soul power. He tossed it to the elder and said, here, take this as thanks for the information. The elder trembled as he caught the sunflower fruit. He immediately sensed it was no ordinary item. A storm raged in his heart. Something Yi Shitian casually tossed out was enough to shock all of Kunlun. His hands felt unbearably heavy. Thank you, senior. I won't disturb you further. The elder of King Jianmin quickly led his disciples away. General Baizhan watched them leaving, then approached Yi Chen and whispered, my lord, these people have exposed your tracks. Should we erase them? Yi Chen shook his head. Their realms are low. They can't stir up any trouble. They're just small sect disciples. For now, take everyone to find a hidden place to stay. I still have something to handle. I'll find you once I'm done. But General Baizhan immediately knelt and said respectfully, my lord, does this matter concern the anger you showed just now? I am willing to go through fire and water for you. Yi Chen looked at General Baijian and the many powerful monsters behind him, then shook his head. They were powerful, but if they entered China, chaos would be inevitable. It was better to leave them in Kunlun. As for Huaxia, he could handle that alone. My words are clear. All of you stay in Kunlungsu. With that, Yi Chen waved his sleeve and left. Half a day later, Capital Airport. Yi Chen, now dressed in casual clothes, flew back directly from Kunlun Mountain Airport. The moment he stepped into the airport, a sense of familiarity washed over him. I haven't come back in a long time, but the haze in the capital hasn't changed. Since he hadn't informed the Dark Hall or any of his friends, no one came to pick him up. Yi Chen walked outside the airport and got into a taxi. The driver, a talkative man in his 40s, glanced at Yi Chen through the rearview mirror. Little brother, are you here to travel? You don't look like a local. Yi Chen shook his head. I came to handle something. The driver felt Yi Chen's ethereal aura. After checking Yi Chen's destination, his expression changed, and his eyes filled with fear. Little brother, you're not going there, are you? It hasn't been peaceful around that area. I heard there was a strong earthquake, and the authorities have blocked it off. We ordinary people don't know what happened, but no one dares go near. Yi Chen frowned. What happened recently? Do you know anything, sir? The driver shook his head violently. I don't know the details, but it affected my business. I heard a group of people came a while ago, probably related. Who? Yi Chen pressed, but the driver was clearly terrified and refused to speak further. Yi Chen didn't force him, but the sense of dread in his heart grew heavier. 10 minutes later, the taxi stopped. Yi Chen placed 100 yuan on the seat and got out. At this moment, no one knew what Yi Chen was feeling. He thought he would be happy returning to the Yi family, but instead, anger burned fiercely within him. Chapter 1183. The driver only felt a gust of wind, and then Yi Chen's figure vanished from beside him. He rubbed his eyes hard, his voice trembling even more as he muttered, "What the hell is happening today?" Yi family villa. When Yi Chen arrived at the entrance, he immediately sensed that the protective array he had once set up around the Yi family had been destroyed. Now, the flowing array surrounding the Yi residence came from someone else. Not only that, outside the Yi house stood 4 individuals, each radiating a terrifying aura. These 4 were definitely not people from the Dark Hall. Their auras carried the unmistakable essence of the Dao Source realm. The Dao Source realm was only one step below the Emperor Zun realm. How could such powerful individuals appear among China's Dark Hall? And why would people at this level be standing guard outside a house? Could it really be that the Blood Spirit clan had come? Yi Chen's eyes gradually filled with killing intent. Naturally, the 4 outside the residence also sensed Yi Chen's presence, but because Yi Chen suppressed his aura, they could not read him. One of the gatekeepers stepped forward, looked down at Yi Chen condescendingly, and said coldly, "Get lost. Do you even know where you are? If you don't leave now, you won't be able to handle the consequences." Yi Chen clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "I'm here to see a friend of the Yi family." The gatekeeper froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Mole Ant, you want to look for someone in the Yi family? Ha ha ha. Sorry to tell you, but if you're looking for the Chinese Yi family, too bad. The Yi family no longer exists. I advise you to scram before I kill you." Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, murderous intent sweeping out. He took one step forward. "I said I'm looking for someone. I don't give a damn who you are. But if you want to live, tell me what happened to the Yi family. If not, I'll kill you." Yi Chen's cold voice carried no warmth, yet in the eyes of the 4 gatekeepers, it was nothing but a joke. Kill? Someone from Huaxia, dare to kill them? Even though the Yi family was once a top martial arts clan in China. This kid in front of them probably had some skill, but at most he was at the spirit wandering realm or the virtual king realm. Such a cultivation level was no different from an ant to them. They could crush him with a single finger. The gatekeeper showed interest, he enjoyed tormenting the weak. With a thought, he released the crushing pressure of his Dao Source realm and sent it sweeping over Yi Chen. In his mind, the kid would be kneeling and begging any moment now. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. Something strange happened. The kid didn't kneel. He didn't even show a hint of pain. It was as if the gatekeeper's pressure had no effect at all. Impossible. He was a Dao Source realm expert. Even China's so-called national guardians couldn't withstand this pressure. How could this brat stand there unfazed? Silence filled the air. At that moment, Yi Chen said, "Are you done? Is it my turn now?" As his words fell, the aura around Yi Chen suddenly erupted. Like a tidal wave, a tsunami of killing intent swept toward the four men. Yi Chen's momentum was terrifying, formed from countless battles and deaths. His entire body radiated bloodlust and slaughter. Forget 1-layer Dao Source realm, even 9-layer Dao Source realm experts might not withstand it. Bang! A deafening explosion rang out as the gatekeeper nearest to Yi Chen shook violently and was sent flying, smashing heavily into the wall of the Yi residence. Blood sprayed everywhere, he was instantly left on the brink of death. The remaining 3 fared no better. Under the crushing pressure, their knees buckled. In the very next second, all 3 knelt. Their eyes changed completely, now filled only with fear. Who the hell was this young man? How could such a monster exist in aura-starved China? Was he from Kunlun Su? But even Kunlun Su didn't have such a young monster. "You, who are you?" One of them trembled, no longer caring about dignity, only survival. Yi Chen walked forward, looking down at them as his powerful voice fell like thunder from the heavens. "You dare occupy the Yi family? Don't you even know who the head of the Yi family in China is?" Their eardrums nearly burst. Suddenly, they realized something. The master of the Chinese Yi family. The youth in front of them was Yi Chen. But how could Yi Chen possibly have this level of strength? They had arrived in China before the incident at Qianjua Square, so they didn't know the terrifying breakthrough Yi Chen had achieved there. Seeing him now was like seeing a demon. Yi Chen stared at one of them and asked, "Where are Xia Ruoxue and the Yi family members?" The man trembled violently. I don't know." As soon as he spoke, Yi Chen struck with his palm, his shadow flickered, instantly piercing the man's body. He exploded into a mist of blood. Yi Chen looked at the remaining 3 and said coldly, "I won't ask a third time. Answer me." The remaining 3 hadn't expected Yi Chen to be this ruthless. They hurriedly said, "Mr. Yi, we truly don't know who Xia Ruoxue is. Our superiors only told us to occupy the Yi family. Others are responsible for the rest." Yi Chen could tell they weren't lying, at least this meant Xia Ruoxue wasn't here, and was likely still safe. But why didn't Ji Xiqing find these people? Could something have happened to her on the way? It was entirely possible. Yi Chen didn't waste time and continued, "Who's behind you? Tell me." The 3 men's expressions changed instantly, determination flashing in their eyes. The next second, the 3 of them slapped their own foreheads and dropped dead. Yi Chen looked at the corpses and shook his head. So they were just disposable bodyguards. And you think killing yourselves will stop me from finding the ones behind you? Ridiculous. Yi Chen stepped into the Yi villa. The villa was empty, filled with the lingering scent of blood and battle. Everything had been destroyed. Even the furniture was turned over, as if the intruders were searching for something. Yi Chen took out the black stone in his pocket, the anchor of the reincarnation cemetery, and murmured, "Were they searching for this?" He didn't dwell on it. He had to find Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue immediately. As for whoever was behind this, since they dared come to the Yi family, they would surely come for him next. Yi Chen forced out a drop of blood essence, his fingers forming seals rapidly, ancient inscriptions glowing in his palm. The next moment, an image appeared before him. An abandoned factory. This was where Xia Ruoxue's aura was tangled. Yi Chen recognized it immediately. It was one of the concealed bases he had prepared for the Dark Hall. It had a shielding array that even strong cultivators couldn't detect. Lu Lingfeng must have brought Xia Ruoxue here. Unlike the Yi family, the place was extremely well hidden, indeed, a good place to hide. Chapter 1184. 10 minutes later. Yi Chen arrived at the abandoned factory. When he got there, his expression suddenly hardened. Because the array here had been destroyed, and just like the Yi family residence, there were lingering traces of fierce battle. The aura of this battle, it's from someone in the Emperor realm. How is that possible? Did an emperor come to China? Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he sensed something. He moved toward a nearby wall where a red bloodstain was smeared. The blood had been there for at least a day. He reached out, wiped some of it with his fingers, and the coldness in his gaze deepened. This is Ji Xiqing's blood. That means she was injured. Ji Xiqing has only just stepped into the Emperor realm. If she fought someone who has already stabilized in that realm, she wouldn't be able to hold her ground. She thought that coming to China would be safe, since there shouldn't have been any Emperor realm experts here. Clearly, she was wrong. Yi Chen attempted to track Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue using his techniques, but discovered the method was completely ineffective. The final traces of the two could only be found here. It seems the one who came erased everything. Yi Chen frowned tightly. This was the first time he felt powerless. Although he was strong in body cultivation, it was useless in solving this kind of problem. What should I do now? While Yi Chen was thinking, a faint voice appeared. Hall Master. Yi Chen froze, whipping around sharply. In the distance, almost hidden among corpses, was a barely alive man. Yi Chen quickly rushed over and supported him. The moment he saw the man's face, the fury in his heart erupted even more violently. It was Lu Lingfeng, the Dark Hall Protector. The former helmsman of the Snow Plum Hall in Jiangnan. Lu Lingfeng and Yi Lingtian had always been Yi Chen's right-hand men. But now Lu Lingfeng's injuries were so severe that if not for sheer willpower, he would have already died. Yi Chen forcefully suppressed the rage rising inside him and took out a pill from the reincarnation cemetery, feeding it to Lu Lingfeng. At the same time, Yi Chen produced dozens of silver needles, channeling his true qi through them before inserting them rapidly. Yi Chen's martial path was fierce, but in truth, his medical skills were even more terrifying. Soon, Lu Lingfeng slowly regained consciousness. The moment he saw Yi Chen standing before him, tears and guilt filled his eyes. Hall Master. Lingfeng has failed you. I am willing to atone with my life. Yi Chen shook his head. What I need now is not your guilt. I need to know what happened after I left for Kunlun Su. And tell me where Xia Ruoxue is. Weren't you supposed to protect her? Lu Lingfeng struggled to his feet, looked around, clenched his fists, and explained. Hall Master, not long ago, a group of people came to China. These people are extremely terrifying. Even the Dark Hall and the Guardians could not resist them. With just a wave of their hands, they suppressed countless experts. They were like nightmares. I knew that the Yi family residence couldn't be defended, so I took Miss Xia and fled. I thought at least we could hold out until you returned, but I never expected those monsters to find this place as well. When Miss Xia and I were on the verge of being captured, a mysterious girl appeared out of nowhere. She fought against all those experts alone. She even killed many of them. When Yi Chen heard this, he instantly guessed the mysterious girl must have been Ji Xiqing. What happened afterward? Lu Lingfeng glanced at Yi Chen before continuing. It's a pity. Although the girl was strong, those despicable bastards suddenly attacked Miss Xia instead. In order to protect her, the girl blocked a sword for her and was severely injured. After that, the girl had no choice but to take Miss Xia and escape in a panic. The rest of those strong enemies chased after her. Because I was gravely injured, I could only remain here, unable to help. Yi Chen's eyes were burning with fury. Two possibilities remained. Ji Xiqing escaped with Xia Ruoxue to a safer place. Or Ji Xiqing and Xia Ruoxue were captured. Both were unacceptable outcomes for Yi Chen. Lingfeng, do you know who these people are? Anything special about them? This was the only way to find clues. Lu Lingfeng thought deeply. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He looked up at Yi Chen and said, "Hall Master, one of the old men was called Lord Yi. I remember because he shared your surname." Yi? Hearing this, Yi Chen immediately connected the dots. An Emperor Realm cultivator with the surname Yi? There was only one possible answer. The Yi family of Kunlun Su. He had always had unresolved blood debts with the Yi family of Kunlun. His grandfather had been killed by Yi Fudong, the patriarch of that clan. If not for the Blood Spirit clan crisis back then, Yi Chen would have already destroyed them. Now the Kunlun Yi family was coming for him. So they wanted to die. Of course, this was only a preliminary guess. To know for certain, he had to go there himself. Yi Chen didn't hesitate. He handed a pile of pills to Lu Lingfeng and said, "Take these. I'm going to Kunlun Su. You handle things in China. When I find Xia Ruoxue, I'll return." Before Lu Lingfeng could respond, Yi Chen had already vanished. Kunlun Su, Wanren Mountain. Yi family. The Yi family members were urgently discussing matters. Yi Fudong, the head of the family, sat at the round table with dozens of Emperor Realm elders. Kunlun has been unstable recently. How is the war progressing? This time, although the Huang family leads the campaign, our Yi family contributed significantly. More than 20 of our protectors have gone to negotiate. As for the missing Shi Tian, he has already been killed by Zhe. Yi Fudong paused, then continued. Speaking of which, Yi Shi Tian has disappeared. His younger brother, Yi Chen, is the breakthrough point. Yi Chen is from China. I sent an elder there earlier. What news did we receive? One of the elders stood and said respectfully. Clan head, news from China states that the Yi family residence has been destroyed, and Yi Chen's dark hall has suffered heavy damage. We have learned that Yi Chen has a woman he cares about in China. If we bring her back, killing Yi Chen and Yi Shi Tian will be easy. After all, even heroes fall for beauty. Yi Fudong glanced at the elder. Although he found such tactics distasteful, desperate times called for desperate measures. He asked, if that's the case, why wasn't the girl brought back to the clan? Hearing this, the elder's face flushed as he replied slowly. We were just about to succeed, but somehow, Ji Xiqing, one of Kunlun's top 10 prodigies, suddenly appeared. Back then, that useless Yi Chen had already been protected by Ji Xiqing, but we didn't expect her to protect the people around him as well. I still can't understand, with Ji Xiqing's talent, why in the hell would she choose Yi Chen of all people? Chapter 1185. Paw! Yi Fudong slapped his palm on the table, and the table instantly shattered. Ji Xiqing is indeed one of Kunlun's top 10 talents, but in terms of strength, the people we sent shouldn't have lost. How could so many of our men be defeated by just one girl? The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly said, Master, don't worry. Everything is under control. Ji Xiqing was seriously injured. Although she escaped with the girl named Xia Ruoxue, it's unlikely they'll get far. Our men should be able to bring her back soon. Yi Fudong nodded. Good. If you can't handle such a small matter, then get the hell out of my Yi family. He waved his hand impatiently. Enough about China. This meeting is to discuss how to deal with the coalition forces under Han Yun and the Guangming Hall. That Yi Shi Tian is too bold. What a bastard. Does he not know his own limits? He dares to stand up and raise a banner against the leaders of the Blood Spirit clan. He's fucking courting death. Speak. How is the frontline war developing? Yi Fudong turned to one of the elders. Elder Yi Qing, report the casualties. Reporting, Master. A middle-aged man with a hooked eagle nose clasped his fists and said, the frontline battlefield is centered around the Kunga region. The Yi family and the Huang family have joined forces to resist the Guangming Hall and the 100 Clan Alliance. He paused, handed a document to Yi Fudong, and continued, the Guangming Hall, led by Han Yun with the Shuya sect as support, has united with Qingshanmen, Kunlun sect, and many other powerful factions. The Huang family suffered heavy losses. Many strong cultivators were severely injured or killed. Fortunately, none of our Emperor realm experts died, but most were Dao origin cultivators. Elder Yi Qing sighed helplessly. Han Yun and the blood flag of the Shuya sect used some unknown method to forcibly turn many Yi family experts into their subordinates. It was completely unexpected, and we suffered tremendous losses. It's extremely difficult to capture Han Yun and the leader of the Shuya sect. I suggest our breakthrough point is still Yi Shitian. But he's disappeared. The only remaining clue leads back to Yi Chen. That boy is the most likely target now. However, I've heard his strength is far from weak, extremely fierce, and definitely not someone easy to deal with. Asshole! A fat elder roared, slapping the chair so hard the force of his chi and blood burst outward. These little bastards are rebelling. Yi Chen, that little son of a bitch, I know him. He's the son of Yi Tianjing, that worthless trash. He trembled with rage. I regret not killing Yi Tianjing's useless parents back then. And now that bastard son is causing such a huge disaster. Elder Yi Sheng, please calm down. All elders, master, please restrain your anger. Elder Yi Qing continued, currently, the ones openly resisting the Blood Spirit clan are mainly the 100 Clan Alliance and the Guangming Hall. The 100 Clan Alliance was founded by Duan Huayan, Yi Chen's master. He snorted. But even with over 30 Emperor Realm experts, they're all just a bunch of stubborn fools. As for the Guangming Hall, they're much harder to deal with. Not only do they have the combined strength of the former 10 major sects, they're secretly supported by the Holy Grass Hall. With our current strength, it's nearly impossible for the Yi and Huang families to take down the Guangming Hall anytime soon. We must think of another approach. How? The room fell silent. All the elders wore troubled expressions. Finally, a minor elder named Yinan spoke. In a few days, it will be the Yi family's ancestral worship ceremony, correct? For the centennial ancestral ceremony, every Yi family member, no matter where they are, must return to the ancestral temple to pay respects to the ancestors. Elder Yinan stroked his beard, smiling slyly. Master, I have a strategy, a way to cut them off at the root. A strategy to cut them off at the root? What strategy? Speak quickly. Yi Fudong leaned forward, interest immediately piqued. The Yi family had been exhausted lately. While many aristocratic families openly pledged loyalty to the Blood Spirit clan, only the Yi family and the Huang family were actually fighting on the front lines. The Huang family had 3,000 years of foundation, deep and terrifying. Although their peak strength did not surpass the Guangming Hall, their middle and lower level strength alone nearly doubled the combined strength of the Guangming Hall and the 100 Clan Alliance. The Huang family could afford this war. The Yi family could not. Although the Yi family was ancient with many preserved top-tier experts, they could not sustain these losses. If this continued, they would crumble. Thus, when Yinan mentioned a plan to strike at the root, everyone immediately focused. What plan? Speak. Yes, Yinan. Tell us. All the elders turned toward him. Yinan's lips curled into a sharp, vicious smile. The 100 Clan Alliance, the Guangming Hall, the Han family, the Holy Grass Hall, even Danshu Town, they all seem complicated. But in truth, all of them share one common thread. That thread is Yi Chen. Listen carefully. In the 100 Clan Alliance, the leader Duan Huayan is Yi Chen's master, and the deputy leader is Yi Chen's former subordinate. In the Guangming Hall, Han Yun is the deputy hall master, and the blood flag is also a deputy. It's said both have deep ties with Yi Chen. Their core strength is Yi Chen. Yinan cleared his throat. So the conclusion is obvious. The 100 Clan Alliance and the Guangming Hall are all connected to Yi Chen. As for Danshu Town, according to reports, the Cui family was annihilated by Yi Shitian. Later, Yi Chen became the chief alchemist of Danshu Town, and the two Dan lords follow his orders. Therefore, the key to everything is Yi Chen. He took out a genealogy and pointed at the name Yi Tianjing. If we trace this back, Yi Tianjing, Yi Chen's father, is a member of our Yi family. Yi Chen's grandfather personally expelled him from the family, causing him to suffer miserably. Now, all we have to do is send a letter inviting Yi Chen to the Yi family's ancestral ceremony. And ask him, his father, and even his grandfather to return home. With Yi Tianjing's personality, he'll definitely persuade Yi Chen to attend. Even if they refuse, once Yi Chen hears the truth about his grandfather's death, he'll come right to our doorstep. And once he steps through that gate, he'll be like a turtle trapped in a jar. A brilliant plan. Yi Fudong finally understood. Cold light flashed in his eyes. Bring Yi Chen here. As a descendant of the Yi family, only he and Yi Tianjing will be allowed to enter. He tapped the table rhythmically. Once father and son walk into my Yi family, all elders, all protectors, even a few Emperor Realm experts from the Huang family, will be waiting for them. With the combined strength of the Yi family, I refuse to believe we can't kill those two bastards. Then he looked at Elder Yi Qin. This letter will be handled by you. And remember, Yi Chen isn't the only descendant we're inviting home for the ancestral ceremony. Chapter 1186. Elder Yi Qin stood up, took the letter personally written by Yi Fudong, and said with a smile, "All right, master of the house, I understand." He muttered under his breath, "Ye's descendants are returning to worship their ancestors." Yes, they are returning to worship their ancestors. Returning to pay respects to their ancestors. Naturally, it can only be Yi family descendants. No one else can come here. That means it will be Yi Tianjing and Yi Chen. Han Yun cannot interfere. Without Han Yun, Yi Chen and his father, unaware of the situation, will be completely trapped. It's a real turtle in a jar. So the mighty Yi family cannot deal with just these two. Immediately, Elder Yi Qin left the meeting room and went straight to the Hall of Light. Although they don't know Yi Chen's exact whereabouts, Han Yun and the people of Guangming Hall certainly do. Those people will inevitably send the information back. At present, although there is no full-scale war, the Huang family, Yi family, and Guangming Hall are facing off in a place called Konggu in Kunlun. The battle is dominated by Emperor Realm cultivators, supplemented by Dao Yuan Realm masters, and mixed with numerous Su Wang Realm practitioners. This is a large-scale conflict. Every faction in the Hall of Light is mobilizing all mid- and low-level cultivators they can spare. First, Yi Chen is not present, but the fighting must continue, so they consolidate their forces. Second, it is also meant to uphold Yi Chen's vision, using war to select and cultivate the future backbone of the Blood Spirit clan. Yi family meeting room. Yi Fudong sipped a mouthful of bitter tea and said with a smile, "In a sense, the ancestral worship ceremony is like a Hongmen banquet. How many people should we prepare for it?" He gestured to the elders. "Master of the house, I heard Yi Chen has an extraordinary ability to leap beyond limits." Elder Yi Qin said thoughtfully. He once fought the elders of the 8 sects outside the city of 1,000 battles and defeated them all. Of course, Yi Shitian's assistance cannot be ignored. But I think we should gather as many people as possible. Our Yi family has existed for countless years. There are many old talents who can fight at a high level. I advocate setting up the array. I will kill Yi Chen with the array. The Yi family is enormous. Over the centuries, Emperor Realm experts are not few. Some of their strength even surpasses Yi Fudong. The Shuya family in Kunlun is a minor existence compared to the Yi family, because the Yi family is extremely low-key. In ancient times, a meteor fell from the sky, and the Yi family rose from a small household. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. Keeping a low profile has preserved the Yi family's foundation, as decreed by the first-generation ancestors. Historically, the Yi family included Shenhuang Realm and Huanyuan Realm experts. Although most died in ancient wars above the Emperor Realm, many still remained within the Emperor Realm. These people became elders of subsequent generations. Each generation of the family had many children, only one became the family head, while the others became elders. 2,000 years ago, the Yi family, through the Huang family, submitted to the Shuling family and no longer had to contribute Emperor Realm cultivators to the Shuling clan. Their obligations were instead assigned to Daozong and Kunlun sect. As a result, each generation of Yi family Emperor Realm experts grew steadily, without needing to serve the Blood Spirit clan. With this two-phase growth, the Yi family alone is comparable to 2 or 3 major sects. The Shuya family in Kunlun, unlike the ancient Yi family, has existed for only 7 generations, Elder Yi Qin said slowly. Every generation has produced Emperor Realm elders. I suggest that all 7 generations set up the 7-night distraction array. Divided into 7 sections, 1 for each generation. This array can trap and kill enemies. This array has been passed down in the Yi family. If all the Emperor Realm elders attack together, they can fight in their spirit forms. Isn't that overkill? A fat elder scoffed dismissively. It's just a father and son, isn't it? He murmured coldly to himself, this Yichen certainly has some Yi family blood, but he is unrecognized by the family. No matter how strong his achievements, it doesn't change the fact that he is still an outsider. Do we need to drag all the elders out of seclusion? To activate the 7-night distraction array that once killed gods and destroyed Buddhas? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. This fat elder emitted a faint blue light, exuding arrogance. He is also an extraordinary figure among the 7 layers of heaven. 70% of his road prototype has been completed, the Road of Greenwood. The Road of Greenwood is the foundation of the wood system, with infinite potential. Once mastered to the extreme, as long as you are not killed outright, you can quickly recover. It is also one of the pillars of the Yi family. He is Yi Wushuang, one of the 7 elders of the Yi family. Moreover, Yi Chen is just one person, and he is far from alone. There are generations after him. He is probably my great-grandson. There is nothing to fear. Yi Wushuang leaned against the wall with a proud expression, waved, and said, Master, there is no need to set up the array. Leave it to me. When the time comes, I will lead Yi Chen and Yi Tianjing in, and I will kill them directly. The Hall of Light and the 100 Schools Alliance. They will surely collapse. Yi Wushuang. Do you think I am making a mountain out of a molehill? Elder Yi Qin snorted coldly. I know you are strong. You would dare to fight Han Yun, but Yi Chen is no ordinary descendant. Do you really think this is just a grandson of your bloodline? Just a grandson? You think it will be easy to bully him? How could the top 10 sects willingly follow him? From all over the world, Yi Chen's clear-cut generation commands disciples from every sect, decisively killing and recruiting leaders. You, a 7 layers heaven Emperor Realm cultivator, may be strong, but if you make a mistake, Yi Chen will lead the Guangming Hall to attack the Yi family. Yi Chen. He is no longer the lone youth from before. He is now the master of the Hall of Light. What is the Hall of Light? 12 sects united, hundreds of minor sects submitting to its authority. Now, to destroy the Hall of Light, you would have to go up and kill Yi Chen alone. Fail, and you will face Yi Chen's revenge. Cough. Yi Wushuang. Yi Fudong coughed several times, gesturing for him to sit, and asked, What stage of body training are you at? It's fine. 3rd stage of super body training. Yi Wushuang twisted his neck, loosened his muscles and bones, and said, I have practiced for over 600 years. With the treasures left by my ancestors, my progress is extremely fast. I believe it won't be long before I can confront the Blood Spirit clan and cross the starry sky. As for Yi Chen, I will handle him. I'll kill him according to family rules. Chapter 1187. A descendant? Fight him with what? At this time, an elder of the Yi family suddenly asked, Master, do we really want to put that guy's rank in the ancestral temple? Or is it a direct challenge to Yi Chen? If it's the latter, won't it sound a little harsh? Yi Fudong pondered for a long time. His eyes were deep, and he said, This way, Yi Chen will return to worship his ancestors. We will give him 3 trials, and only after passing all 3 will he be allowed to place his grandfather's tablet in the ancestral temple. Returning to one's roots. The key is that he must earn this qualification. Presumably, Yi Chen also wants his grandfather's rank, which will benefit the ancestral hall. Yi Chen, that little bastard, must pass the 3 trials if he wants to rank his grandfather and enter the ancestral hall. Yi Wushuang. You're in charge of the 2nd level. Yi Fudong's gaze turned cold and sharp. He had been in charge of a major family for so many years, how could he not have a plan? Moreover, since Yi Chen had stirred the storm, he had fully utilized the resources left behind by past dynasties. In just a few months, he used these resources to break through 3 layers of heaven in the Emperor realm. Of course, these resources were not ordinary. There were several Tao from the source of Tao for him to absorb, so he didn't need to practice, it came naturally. At the same time, there were 2 rudiments of the Emperor realm for him to absorb, granting him combat power from the rudimentary path after entering the Emperor realm. Yet even if all these resources were fully utilized, it would only produce a few dozen Emperor realm experts. These resources, any single one could rival a small sect. The Tao of the Daoyuan realm requires killing strong cultivators in the late Daoyuan realm. When they die, the power of Tao is extracted to ensure accuracy. 1 Tao requires a strong Tao source as the price. The same applies to the rudimentary form of the Emperor realm. 1 prototype of the Great Path consumes 1. Over the years, the Yi family has preserved more than a dozen rudiments and dozens of road force techniques. This is the hidden knowledge of top families. On the surface, their strength may seem inferior to newer families, but when internal knowledge is applied, they instantly surpass emerging families tenfold. Similarly, activating this hidden knowledge naturally produces powerful cultivators beyond the ordinary. Yi Wushuang, for example, used this internal knowledge combined with a large amount of fierce animal essence and blood to break his body refining state to the 3rd level of the dominating body stage, his qi and blood exceeding 10 million. The 2nd level? Who will you face on the 1st and 3rd levels? Yi Wushuang asked. He clasped his hands and said coldly, of course, Yi Chen and Yi Tianzheng are the 2 young targets. I will execute them in the end. Originally, Yi Chen and Yi Tianzheng's family members had been killed or injured, seized by Yi Fudong, and became branch veins from the main line. Therefore, even with their closest Yi family members, Yi Wushuang is the only one capable. Yi Nantian, this guy practiced martial arts and blood spirit secrets with the elders of the blood spirit clan 100 years ago. With a smile on his face, Yi Fudong said, my younger brother has defeated more than 100 Emperor Realm cultivators. Such a great achievement, those adults of the Blood Sword clan also gave him treasures and opportunities. Since returning to Kunlun 100 years ago, he has secluded himself from the outside world. Recently, he has come out of seclusion. His level may not be high, but his combat power is absolutely terrifying. He looked at the door and said, come out, now. Bang! The metal door suddenly cracked open, a gust of wind turned it to powder. A young man in purple robes appeared. His cold eyes seemed to destroy everything, and his entire body exuded an invincible fighting spirit, like an ancient god of war. He held a long ice spear, freezing the ground and walls around him. He walked in slowly, expressionless, even looking down on the elders. He said, Yi Nantian, 7th generation elder of the Yi family. Just a few words, sharp and commanding. Yi Nantian is one of the outstanding figures of the Yi family. In the past, with his strength alone, he killed 30 Emperor Realm cultivators in strong positions. Yi Fudong said with admiration. As for his realm, he is 6 levels into the Emperor Realm. Yi Chen has no chance of winning at all. And he still wields a pin-immortal weapon, a cold ice spear. Let him take charge of the first trial and guard against Yi Chen. He patted Yi Nantian on the shoulder with a smile. I believe you must be very interested in this boy. But do your best to kill that little bastard. If you hold back, it won't be easy to explain to the elders of the Shuling clan a year from now. Yi Fudong had hidden Emperor Realm experts ready, any one of whom could crush him. But as master of the family, he had absolute authority to mobilize them. This is a top family. Anyone who appears can shock the outside world. No family passed down for thousands of years can be easily despised. In particular, the Huang family, despite having the highest combat power at 8 layers of the Emperor Realm, is still no match for Han Yun, who is invincible without the Blood Spirit clan. Unlike Yi Tiannan, they cannot be brought to the outer regions to fight and seize opportunities. Thus, a figure like Yi Tiannan, over 100 years old, is invincible in the generation of Kunlun Su between 100 and 200 years. What about the third level? Yi Wushuang asked. The first level is Tian Nan, the second level is me. The third level, do we need a top-level powerhouse? Naturally. Yi Fudong said with a smile. The third level has its own candidates. Of course, there is also a fourth level. If all three trials are defeated, all Emperor Realm Elders will activate the 7-Night Distraction Array, connect the surrounding dragon veins, and trigger the Great Formation to kill Yi Chen and Yi Tianzheng. He knew exactly what had happened. He killed Yi Chen's grandfather and expelled his family. This is a complete plan. Either Yi Chen dies, or he dies. As for assassination, sneak attacks, these methods are basically useless against Yi Chen. To assassinate Yi Chen individually is equivalent to death. If many go to kill him, it's no longer assassination. Moreover, the terrain offers no advantage. Once Yi Chen mobilizes his people, the entire Yi family territory could be destroyed. So, he tricked Yi Chen into coming to the Yi family for the memorial ceremony, recalling the Yi family descendants, preventing Yi Chen from bringing his own subordinates. When the battle occurs at home, Yi Chen and Yi Tianjing cannot win. The third level candidate. When the third level is needed, I will unleash him. Even if Yi Chen is lucky and passes the first and second levels, the third level is an existence he will never overcome in his lifetime. In front of that man, no matter how strong he is just an ant. Chapter 1188. Alright, elders, transfer the main force back. Yi Fudong said. The battlefield of Kungu will be handed over to the Huang family for the time being. Our Yi family is going to kill Yi Chen. Don't capture him alive, kill Yi Chen. Yes. Yes, master. At the end of the meeting, many elders responded and left. Kunlun Shukuan Valley is a huge basin, stretching for thousands of miles, all covered with forests. Originally, it was a sect of Kunlun Su, specially used to resist beasts. But 3,000 years ago, the Shulan clan took away all the high-level fierce beasts in Kunlun Valley, leaving almost no living creatures behind. In the past few years, some scattered fierce beasts, with low cultivation levels, had reached a high level. They found Kun Valley's terrain favorable and led their groups into the land. But after the outbreak of war between the Huang family and Guangming Hall, hundreds of fierce beasts at the virtual king and Tao source levels were killed. Initially, many were slain by the aftershocks of fights between the two emperors. The rest were either captured or killed. The huge Kungu forest has now become scorched earth. The east and west sides were stationed in barracks, operating like real military forces. However, both sides had limited numbers. Some fell in battle. The Huang family had no intention of destroying Guangming Hall and sought to reduce losses. Guangming Hall had no intention of capturing Yi Chen, so it did not launch a large-scale attack. Before each other, both sides fought fiercely. Bang bang! Bang! A cloud of dust rose as both sides returned to the virtual realm of disciples fighting. For the high-level fighters, Huang Wuguan, Huang Zhantian, and Qing Jian were on the battlefield for Guangming Hall. On the other side, the 9th-generation elders of the Huang family were present, all Emperor Zun cultivators, some at 2 or 3 layers. When Yi Chen learned that Xia Ruoxue and Ji Xiqing's disappearance might be related to the Yi family, he immediately traveled to Kunlun Su from Huaxia. Of course, he also brought a group of top monsters with him. For him, the black stone from the reincarnation cemetery came from the Shuya family of Kunlun, proving that the Shuya family in Kunlun was far from simple. No matter what role the Shuya family played in the disappearance of the second daughter, if Yi Chen's subordinates were harmed even slightly, they would pay a heavy price. He wanted to go directly to Shuya's home in Kunlun, but upon learning about Guangming Hall, he decided to stop there first. Yi Chen, wearing a mask, appeared in Shukuan Valley of Kunlun. His presence immediately drew attention. Seemingly plain, yet exuding a strong, unspeakable, unpredictable aura. The 9th-generation elder of the Huang family stared at the masked youth from afar, his face changing as he shouted angrily, "Ye killed heaven! How dare you come here? Good! Very good. He suddenly drew his sword and swung. The sword light condensed into a violent shadow in the air, emitting dazzling brilliance and interlaced sword spirits. He intended to suppress Yi Chen. You little bastard! You bewitched people and harmed the 10th youth of the Huang family. It is completely destroyed. You must die today. Huang Zhantian and Huang Wuguan were the 10th generation of the Huang family. The 9th generation elder, at 3 layers of Emperor Zun heaven and 5 levels of coagulation, had combat power above theirs. When? How dare you be an enemy to me? Yi Chen hummed coldly, waved his hand, and gathered infinite strength. It condensed into a golden arm, pressing down like an ancient giant, covering heaven and earth, irresistible. His physical power had reached a level unlike before. Crack! A clear explosion rang out. The virtual shadow of the sword light burst, and the golden arm struck down. Even the Huang family elder was reduced to pieces. The 11th and 12th generations of Huang disciples looked terrified and dared not fight. See the master! See the master! Huang Wuguan and Huang Zhantian immediately knelt down, respect in their eyes, not daring to make a mistake. Today, they also had cultivation at 2 layers of Emperor Zun heaven, which was considered fast progress. Once real talents enter the Emperor realm, advancement is rapid, especially in the early Emperor Zun state, where gaining 1 to 3 levels in a week is easy. After 7 days, it depends entirely on talent. Although the Huang family had many disciples, there were also many emperors. Most were 2 or 3 layers of Emperor Zun heaven, with little intention of war. In recent years, the Huang family had been mobilized, making survival in a life-or-death battle extremely difficult. Even talented individuals would struggle to advance. Master Yi. I've heard Master Yi is the elder martial brother of Hall Master Yi Chen. It's truly extraordinary to meet you today. Qing Jian bowed slightly. He had recently achieved the 4th layer of Emperor Zun heaven, yet in front of Yi Chen, he felt powerless, weaker than ever. He carefully observed Yi Chen and could not help being moved. Monster. So many powerful monsters. All of them were Emperor Realm cultivators. What is Yi Shitian's identity? Why is he accompanied by so many monsters? And standing beside Yi Shitian were 2 more monsters. One wore a green robe with faint dragon aura, clearly a real dragon, not weak. The other, in a white robe, looked middle-aged but also had dragon aura. Though slightly weaker, still formidable. Yi Shitian. Where on earth did these monsters come from? Yi Shitian and Yi Chen are brothers. Who trained them? If anyone could teach such strong siblings, they must be the best in Outland. Green Sword, rise, and the other 2 as well. Yi Chen waved, motioning for the 3 of them to stand. Then he looked at hundreds of kneeling Huang disciples. What's wrong with these people? Report to Master. These are the 11th, 12th, and 13th generations of Huang disciples. Yi Chen looked around. Do these Huang family disciples intend to surrender? Huang Zhantian gestured with his fist, then shouted at the Huang disciples, you still won't surrender. I know most of you. I don't want to see you die here. Moreover, our Lord fights for great righteousness against the evil blood spirit clan. Don't you surrender yet? Surrender now to avoid death. No surrender. Huang Zhantian yelled, even if you are our uncle, you betray the Huang family. No surrender. If you don't surrender, the elders of the blood spirit clan will come soon. Surrender now and join us, or you will die. Bang! A dragon's claw slammed down, cracking the ground. All the Huang disciples were obliterated. It's the Demon King of Baijian. Baijian Demon King, its power is unmatched. How could these Huang family disciples resist? No chance. No qualification. Chapter 1189. Yi Chen nodded slightly. These Huang family disciples were poor cultivators and would not amount to much in the future. Yet they acted so arrogantly while serving as running dogs. There was no need to tolerate them. He said, Go, Huang Zhantian, take me to meet the others. In a palace thousands of kilometers away, Han Yun sat in the hall, accompanied by Yi Ling Tian. Yi Ling Tian had rapidly advanced to the peak of the Daoyuan realm, thanks to Han Yun's blessings. Even Yi Luo'er, standing at the edge, had reached the Banbu Emperor state. They were among Yi Chen's close subordinates. Han Yun naturally brought the family's inner details to this realm. Of course, it didn't mean they had the full combat power of this realm, but it was enough to protect themselves. Master! Master of the temple! Yi Luo'er and Yi Ling Tian rose at the same time and knelt toward Yi Chen in surprise. At that moment, Yi Chen had removed his mask, revealing his true identity. Many of his subordinates were shocked. They had not expected that Yi Chen, the king and genius of the outside world, would come alone. Get up, get up! Yi Chen helped them to their feet, smiling. You've worked hard these days. Master of the temple. As expected, dozens of small families that joined the Blood Spirit clan have been destroyed. Yi Ling Tian said seriously, all the members of the 100 Clan Alliance, led by his subordinates, have eradicated these small families and gained many resources. However, my subordinates found that although these small families turned to the Blood Spirit clan, they never actually saw its members and had to pretend allegiance to the Huang family. That's natural. These small families, with only a few emperors and dignitaries, aren't qualified to meet the Blood Spirit clan. Yi Chen didn't mind. With his aura, anyone in the Emperor Zun state born naturally might look down on these small families. It was normal. Master of the temple. The Holy Grass Hall and the 10 major sects are now based in the city of thousands of Ju. The Holy Grass Hall provides herbs. Lingyi Danzuan and Luojia in Danshu town mainly provide pills. The other 10 sects have been fully incorporated into our Guangming Hall, now divided into Daoj, Kunlun Pavilion, and Qinghuan Pavilion, Yi Ling Tian explained. My subordinates have erased their old sect names and demoted them to positions within Guangming Hall. 10 schools, once Yi Chen's enemies in Qianjua City, had now joined the Guangming Hall. Naturally, they could not retain their original sect names. They were left only with branch cabinet positions, seated around the town, to assist the Hall of Light's decisive battles when needed. Good. You've done well. You deserve to be my deputy hall master. Yi Chen looked at Han Yun. How is the war going? Han Yun sighed. You weren't here. I did not rashly attack the Huang family. Honestly, I didn't know how to win. The 12 school ancestors, together with our Han family, are the top 13 emperors who respect the territory, but we don't have immortal tools. Before the First World War, many Huang family emperors respected 7 layers of heaven, all wielding immortal tools, some even wielding 2. 7 against 13, and the outcome was indecisive. Even the Qinghuan clan's ancestor nearly fell. We had no choice but to wait for your return. Han Yun's gaze drifted to the Green Sword Demon Emperor and Baizhan God General. These two were the original demon kings of Kunlun Void. Have they surrendered to you? Of course. All the major cultivators have come to me. Yi Chen took Han Yun aside to discuss the plan against the Huang family. There are now many monsters in the Emperor's realm under my command. They can form the main force. We have confidence to fight the Huang family. Looking at the situation, there were still many Emperor realm cultivators hidden within the Huang family. Even if they crushed the Huang family and killed many emperors, it would still be costly. Their forces would be weakened, leaving very few strong cultivators when the Blood Spirit clan arrives. Han Yun suddenly said, Temple Master, there is a thorny issue. The Huang family is only half the forces we face. Half? Yi Chen was surprised. Who comprised the other half of Emperor Zun, ready to oppose them? Yes, half. The other half is the Yi family, Han Yun said with a sigh. The Shuya family of Kunlun has completely allied with the Huang family. Dozens of their emperors are already sent to support the Huang family in battle. The Yi family is stronger than my Han family. Though not as powerful as the Huang family, we cannot underestimate them. We must leave a certain emperor to guard against the Yi family. Yi Chen's rage surged. His greatest target was the Yi family. The Shuya family of Kunlun was a dead enemy. Before Han Yun could finish, a Taoist elder arrived. I wish to see the temple master and the two deputy hall masters. Outside, Elder Yi Qing of the Yi family requests an audience, said the Daoj elder slowly. He wishes to discuss the grand ceremony of the Yi family's ancestor worship. Let him in. Yi Chen's tone was icy. He looked at Yi Qing, who entered, with disdain. The Yi family was not to be trusted. They expelled his grandfather, destroyed his parents, and caused misery. If Ji Xiqing or Xia Ruoxues suffered harm, the Yi family would answer for it. Elder Yi Qing bowed deeply, clasping his fists. Greetings, three hall masters. He produced a letter, a kind of invitation, and said, Our Yi family's ancestor worship ceremony is soon. The master wishes all Yi family disciples to return to honor their ancestors, and he specially invites you to participate, Temple Master. Yi Qing had not expected Yi Chen to appear here. In recent days, having seen no news of Yi Chen, he assumed him either absent or dead. He did not expect him to be hiding here. Yi Qing looked at Yi Chen's cold eyes and could only say, Lord Yi Jian, I believe you understand. Although our Yi family has declined, it was once a renowned clan in Kunlun. In the past, many powerful figures belonged to the ancient Yi family, some in the divine realm. Even those strong in Hunyuan were masters of their families, those in harmony were the ancestors of Kunlun. Take a general view of Kunlun, our Yi family has always been a force to reckon with. Even if Kunlun has the first clan, it would not dare oppose our Yi family. What a pity, Elder Yi Qing said bitterly, trying to bait Yi Chen. He sighed. After the First World War in ancient times, 3 ancestors of the United Kingdom of Taoism died in battle, leaving no bones behind. Chapter 1190. The 11 elders of the Hunyuan realm have no blood, which caused my ancient Yi family to nearly vanish. The Blood Spirit clan even killed all the 100 gods and thousands of powerful people in the Yi family's god realm before entering Kunlun Void. Even we were almost destroyed in those years. If Yi Hong's ancestors had not fled, the Yi family would surely have perished entirely in ancient times. Ancestor Yi Hong established the Shuya family in Kunlun with the emperor's respect at the 8 layers of heaven. Over the years, we have been oppressed by the Blood Spirit clan. Elder Yi Qing said this, his tears falling uncontrollably. Yi Luo'er sighed at the grief. He continued, there are so many heroes and outstanding figures in the Yi family that we cannot afford to die anymore. These talents were forced to submit to the Huang family and the Blood Spirit clan just to survive. I know, Yi Chen, you hate us. Hate that we became traitors of Kunlun Su. It's just that we couldn't do anything. The Yi family has been weakening, and we had no choice. Yes, so it is. He stepped forward, one after another, and said, although our Yi family sent Emperor Xuanjing to fight this time, he was forced to do nothing. At the same time, this family memorial ceremony is also a tribute to the thousands of ancestors who shed blood for this family. We hope that you and your father and mother will return home to offer sacrifices. No matter what, you still carry the blood of the Yi family. Even if something terrible happens, we are still family. We can sit down and talk about it. To tell you the truth, in terms of seniority, I am your great-grandfather. How could I harm you? Come back to the memorial service, child. Yi Qing's eyes were full of regret, even a hint of kindness. Han Yun also stepped forward, eyes observing Yi Qing's gestures, though saying nothing, he could see Yi Qing's authenticity. Yi Chen sneered inwardly, old man. You want to play the tragic drama? It's a pity Kunlun has no Oscars, Yi Qing would have won Best Actor. If you really cared about me, if you were helpless, how could you bully my grandfather and force my father back to the Yi household? Really helpless, huh? These past days, the Yi family colluded with the Blood Spirit clan, hitting my Guangming Hall so hard. They must not have known I had already gone to Huaxia. They know what happened in China. And yet, they want to play this tragic drama and trick me into returning? Want to kill me? Fine. Have fun, old man. Then, Yi Chen sighed, and tears appeared in his eyes. Looking at Elder Yi Qing, he almost felt as if seeing his own relatives. Han Yun could not help but praise himself. Young people these days can show true feelings so easily. Yi Qing, trying to trick Yi Chen, was still a bit naive. Yi. Elder Yi. Yi Chen, with regret, wanted to stop him. Elder Yi Qing sighed. The world changes forever. It is not your fault. He raged inwardly, children are so naive, so easy to deceive. Yi Chen, this little scum, really hasn't experienced much. So simple. Say a few words, act helpless and pitiful, and the boy actually believes it. Good. Excellent. This time, we will kill the little beast. Yi Qing's face regained composure as he continued with apparent sorrow. This time, you must come home to worship your ancestors. Moreover, all of you disciples of the Yi family may not come with us this time. But don't worry. When you return, we will set up a tablet for your grandfather and place his spirit throne in the ancestral hall. He did not intend to bar Yi Chen's subordinates, he merely emphasized that this was a grand family gathering, and outsiders could not attend. Good. What need do you have for outsiders when returning to worship your ancestors? Yi Chen said lightly, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Hongmen banquet. Yi Chen was about to crash the Hongmen banquet. Behind him stood the reincarnation cemetery, stepping into the era of hegemony. What did the Yi family count? The forces given by Han Yun were enough to deploy the Baijian Demon King and the Green Sword Demon Emperor. The strength of these two was terrifying. Add Yi Chen, and the Yi family could easily be crushed. Moreover, Yi Chen knew his parents wanted to return his grandfather's memorial tablet to the ancestral hall. Although expelled, his father, Yi Tianjing, still had some attachment to the Yi family. This time, he would accompany his parents back. Qing Jian and his parents were tasked with protecting his parents, while Yi Chen alone would show the Yi family who truly rules Kunlun Void now. A long time ago, Yi Chen received Yi Fudong's letter, and a killing idea had flashed before dying down. The letter invited him and his parents to attend the Yi family's ancestor worship and banquet. He smiled and said, Elder Yi Qing, go back first. I will leave for the Yi household in 3 days. Good. Worthy of being a descendant of the Yi family. At that time, you must come. Your parents will get it, they are my family members. As your elder, I want to meet your parents too. Elder Yi Qing stepped out of the hall, and as he did, a smile appeared on his lips. In his heart, he thought, I am worthy to be the master of this plan. It will surely succeed. I'm afraid, from now on, Yi Chen will disappear from this world. After Yi Qing left, Yi Lingtian clasped his fists. Lord of the Hall, the Yi family is not trustworthy. The Yi family of ancient times was truly terrible. It could be considered an overlord. Back then, they fought for Kunlun Void's blood to the last step. However, today's Xue family in Kunlun is not credible. The ancient Yi family deserved to be head of all families, 3 in the realm of Tao, 11 in the realm of Hunyuan. Such strong cultivators could stand tall and mighty. This was the Yi family's inner strength, the foundation that dominated Kunlun Su. But these capitals were destroyed during the First World War of ancient times. All were killed in battle. Their bodies, flesh, and souls could not survive. They were no longer eternal strongmen of the 7 Knights of Blood. Ultimately, they perished in battle. But they died for Kunlun Su. No one dared refuse them, and no one would. Today's Yi family was different. Yi Hong fled from the ancient Yi family. Although he avoided death, he dominated the current Yi family, allying with the Blood Spirit clan and betraying his own family. This alone made the entire family unreliable. How could the Lord trust them? Especially Yi Qing. Looking at him, one could tell he was a deceitful old fox. No harm. I know their scheme. It's just that something happened in China, and I will visit the Yi family for important reasons. I'll crush the Yi family and deal with many of their emperors directly. Yi Chen had no fear. The Yi family? Calculate all they want. There were so many demon clan strongmen gathered here. Even 1/3 of them would be enough to wipe out the Yi family. Yi family. How dare you? Yet, he would fulfill his parents' wishes and return his grandfather to the ancestral hall. At the same time, he would execute his own plan. Chapter 1191. Yi Lingtian frowned when he heard that something had happened in Huaxia and asked, "Lord, what happened in Huaxia? How about the Dark Hall? Do you want me to take Kunlun Su's Dark Hall and Guangming Hall to Huaxia?" Yi Chen's eyes fell on Yi Lingtian, Yi Luo'er, Han Yun, and the others. He said, "No. The Dark Halls suffered heavy losses this time. Not only that, Xia Ruoxue and Ji Xiqing have also disappeared. The only clue is the Xue family in Kunlun. Even if the Yi family doesn't invite me this time, I will personally step into the Yi family and deal with its important members. I want to see how the Yi family holds this Hongmen banquet." Yi family? Perhaps not. However, Yi Chen could forcibly seal the high-level members of the Yi family. The Yi family and the 5 layers of heaven in the emperor's respect, except for a few people who had to be killed, such as Yi Fudong and a few others, would all be suppressed and sealed, leaving the Yi family powerless. With the strength of his soul, Yi Chen could seal even more people. This was the power of Nye Baijian. After all, he and Yi Tianjing shared the blood of the Xue family in Kunlun. Maybe Yi Fudong would be the last of the family. Good. Since the master of the temple has a plan, I won't worry anymore. Yi Lingtian exhaled. Fortunately, the hall master was not fooled. Xiao Zhu, what about the detailed plan? How many emperors do we need to mobilize? 100. 100 emperors in the realm of respect, enough to handle my demon clan's realm of respect. Yi Chen looked at the king of the Baijian demon and the others. Now that the Hall of Light had been incorporated, all previous gods had been converted into Dharma protectors, and some became elders. He said, "Baijian Elder, Green Sword Demon Emperor, follow me. Astronomy Elder, Phoenix Elder, Wind Dragon Elder, Earth Dragon Elder. And Sea Dragon Dharma Protector, Blood Kylan Dharma Protector, and Jiuying Dharma Protector. You 7 demon clan elders and Dharma protectors, you will lead the original Tianming army and the original demon imperial army to respect the territory and protect the Dharma. Follow the 2 ancestors of the Blood Flag sect and the Blood Knight Gate to secretly surround the Yi family." In one breath, he pointed out 7 emperors and monsters of 6 layers of heaven and above. "Wait for me to break the Yi family, then I will signal you to sweep in and take the Yi family in one fell swoop." "Yes. Yes, Lord." Astronomy and the other elders clasped their hands. At the edge, the Blood Flag elder nodded in surprise, thinking, Xiao Zhu truly deserves the title. These monsters were not weak in combat. But how could Kunlun Su possibly have so many powerful monsters? Of course, no one dared ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets, not to mention Yi Chen. "Han Yun. You lead the elders of the other 10 sects, along with the people and monsters of the Emperor Xuanjing, to attack the Huangjia Emperor Xuanjing in Kenggu. Capture as much as possible and lure more Huangjia Emperor Xuanjing to confront you, so that the Huang family has no time to deal with the Yi family's affairs. As for the remaining Emperor Xuanjing people and demon cultivators, be responsible for garrisoning Qianjua City, Danshu Town, and Qianfeng Mountain. Thousandju City is our base, Danshu Town is for elixir production, Qianfeng Mountain is the base for the 100 Alliance. No place can fall. Unless the Huang family tries extremely hard, I don't believe anyone can break my arrangement." Yi Chen now had the power to fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Each deployment reversed the disadvantage of the Guangming Hall and the 100 Schools Alliance, originally defeated by the Huang family. The Huang family had accumulated vast information over the years. Although there were no strong figures in the spiritual realm, there were too many in the Emperor Zun realm. If Yi Chen hadn't killed all the Huang family disciples who died at Dingjun Mountain, an estimated 20 or 30 could have broken through. In another 100 years, there would be no sacrifice, meaning 8 of the 150 descendants of the 10th generation could reach the Emperor's realm. 10 generations of people, how many emperors would there be in the strong environment? All right. That's how it's arranged. Yi Chen declared, then looked at the demon clan elders. You listen to the mobilization of Han Yun, blood flag and Yi Ling Tian. Do not disobey or betray, or I will kill you. I await your orders. Please rest assured. In a flash, all the Demon Clan strongmen behind knelt down in response. In this scene, Han Yun was shocked and whispered, I'm afraid that from today on, Kunlun Su's forces, if they want to challenge this young man, should also think twice. The Yi family is seeking death. Good. Han Yun, Yi Ling Tian, Blood Flag, you mobilize the Demon Clan. Green Sword Demon Emperor, no, Elder Qingjian and Elder Baijian, come with me to Qianfeng Mountain. Yi Chen took the top fighting power of the two demon clans. The Green Sword Elder and the Green Sword of Qingshanmen shared a name, but their strength was different. Yi Chen departed. Han Yun began urgent arrangements. Half an hour later, Yi Chen arrived at a mountain shrouded in clouds. The array in the sky was extremely powerful. A few drops of blood were present in the array. This was where Yi Chen had placed his parents. Since he had brought his parents from China, Yi Chen had seldom returned. He did not know how they were faring now. Yi Chen entered the array. A modern villa sat atop the mountain, almost identical to the Yi family villa in Jiangqing. This was Yi Chen's intention, to reduce his parents' unfamiliarity with Kunlun Su. Yi Chen opened the door and immediately felt the violent breakthrough aura surging throughout the hall. He then stared at the two rooms and saw that his parents were in the middle of breakthroughs. And their breakthrough aura was not weak at all. Although his father and mother had lived as mortals for the first half of their lives, Yi Chen knew well that their bloodlines were special. Mother Jiang Peirong was one of the most talented people in China in the past 100 years. His father's body carried the blood of the Kunlun Shuya family. How could it be weak? Yi Chen quickly surveyed them and realized that his parents' breakthroughs were almost to the Daoyuan realm. There were countless pills here, plus the strong garrison. His parents must have been cultivating day and night to avoid delay. Yi Chen simply sat in the living room and waited. After a while, the breakthrough aura in the room gradually faded. The doors of the two training rooms suddenly opened. Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianzheng emerged. They were about to exchange breakthrough experiences when Yi Guang's presence swept through. In the next second, their eyes were full of excitement. Chener. Jiang Peirong was the first to rush to Yi Chen, even reaching out to touch his face. Chener, why did you come back? Look at you, so thin. Today, mother will stew chicken soup for you. By the way, when are you leaving? Yi Tianzheng also came to Yi Chen's side, patting his shoulder without speaking. Everything was silent. Even though Yi Chen's strength was far greater, he still felt like a child in front of his parents. Chapter 1192. Looking at his parents, Yi Chen was deeply moved. If his parents hadn't persevered, he might never have achieved what he is now. After a few greetings, Yi Chen went straight to the main topic. Mom, Dad, how about going to the Shuya family in Kunlun in a few days? It's time. Hearing Shuya family in Kunlun, Jiang Peirong and Yi Tianzheng were stunned and fell silent. During this time, they had roughly settled some matters in Kunlun Su. They also understood the significance of the Shuya family in Kunlun. They had trained day and night to summon the courage to take their son to the Shuya family in Kunlun. But now, it felt like they were heading to certain death. For a long time, Yi Tianzheng put out the cigarette in his hand, looked at Yi Chen, and said, "Do you really want to do this?" He gazed at Yi Chen, hesitated for a moment, drew out a cigarette again, condensed the flame between his fingers, lit it, took 2 puffs, and said, "For so many years, I've also wanted to go back, and I've wanted to return your grandfather's spiritual position. Once, we were the main force of the Yi family. Your grandfather should have been the master of the Yi family, but it was just Yi Fudong's damn actions that caused all this." Yi Tianzheng's eyes burned with anger. At the beginning, the downfall of the Yi family was a knot in his heart. Now, hearing Yi Chen say he wanted to go to the Yi house, he felt fear and doubt. The three of them were too contemptuous. How could they possibly fight a top family that had been rooted in Kunlun for so long? Yi Chen naturally noticed his father's fear and laughed. "Dad, during this time, my strength has grown immensely. Not only that, I also have many strong men under my command. I can tell you clearly, Kunlun Su can barely shake me now. What could the Shuya family of Kunlun count for? At this moment, Yi Chen radiated strong self-confidence, like a king commanding everything. Yi Tianzheng, looking at his son, took a long breath. I've inquired. Yi Fudong isn't just in the 8 layers of the virtual king realm, but the emperor's realm. The Yi family has gathered all their forces and will fight to the last. If you take us back now, it will spark a great war. The great war will break out naturally. It cannot be avoided. Yi Chen stepped forward, took a cigarette from the box, and lit it. Although the Yi family cannot be completely destroyed, some people must die. Those who survive will hinder the overall plan, and they will also harbor hatred for us. In those days, what Yi Fudong had done determined that Yi Fudong must die. This pulse of hatred would never die and would always be an unstable factor. Even if his father still had feelings for the Yi family and did not want rivers of blood to spill, those who had to die, had to die. If not, it would lead to real bloodshed. Yi Tianzheng's eyes swept over Yi Chen as he took the cigarette from his mouth. Little boy, smoke less. How sure are you? He added. Although Yi Tianzheng believed in Yi Chen, the current issue wasn't belief, it was the fact that the Yi family's details and strength were not something they could fight recklessly. If they weren't careful, they could lose everything. Yi Tianzheng, as Yi Chen's father and Jiang Perong's husband, had a hard time staying calm. He truly didn't want an accident to happen. Yi Chen laughed and held up a finger. Yi Tianzheng's eyes widened. Really, you won't wait? Yi Chen was surprised for a moment. Dad, what you misunderstand is only 10%. All you and Mom have to do is trust me. Yi Tianzheng stared at Yi Chen, and when he was absolutely sure of his son's resolve, he said, Good. Dad believes you. When your grandfather passed, he said, we can fight, but we cannot destroy the Yi family. Yi Tianzheng paused, took a puff of his cigarette and said, this is the bottom line. Because we are all Yi family members. Evil Yi family members can be killed, but the innocent cannot. That is the principle. He gently patted Yi Chen on the shoulder, clearly satisfied. As your father, I don't know how far you've grown during this time, but from your current state, you have truly grown up. I've heard about your future plans, he added. You will fight against the Blood Spirit clan. Although I don't know the nature of the Blood Spirit clan, he continued, I don't want you to become a murderer. If you kill indiscriminately, you are no different from them. Now that you can listen to me, I will tell you. You are my father. How could I not listen to you? Yi Chen replied, gradually understanding his father's meaning. He could kill his enemies by any means, but he could not harm the innocent, or else he would truly become a devil. Yi Chen smiled. No, at least not now. He paused, then added, this time, when I return to the Yi house, I will have 2 elders specially assigned to protect you. But I will mainly deal with the Yi family myself. You don't need to worry. Then he called out Elder Baizhan and Elder Qingjian. Yes, my lord. See you, my lord. 2 god-level monsters clasped their fists toward Yi Tianzheng and Jiang Perong simultaneously. Yi Tianzheng's face changed drastically. Although he could not perceive their full strength, the aura of the 2 in front of him made him feel insignificant. He was astonished. Chener, where did you find these 2 elders? Yi Chen said, since they will help you, treat them well. It's okay, Dad. These are all my subordinates, and they will be at your disposal in the future. Yi Chen looked at Baizhan Elder with a smile. Right? Yes, 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 the Baizhan Elder responded with a smile. As for the Green Sword Elder at the edge, the old Green Dragon's soul had been completely wiped. Now, Yi Chen's soul in his body was 100% safe, it was impossible for him to betray him. But that was still not enough. After going to the Shuling clan, Yi Chen would need to capture several Hunyuan realm experts to protect his parents. As for the Yi family, Yi Chen's return this time was not just for ancestor worship. According to the order and rules, the position of the Yi family leader should belong to his father, Yi Tianzheng, after his death. Even if Yi Chen was now the head of the family, it would do no harm. This time, Yi Chen was going to take back what was rightfully his and reclaim the Yi family entirely. Disciple, you're back. Duan Huaiyan leaped up from the foot of the mountain. Seeing Yi Chen, he said happily, "Apprentice, your training with the 100 Schools Alliance has gone very well." He looked at Yi Tianzheng and said, "You have a good son, and I have a good apprentice." These days, Duan Huaiyan had gained Han Yun's support, and his realm had stepped into the Emperor's respect realm. To be honest, Duan Huaiyan had never relied on extravagance and reached this realm after leaving the elixir field. He knew everything came from his own efforts, and from having a good disciple. Chapter 1193. After all, the Han family was an ancient family, and its heritage was no weaker than that of the Yi family. Since Han Yun valued Yi Chen, he naturally inclined the family's resources and details to those around him, such as Yi Tianzheng and his wife, Yi Lingtian, Yi Luo'er, and even Huang Wuguan, all of whom benefited. More than 200 small sects were gathered under the 100 Clan Alliance. Among them, there were few at the Emperor's respect level, but many at the Daoyuan realm, making the Daoyuan realm the mainstay. The Hall of Light was different. Duan Huaiyan reported the situation to Yi Chen and asked, listening to the ancestor of the Han family, "Do you want to return to the Yi family this time?" "Yes," Yi Chen replied. "I will take my parents and grandfather back to the ancestral throne. By the way, I'll reclaim the position of master of the house." Yi Chen's sharp eyes gleamed. "According to tradition, if my father doesn't inherit, the position of head of the house belongs to me. The hatred between Yi Fudong and my family in the past should end this time." "Good. Ambitious." Duan Huaiyan took a deep breath. "There are many powerful members at the foot of the mountain. Why don't you say something to inspire them?" "No need," Yi Chen said. "Time is tight. I'll practice for a few days, stabilize my strength, and then I'll take my parents' and grandfather's spiritual throne back." Duan Huaiyan did not insist. Suddenly, he thought of something and said, "By the way, I have a request for you, Master. Can your 4 subordinates lend me a hand? The situation requires it." After all, Huang Wuguan, Huang Zhantian, Wanyan Junjun, and Luanjiang were all top talents, second only to Kunlun's top 10. At present, the 100 League lacked strong players. If these 4 joined his side, their strength would increase tremendously. "Good. Let them belong to the medical god gate and be formally transferred by the master later." Yi Chen transmitted the 4 people's power via soul and said, "After that, they will become Dharma protectors of our medical god gate." Huang Wuguan and the other 3, with 10 years of emergency Emperor Zun territory training over 5 days, should manage fine. Although talented, they could not match Yi Chen's growth speed. If they followed him, they would die soon. It was better to merge them into the 100 Alliance. "That's good." Duan Huaiyan also understood that Yi Chen's time this year must be devoted to cultivation. Otherwise, in a year, the Blood Spirit clan would come, and no one could resist. Yet, some matters could only be handled by Yi Chen. Because he was the true master of the Alliance and the Hall of Light. Now, Yi Chen was no longer the youth of old. He was a giant with the backing of 2 top forces in Kunlun. Some small plans could be handled by the deputy hall leader, or even Duan Huaiyan, the deputy leader of the 100 schools. However, Yi Chen alone could mobilize elite figures, peerless talents, and giants. Because they only served Yi Chen. Others could not move without his command. "All right. Parents, rest well these days. I'll close the doors. When I leave, I'll take you back and reclaim what belongs to us." Yi Chen finished and looked at Baijian Elder and said, "You too, Green Sword Elder, guard my parents. Ensure the Huang family does not attack them." "Yes, Master." "No problem, Master." The 2 demon elders responded simply. Yi Chen went directly to the 2nd floor to practice. He had obtained a huge amount of demon blood before digestion. He continued forging the red gold body and enhancing the strength of his golden body. the importance of the body far exceeded skills. Of course, some remnants of pine cones still held the power to lift the soul. After digesting them, his soul's strength leaped again. Yi Chen isolated himself. The master of Baizong originally wanted to see Yi Chen but was forced to retreat by the Green Sword Elder. Han Yun could do nothing either, let alone the other lords. In the distance, Yi Tianjing gazed at the second-floor room, lit a cigarette, and murmured, "My son has grown. In the future, his journey can only be his own." "Headmaster Duan, thank you for taking care of Yi Chen all this time. My son has grown." The father could no longer protect him. The storms of the future could only be faced by his son. Duan Huaiyan looked at the closed door on the second floor, feeling indescribable emotions. Along the way, Yi Chen had suffered immensely. 5 years ago, the memory of Yi Chen being scolded by countless people remained vivid. Yi Chen is a good apprentice. Saving him at the beginning in Dongqian Lake was the best decision I've ever made in my life. Yi Tianjing and Duan Huaiyan felt deeply moved. In the tomb of Samsara, Blood 7 Knights and Nie Baijian also sighed. In Chia's night, they could feel the way to forge the Forbidden Land. You have awakened the Forging God King, and you can pass down the method of forging immortal utensils again. In 1,000 years, Kunlun might rise to the level of Zhongwu. Understood. While working on the skill, Yi Chen asked, "What about the other tombstones?" "Not for the time being," Blood 7 Knights told Nie Baijian. "I think my mind can only last a month before passing matters to you and the Forging God King." "Don't worry," Nie Baijian nodded. One by one, they would accompany Yi Chen for a long time. Even after thousands of years, they still cared about the tomb owner's rise. Just as Yi Chen closed himself off, the Yi family began preparing for the ancestor worship ceremony. What is ancestor worship? All family disciples, no matter where they were or what they were doing, had to return and select an auspicious day to worship. The scale of the Yi family's ancestral worship ceremony in Kunlun was like that of ancient Chinese emperors. For family disciples, the strongest among them were the heavens, and ancestors who had sacrificed in past generations were also regarded as divine. They only needed to worship the ancestors, not the heavens. Since the Yi family had passed down to this day, it included 7 generations and the previous 7 generations. Yi Fudong, Yi Chen's grandfather, was the 7th generation, Yi Tianjing, the 8th, and Yi Chen, the 9th. A large family, inherited and divided into the main vein and branches. At the same time, the main vein was the family's backbone, and there were 8 branches, such as Yi Qing, Yi Qin, Yi Nantian, and Yi Wushuang, for major veins. Today, Yi Fudong was the main vein of these 4, supporting the Huang family and Shuling clan. The other 4 veins, 3 of which had fought the Zuyage and Kunlun Pavilion 1,000 years ago, had lost many members. Only the main descendants survived to the 17th generation. However, all ancestors of the 8th generation and above had been killed in the war, making them semi-extinct branches. The only way to maintain their status was through emperor-level dignity. This memorial ceremony was mainly to commemorate those ancestors who had died in the war. Chapter 1194. Yi Fudong and Yi Wushuang had 4 veins, and many people had died in the wars over the years. They had friction with the various schools in Kunlun and were also among the ancestors commemorated in this memorial ceremony. As for the Yi family in ancient times, Yi Fudong did not have the courage to make sacrifices. On the other hand, some were responsible for managing forbidden areas. They had a small number of heirs, passed down to the 5th generation. Only 100 elders formed the Yi family's supreme Presbyterian group. They were responsible for guarding forbidden areas or family secrets. They usually remained in seclusion, appearing only when danger threatened. In front of the Yi family's gate, an ancestral hall had been built on an open space spanning tens of thousands of square meters. A massive ancient pavilion, hundreds of meters tall, was constructed by Yi family disciples. Numerous prohibitions were placed to prevent enemy intrusion and to maintain the peace of the ancestors. On the plaque of the ancient pavilion, 4 large characters in ancient seal script read, "Ye's Ancestral Hall, exuding grandeur." The hall was divided into multiple layers to house thousands of spiritual shrines. Yi Fudong and others arrived in person. He said, "Other disciples, we must recall everyone immediately. Whatever they are doing, they must return, no excuses. A memorial ceremony happens only once every 100 years. Anyone who does not return will be expelled from the genealogy and can never be a member of the Yi family." He looked around and added, "In this open space, prepare grand decorations, and set up 1,800 tables for wine and banquet. After the Yi family disciples finish the memorial ceremony, they will feast here. At the same time, prepare for other forces that will attend." Ancestor worship was the Yi family's tradition. However, Yi family disciples could not avoid marrying into other families. They would inevitably bring back sons-in-law from the Han family, daughters-in-law from the Mo family, and others. Once they returned, these outsiders would naturally follow the strongest family members, another form of observation. However, observers could not enter the main memorial hall. Feasts were held outside the valley. Only true Yi family disciples could participate in the memorial ceremony, including their married wives, who were forbidden from entering. Prepare accordingly. Of course, when it came to Yi Chen, they also wanted to plan carefully. Additionally, they informed the Huang family. Send dozens of people capable of speaking and respecting the Huangjia emperor's elite. Yi Fudong continued his arrangements. He looked at everything before him and said, "Yi Wushuang and Yi Nantian, as the first and second pass, you two are to execute Yi Chen on the spot." Once shocked, we informed the Huang family to prove the Yi family's resolve. He then looked at elders Yi Qing and Yi Qin behind him. Among them are 8 major meridians. They can fight the 4 veins. All have passed the trial for more than 7 generations and practiced the 7-night distraction array. If those in the 3rd pass fail to kill Yi Chen, we will go together and finish him ourselves. Do not trust Yi Dong. You cannot kill Yi Chen simply by holding the Hongmen banquet with the entire Yi family. Moreover, if Yi Chen's allies do not come, even if other families attend, they are insignificant. Emperor-level disciples are nothing in comparison. This is the Yi family's base. If Yi Chen escapes, the Yi family loses all purpose. Yes, Master. Yes, we will distinguish the guest area from the Yi family disciples area. Yi Qing and Yi Qin clasped hands. They immediately went down to divide the space into 3 parts, one for the guests' banquet, separate from the other 2 areas to avoid interference when killing Yi Chen. The other 2 areas. One was for the Yi family disciples' feast, and the other was for Yi Chen's execution. The Yi family's plans were underway. At the same time, in a mysterious place outside the territory. In front of a grand gate, 3 to 5 people arrived in groups, their expressions cold and disdainful. The first man wore a blood-red robe, carried a fairy sword, and had a bloody sword seal between his eyebrows. He radiated murderous intent, as if emerging from a sea of blood. He sighed, "Let's go. Let's inspect the task assigned to us first. This time, we'll use the space transmission array in the 7th district to spread near Kunlun Void. Why not use the array in the 8th district? Isn't that faster?" asked a woman, also in a blood robe, her face cold. The man shook his head. "This time we go to Kunlun Su because 7 Blood Spirit clan members' breaths have dissipated." The man seems suspicious. "We inspect first. The real task of going to Kunlun Su every 100 years is the next mission of Kuei Mu and his followers. No one in Kunlun's family is superior to us in sword practice. No one there can be highly respected. His name was Red Sword. He lived by the sword." He continued, "Besides, using the 7th district space array, we will arrive tens of thousands of miles from Kunlun. The elder gave us immortal tools for the journey. It will take at most 10 days. If we go via the 8th district, they'll have to go to the 7th first, damn it." The woman stomped her feet angrily. "Kunlun Su is a space transmission array. We have to make our own way. Damn it. Damn it. When we get there, I'll kill a lot." There was only one array that could reach Kunlun Su directly. It was the channel for Kuei Mu and his followers. To reach it, they had to travel from a nearby array. Even then, they faced a long journey. This was the closest option. Let's go to Kunlun and check first. Red Sword looked at his 4 companions. This time, some Sioux people stationed there were killed. Likely, moles want to rebel. We'll suppress them first. By the way, if the elder needs to compensate us later, he will. The other team members were also full of anger and prepared to practice in seclusion, urged by the elder to go to a dangerous place. No one could stop them, though they descended to the subordinate level. Interruptions were unacceptable. Once Kunlun was empty, it was necessary to kill many people to stabilize the situation. That's right. The 5 Red Swords planned to kill more than 100,000 people individually, at least enough to absorb blood to replenish their journey's expenditure. Once all 5 entered the space transmission array, a force surged through space. It dissipated completely. After they had disappeared, an old man emerged from the darkness, his face flushed as if drunk. He held a gourd-shaped wine pot in his hand. If Yi Chen were present, he would surely recognize the old man as the powerful figure seen on the rooftop of Xiangjiang Hotel in Huaxia, a man with deep ties to his grandfather. Although drunk, the old man's eyes were sharp. He sipped wine and said faintly, "The boy's real troubles are coming." Oh, interesting, interesting. Chapter 1195. Time flew. In a blink of a few days, Yi Chen, from the villa ancestral hall, respectfully took out his grandfather's spiritual throne, looked at his parents, and said, "Almost ready, Mom and Dad, let's go." Good. From Qianfeng Mountain to the Yi family estate, when they arrived within the Yi family's territory, the family had decorated the entire city with firecrackers and candles. The central area of the Yi family was lit with lanterns, and a large number of Yi family disciples had returned from various places. When Yi Chen and the others appeared, Yi Qingchang himself came forward to greet him. "Great! Yi Chen, you're finally here." He looked at Yi Tianzheng and smiled inwardly. "Good, all 3 are here." When he saw the 2 other people accompanying Yi Chen's parents, he was slightly stunned. Yeah, 2 more. These 2 naturally accompanied Yi Chen's parents as powerful figures of the demon clan, but their aura was suppressed. However, in Yi Qing's opinion, their aura seemed weak, likely not fully trained. He guessed they were servants of Yi Tianzheng and his wife. Still, it was acceptable. As long as the 100 Alliance and the Hall of Light did not intervene on a large scale, it would be fine. Come on, come on. I welcome you," Yi Qing said, leading Yi Chen and the others through streets filled with banquet preparations. Yi Chen saw many disciples from the Mo family and Han family and asked, "Not just the Yi family coming?" "That's not the main area," Yi Qing explained. "These are the Yi family's sons-in-law, daughters-in-law, and so on. They are half of the Yi family," Elder Yi Qing continued, leading Yi Chen to the core Yi family area. "They can come here, but cannot enter the core area, let alone worship their ancestors. Of course, our banquet is just outside the ancestral hall. They're out there. They can't see us. They don't have the right to see us. Half of the Yi family. Only half. If a husband or wife belonged to the Yi family, they would sit inside, their relatives would sit outside. Would they like a seat? No, they weren't qualified." Of course, this also concerned Yi Chen. If everyone entered, it would be difficult to begin. There was also concern that the Hall of Light and the 100 Alliance would intervene, so a special distinction was made. Yi Qing led Yi Chen and the others to a wide open space. In front of them stood the magnificent Yi family ancestral hall. The newly built hall was surrounded by banquet tables extending for several miles. Pucheng, a monster beast, roamed the grounds. Crystal columns and crystal tables surrounded the area. Though there was no ceiling, every detail was extremely luxurious. Come on, come on. Sit at table 3. Yi Qing said, looking at Baizhan and Qingjian. You can either sit outside or stand. Baizhan elder did not speak, remaining standing behind Yi Tianzheng and his wife. They were there to protect Yi Tianzheng and his wife. Sitting or standing made no difference. Perhaps the banquet had not officially started. A fight might occur. He knew his master's plan. Go ahead first. I'll meet the others shortly. The master of the house is coming soon. We will worship our ancestors first, then have the banquet, Yi Qing said, speaking briefly before withdrawing. Yi family disciples, elders, and Dharma protectors had already arrived. He simply used this as an excuse to inform Yi Fudong that the plan could commence. Yi Chen and the three others sat at the table, alone. Many tables around were full, middle-aged and young people, spanning generations, from grandparents to grandchildren. Perhaps from nervousness or impatience, Yi Tianjing drew a cigarette and looked around. Everything seemed fine. Just as he was about to light it, a strange voice came from the edge. Ouch! Today is the ancestor worship ceremony. How dare you smoke such rubbish? Smoking fairy? A young Yi family man sneered, even if you smoke, what the hell are you smoking? Rubbish! No wonder you are a low-grade Chinese person. He waved his hand, and something resembling a cigarette appeared in his palm, surrounded by aura. He looked at Yi Chen provocatively. Garbage. This is smoking. Do you think your son can come back and smoke a fairy just because he's done a little feat outside? What is it? You don't look either. Paw! A clear sound rang out. A bloody palm print pressed down, turning the youth into blood mist on the spot. No one expected Yi Chen to strike suddenly. This was a great event for the Yi family, only once a century. No matter how arrogant someone was. Yi Chen clapped his hands, his face full of disdain. Rubbish! The virtual king realm dares to speak so arrogantly. Yi Chen! Yi Chen, what do you mean? Yi Chen, you've only learned a few words. Do you think you've achieved greatness? Yi Chen, you killed the children of your family in front of the ancestral hall. Don't you want to live? Dozens of Yi disciples stood and criticized Yi Chen. Instead, they turned the man's provocation into a lesson for Yi Chen. They avoided the key point. Some middle-aged Mo family members even began blaming Yi Chen. A middle-aged Mo family member stood. Yi Chen. I warn you, you'd better watch yourself. According to Yi family rules, killing Yi disciples without authorization is the crime of dethroning Shuwei. If you beat and killed a family disciple like this, you must forfeit your accomplishments today, or you won't want to escape. Yi family. This is no place for clamor. Kneel and wait for the elder to deal with you. Paw! A golden palm print descended, instantly turning the man into blood mist. Several more sounds followed, and other disciples who criticized Yi Chen were beaten into blood mist one by one. At this moment, all the disciples of the Yi family looked at Yi Chen, and thoughts of killing gradually emerged in their hearts. Yi Chen. Despite family rules, this son dared to kill several disciples of the clan in front of the ancestral hall. Damn it! Damn it! Are you angry? Yi Qing, why don't you come out? Yi Chen stood slowly, lips curved in a smile, looking down at thousands of Yi disciples. You invited me today just to hold a Hongmen banquet and kill me? Come out. You sent the first man to provoke me, that's to make me act. I'll give you the reason to let everyone think I'm lawless. I'm the devil. I ignore family rules. In that case, let's all come out. I'll kill you one by one. Clan rules. Family rules. Bullshit. When they attacked and injured my parents, why didn't they mention clan rules? When my grandfather died, why not mention clan rules? Chapter 1196. Yi Chen. You are too presumptuous. When you go back to Yi Qing's house, you will be disappointed. What are you? If you want me to kneel to Yi Fudong, what qualifications does he have? Yi Chen looked at his grandfather's throne and said earnestly, Today, I not only want to kill Yi Fudong, but also place my grandfather's spiritual throne at the highest position in the Yi family ancestral hall. I don't care how they die, what matters is that it will be like this. My grandfather's throne. So far, it has not returned. Today, my grandfather will occupy the highest place. Place the spirit throne with the courtesy of the master. Arrogant. What about your grandfather? It's just wishful thinking to enter the ancestral hall. Elder Yi Qin stepped forward, a broad sword in his hand. His expression was grim. Yi Chen, you killed Yi family disciples without authorization today. As the law enforcement elder of the Yi family, I sentence you to abandon your accomplishments and be expelled from Kunlun Su. Just as it was done to your father and your grandfather. Your vein has been disaster-ridden. You dare disregard the Ji clan kneeling. Today, I am helping you by abandoning your accomplishments. Yi Chen. What are you talking about? In the past, we followed the rules of your father and grandfather, letting people act like humans and ghosts like ghosts. Unless you have the strength to resist the entire Yi family. If you brought people from Guangming Temple and the 100 Clan Alliance, we would fear you, and the Yi family might be overturned. But you dare come here with only 2 servants. Today will be your grave. A group of Yi family disciples glared at Yi Chen, guided by public opinion and the rules enforced by Yi Qing and Yi Qin. A few resentful disciples cried out, Yi Chen, you damned bastard. That's right. Damned bastard. You dare challenge the Blood Spirit clan and implicate us too. Today, you'd better submit and let the elders abandon your accomplishments and hand you over to the Blood Spirit clan. Yes, that's right. Yi Chen, you are a great sinner. Many Yi disciples yelled. Some, fearing for their martial lives, did not care about themselves. Some only feared for their families, not for themselves. Some would die as pawns, not as brothers. What mattered was survival. Even if Yi Chen were crushed and his soul shattered, they would only cheer from the sidelines. This was the mindset of some Yi family disciples. The rest of the Yi family watched silently, neither speaking nor acting. They were neutral. Help me. Also, Yi Qing, don't act fake. I knew your plan the moment I arrived. Where Yi Chen stood in the center of the Yi family estate, majestic qi and blood bloomed like a vast ocean. His eyes fixed on Yi Qing, like an eagle tracking its prey. He said, the Emperor's 3 or 4 layers of territory? Is this the strength you bring to challenge me first? In that case, there's no need for you to exist. Yi Chen didn't waste words. He threw a punch, tearing through layers of air. Endless qi and blood burst out, sweeping everything in its path. A Buddha kingdom manifested in the middle of his fist, thousands of Buddhas appearing. It was boxing infused with Buddhism. Damned beast! How dare you! Yi Qing didn't expect Yi Chen to act so decisively, and even against him personally. He quickly drew his sword and unleashed a 7-star sword seal. 100-meter-long sword path extended behind him, engulfed in flames. The fierce fire and the 7-star sword seal made many Yi disciples shiver to the bone. Many Yi family disciples had not expected this. Yi Qing, a law enforcement elder, was so powerful. Yet this one strike was insufficient to stop Yi Chen. He was worthy of being an elder of Emperor Xuanjing. The strike should have killed Yi Chen and allowed the memorial ceremony to continue. But it turned out to be the opposite. Yi Chen's Buddha kingdom easily broke the 7-star sword seal and struck Yi Qing with unstoppable force, like a huge country crushing down. Yi Qing had no resistance against the infinite power. Click, click, click. The road of fire cracked. Elder Yi Qing screamed, and his entire body exploded into blood mist. The law enforcement elder Yi Qing had officially fallen, under Yi Chen's fist. No resistance at all. Hoo. Was it too strong to breathe? They thought Yi Chen would be crushed. But unexpectedly, Yi Chen crushed an emperor with a single punch. This man's aura was clearly sourced from the Tao. When had a Daoyuan territory been so terrifying? Sleeping through it. Yi Qing. Yi Chen, you beast. When Yi Qing saw Yi Qing killed by a fist, he was furious. Regardless of the plan behind him, he rushed at Yi Chen with his broad sword. On the way, he cut dozens of flying sword formations, including toward Yi Tianjing and Yi Chen. Since Yi Qing had fallen, he intended for Yi Chen and Yi Tianjing to be buried together. You want to die? If you touch my parents, I will bury the entire Xue family of Kunlun. Bai Zhan. Qing Jian. Protect my parents. Yi Chen smashed through the flying sword formations with his body and charged straight at Elder Yi Qin. Dao Gang dares to come, out. Bai Zhan Elder and Qing Jian Elder unleashed their qi and blood, shattering the flying Dao Gang swords aimed at Yi Tianzheng and his wife. The two demons stood 360 degrees around the Yi family, giving no one a chance to attack Yi Chen's parents. If they were injured under their protection, they would be punished by Yi Chen. Yi Chen smashed through many swords along the way with his body, like an overlord. No one could stop him. He grabbed Yi Qin by the neck and pulled him out of thin air. I'll kill whoever I want. Family rules, clan rules, I abide by what I choose, and ignore what I don't. They're all a bunch of waste paper. As for you, Yi Qin, the first group to challenge me. The elder who set me up against the Yi family is a fool. Do you think your power can stop me? Can any other Yi family elders save you when I want to kill you? Stop dreaming. As soon as his words fell, Yi Chen crushed Yi Qin's body and soul. From the beginning, Yi Chen never planned to be merciful to this group of people. Chapter 1197. Presumptuous. Yi Chen, don't let go. A sword mark cut through the void, shocking everyone. This sword seal, with incomparable and overwhelming power, shook the 9 voids, rattled the 9 ghosts, and pressed everyone's blood to coagulate. Many Yi family members were forced to kneel to the ground by its pressure, unable to move. Stab! The sword seal struck Yi Chen's golden body. Yi Chen's body trembled, but the sword seal broke upon impact. Yi Nantian, a young man of the Yi family, attacked with his sword. He had long been admired by the Blood Spirit clan for his strength. Stop it! Yi Chen, if you don't stop, you and your parents will die today. The Yi family? I will never give up. Yi Nantian kept charging, but he was blocked by the Buddhist kingdom manifested in Yi Chen's fist. Yi Chen sneered. Right? Is it up to you? He suddenly unleashed his strength, and his qi and blood shattered the body of Elder Yi Qin. The body of a 9th stage cultivator in the bone coagulation period crumbled like ants under a boot. In the next moment, his soul power transformed into a sword of soul, annihilating Yi Qin's spirit. The 7th generation elders of the Yi family, Yi Qing and Yi Qin, had all fallen. For a moment, it was as if time had stopped. All Yi disciples stared at Yi Chen, trembling inwardly at his overbearing aura. Yi Chen, what a bully! Even Elder Yi Nantian had been warned to stop, but he was so powerful that he crushed Elder Yi Qin. Overbearing. It was worthy of being listed among the top 37 young strong men of the sky. After the battle, Yi Chen could probably rank in the top 30. You want me to stop? Should I? What are you? Yi Chen waved his hand, dispersing the blood mist in front of him. He looked down on all the Yi family members like a demon. Who are you? You want to judge me? Ridiculous. It's a shame the Yi family has elders like you. Although some branches of the Yi family had to be subdued, certain people had to die, especially Yi Qing and Yi Qin. If they were not killed, they would only cause instability and future trouble. Yi Chen knew the main threats were Yi Fudong's vein and the other 4 main veins. He needed to eradicate their heads and recruit others to take over the entire Yi family. Yi Chen! How dare you! Yi Wushuang charged from the west, carrying a broadsword, glaring at Yi Chen. You son of a bitch! You have been possessed by the devil. Today, we will execute you according to family rules. Yi Chen! Elder Yi Nantian also flew from the west, full of indignation. Yi Chen! I'm so disappointed. Yi Fudong slowly stepped forward, sighing. A strong wind and hidden thunder accompanied his frown, radiating killing intent. He looked at Yi Chen, Yi Tianzheng, and the others. The hypocritical Emosure appeared and said, originally, I wanted to recruit you back. After all, you are a descendant of my Yi family. I intended to let you return and kneel in front of the ancestral hall to atone. This could help resolve the gratitude and resentment between the Huang family. I didn't expect you to be so presumptuous. His whole body radiated purple aura, wearing the purple dragon robe. Compared to the Chinese emperor, he exuded supreme majesty. His expression shifted from a sigh to ruthlessness, feigning coercion. He tried to sway the people of Kunlun Su, claiming Yi Chen had violated clan rules by killing Yi disciples. In this way, the hypocrites could claim moral superiority, label Yi Chen as a demon, and commit acts of darkness under the banner of light. That was typical of hypocrites. Yi Fudong, however, was even more hypocritical. You son of a bitch! You are so presumptuous. Otherwise, you could not stay in charge of my family. Simply put, the master of our family would execute you according to clan rules, skin you, and display your corpse to warn other Yi family disciples not to violate the rules, let alone act beyond them. Yi Fudong sighed again. Yi Chen, I can't bear to kill you, but if you violate the clan rules, you must die. That way, you will be caught with your hands tied. When it is hard for you to practice, you will discard your accomplishments and have your skin flayed, but I won't take your life. How? At the same time, your grandfather's spiritual throne can enter the ancestral hall. As he spoke, he thought about arranging someone to kill him. He deserved such punishment. Have you finished your lines? Is your little performance over? Yi Chen gazed at Yi Fudong, a sword of killing intent in hand. He sneered. I'll act after you finish. My time is very precious. Yi Fudong sighed, then looked at the worried Yi Tianzheng and his wife. Devil, devil! You are possessed. Since you refuse to atone for your sins, my Yi family takes this as a declaration of war against the Hall of Light and the 100 Schools Alliance. My master will give you 3 trials. If you pass all 3, my lord may forgive your ignorance. Forgive your paralysis. Yi Chen erupted. His killing intent and demonic aura surged like a vast ocean. He crushed the law enforcement team on the spot, annihilating hundreds of virtual King Realm cultivators and dozens of Daoyuan Realm masters. He waved his sword and smiled at Yi Nantian. It's you. I'll kill you first. There were many Yi family elders, 7 generations, 6 generations, and even 5 generations of ancient disciples. But the strongest were Yi Wushuang, Yi Nantian, and 2 terrible elders. All 7th-generation elders were over 100 to 300 years old. 6th-generation elders were 600 or 700 years old. 5th-generation elders were about 1,000 years old. Other sect elders of this age were not particularly talented. Yet they suppressed the Blood Spirit clan and sent disciples to die. This meant the emperor respected 3 or 4 heavenly layers, with the highest reaching 5 or 6 layers. Elders in the imperial realm impacted the Dao mind, limiting their accomplishments. The Yi family had joined the Shuling clan early, but did not provide Emperor Zun's realm to them, facing no pressure. Most of these ancient elders were in the 6 or 7 layers of Emperor Zun. The 2 people threatening Yi Chen were at the 7th layer of the Emperor's realm and 2 or 3 levels of Golden Body. Yi Chen! You dare come at me! Ridiculous! Do you think killing Yi Qing and Yi Qin is the pinnacle of the Yi family? Today, I will show you what a true top player is. Chapter 1198. Yi Nantian suddenly attacked with his sword. He traced a 7-star sword formation in the air, simulating the Big Dipper. Drawing power from the surrounding mountains, each sword strike was as violent as the mountains collapsing. The endless cutting chi condensed into the 7-star sword chi, raining down like a curtain of blades. Bang! 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 The ground continuously erupted with holes from the impact of the 7-star sword chi. Baizhan and Qingjian, the 2 demons, used their skills to erect a protective barrier, preventing Yi Tianzheng and his wife from being harmed. Yi Chen was unfazed. The 7-star sword chi struck his superhuman body, but could only resonate physically, it could not break him. This is the terror of body refining at the super body period. At the highest level, one's body is a king. He moved as fast as lightning. In an instant, he pierced the 7-star sword formation with his sword and charged at Yi Nantian. If this is all your strength, you might as well die. Crash! The ground of the Yi residence shattered beneath his sword. The immortal killing sword pierced Yi Nantian's chest, but Yi Nantian's sword could not break Yi Chen's golden body. Even the tip of his fairy-grade sword was shattered. No way! This weapon is not a spirit weapon, it's the Blood Spirit Clan's sword. How could you have it? Yi Nantian was stunned as the Buddhist kingdom in Yi Chen's fist struck him midair. A dazzling figure fell, bleeding heavily. Yi Nantian's body was battered, flesh and blood broken. He was no match for Yi Chen. Who could have imagined that a Daoyuan realm cultivator would fight an emperor-level powerhouse and be defeated at all levels? What a monster! Yi Chen, this little beast is truly despicable. You can't let him grow any further. Otherwise, no one can stop all of Kunlun. Elder Yi Nan's eyes glittered as he observed the battlefield, sighing silently. Yi Chen, if only the Yi family obeyed the Blood Spirit Clan. What a pity. Yi Chen, this little beast, did not care about time. He could only be killed on the spot, otherwise he would drag the Yi family into the abyss. Bang! Bang! Click! The two combatants clashed wildly, exchanging immortal weapons and fists. Each collision shattered mountains. The aftershocks of their chi and blood could kill virtual king realm cultivators. Many Yi disciples retreated to the sidelines, leaving the banquet area. The ambush Yi Fudong had prepared to kill Yi Chen proved useless. Yi Chen and Yi Nantian fought directly among the banquet tables. As for Yi Nantian's companions, they did not return. Baizhan and the Green Sword guarded them. Unless the Blood Spirit Clan intervened, no one could defeat them in a short time. Boom! A startling explosion erupted, accompanied by flying blood and flesh. Yi Nantian was blasted away once more. His body cracked and bled, leaving only a battered corpse. He picked up the half-broken piece of a pin immortal sword and roared like a madman, "Yi Chen, you are truly formidable, but you're going to die. I've faced many talents like you in Beta City. It's impressive to fight the heavens and emperors and break immortal weapons. In Beta City, I would never dare to kill such an enemy for fear of retaliation from their parents. But you? I have no fear. If I kill you, it will be a great achievement." At that moment, a tremendous surge of chi and blood erupted from him, a secret technique of the Blood Spirit Clan. For a moment, Yi Nantian's aura seemed to cover the entire world. This was the Blood Spirit Clan's supreme secret technique, the source of Yi Nantian's immense strength. He intended to personally kill this boy using it. The overwhelming chi and blood made his wounds feel torn. Obviously, this was beyond what he could normally withstand. Most of his swordsmanship and skills came from Beta City, earned through the deaths of countless warriors. In terms of raw chi, blood power, and combat efficiency, it far surpassed Kunlun Su's current abilities. Using what your master gave you? What a dog! The Blood Spirit Clan really raises dogs like you. Yi Chen remained unafraid, holding the immortal killing sword as his demonic aura surged. Every piece of trash from the Blood Spirit Clan is given chi and blood, treating you like a dog breed. He clenched his left fist, held his sword in the right, and pointed at Yi Nantian. Come on. Within 10 moves, I will send you to the Netherworld. Blood Spirit Clan's secret method? Strong? Yi Chen had seen it before, he was not afraid. You forced me to play my hand. You'll regret it. Yi Nantian's eyes turned dark and ferocious. Veins and blood vessels bulged. He struck madly, throwing thousands of gravel fragments at Yi Chen while closing the distance. He attacked constantly, his bloody fists and broken sword stabbing at Yi Chen. Clang! 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 Yi Chen's body rang continuously, yet he endured over 10,000 attacks within a single minute. Without his superhuman body, he would have been crushed. Finally, his chi and blood stabilized, momentarily stunning Yi Nantian. Yi Chen struck with the Buddhist kingdom, unleashing a force of annihilation. Boom! Yi Nantian flew across the battlefield with each punch from Yi Chen cracking the ground like earthquakes. Even more frenzied, Yi Chen surpassed Yi Nantian in ferocity. How could the Blood Spirit clan value him? How could he survive Beta City? He could not rise from the ground. Bang! 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 The sounds echoed relentlessly. The ground cracked completely, and many areas collapsed into basins. Yi Wushuang observed and sighed. Master, I wanted to kill Yi Chen in the first stage. Unexpectedly, he reached the second. It's fine. If Nantian falls, I'll deal with Yi Chen myself. He was a sixth-generation elder of the Yi family. Though physically weaker than Yi Nantian, his combat prowess far exceeded him. He was confident Yi Chen would be killed on the spot. Bang! Another explosion. Yi Nantian's skull was shattered. Half of his body exploded, leaving only his soul escaping, yet it was being pursued by Yi Chen. Stop it! Yi Chen, you beast! I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Yi Wushuang leapt with his blade, crossing half the banquet area to save Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian was a prized disciple of the Blood Spirit clan. An outer disciple of the Blood Sword clan. Those with achievements in Beta City could not die here, absolutely not. Yi Nantian was the Yi family's hope for a full rise. Whoa! 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 Several Dao gangs shot into the air, condensing into a blood lotus. It tore the surrounding air, scattering thousands of fragments. The aura reached 9 layers of emptiness, a world-destroying blood lotus, extremely terrifying. Chapter 1199. In the place where the blood lotus passes, the ground collapses, revealing a huge hole. The sky seems to turn into nothingness. The array is torn apart, and bright thunder light blooms. The dazzling flashes burst everywhere, giving people the sense that the world itself is about to be destroyed. Strong. So strong. This single blow alone is enough to kill anyone at the 6th layer of the Emperor realm in other sections. It cannot be resisted. This is the skill of the Blood Spirit clan. A blood knife lotus that crushes all of Kunlun Su's martial arts. It contains power far beyond Kunlun Su's techniques, dozens of levels higher than the Yi family's martial arts. The blood lotus appears and charges toward Yi Chen. Although Dao Gang is not fully manifested, and this move is an incomplete manifestation, it still erupts with power far beyond this realm. The skill of the Blood Spirit clan? It's impressive, but it's useless. The Buddha's soul roars in the sky as Buddha light engulfs the air. Yi Wushuang. Since you insist on attacking me. If you're going to use all these martial arts and killing moves, then I'll use the killing moves valued by your own people to send you to hell. Bang! A burst echoes out, Buddhist fragments flying everywhere. A soul-extinguishing roar shakes the surroundings. The so-called hope of Yi Nantian, the so-called generation's Tianjiao, falls instantly. His body is shattered by Yi Chen, and his soul is destroyed by Yi Wushuang's blood lotus strike. Nothing is left. No one can save him. Whoosh! The blood-colored lotus bursts out of the Buddha light. It is severely damaged but still possesses terrifying battle power. It seems Yi Wushuang's combat power is indeed stronger than Yi Nantian's, at least his attack power far surpasses Yi Nantian's. Break! Disappear! Yi Chen growls, drawing the immortal killing sword. He slashes out, releasing a sword gang that connects with heaven and earth's lightning. Thunder engulfs the blade as colorful sword chi erupts, like the sword of a flying immortal. In truth, the immortal killing sword is an immortal tool and contains true fairy realm power. However, the power of a flying immortal is much weaker now. After all, it is a broken immortal artifact. Clang! A sharp metallic collision reverberates in all directions. The power of the flying immortal move collapses, and the immortal killing sword breaks again. The spirit of the weapon whimpers and falls into a state of suspended animation. An immortal tool, immortal killing sword. Broken again. A red-gold radiance spreads across Yi Chen's body. His golden body physique erupts violently. Bang! Half of the blood lotus smashes into him and knocks him back. He tumbles 100 meters, flesh nearly torn apart, and cracks appear on his golden bones. This strike is very strong. It almost made Yi Chen's body explode. Despite painstaking cultivation and reaching the 5th level of the hegemonic stage, with powerful soul strength, Yi Chen is still knocked back. Yi Wushuang is indeed formidable. Pht! So strong. Yi Chen slowly stands, takes out pills and ferocious beast essence blood, consuming them as blood light shrouds his entire body. Soon, his injuries stabilize. He stares at Yi Wushuang. Perhaps I can use you to polish my Dao Rhyme. My path of extinction seems to need your strength. Yi Wushuang's blood-type martial arts contain the power of the path of extinction. Otherwise, they couldn't have crushed his body to near collapse. Since Yi Chen has comprehended the path of extinction, though he has not yet stepped fully into it, he might as well use Yi Wushuang as a whetstone. If he can extend the path of extinction several dozen meters, he can break through to the 7th heaven of Daoyuan. Little beast! You killed Nantian. I can't even imagine how I'm going to torture you. Yi Wushuang charges, golden body power erupting as he clashes with Yi Chen. The more he fights, the more desperate and enraged he becomes. His strength grows wildly and even breaks through his limits. You destroyed the hope of my Yi family. Beast! Beast! I'll tear you apart today. Beast! Nantian died in your hands. If I don't explode my body and soul today, I'll fucking take your mother's surname. Get lost. I wouldn't take your surname Jiang even if you begged. Yi Chen counterattacks sharply. He competes with Yi Wushuang in strength and resilience while secretly absorbing the power in Yi Wushuang's fists, the power of extinction contained in his Dao Gang. The power of silence. The path of extinction. It is the most difficult to cultivate because its power is too terrifying, stronger even than the path of destruction. The law power of time and space, even a tiny fragment, can massively increase combat strength. The battle intensifies. Ancient blood boils fiercely. Yi Wushuang's blade shatters under Yi Chen's fist. This one-pin immortal tool is completely destroyed. The fight is brutal. Every blow makes the earth tremble, mountains collapse, and rocks fly. Fortunately, the battlefield is far enough that most Yi family members avoid instant death from the aftershocks. The bystanders, trembling with the shaking ground, stare wide-eyed at the battle. Most disciples of the Baizong clan and Mo family do not interfere. A man from the Daoyuan realm, the 10th generation of the Yi family's 5th branch, manages some Yi family industries in Kunlun-su. Watching the battle, he sighs. Yi Nantian was the hope of the Yi family, but why do I feel that Yi Chen is actually the true hope? Yes, indeed. How old is Yi Chen? To fight evenly with Elder Wushuang like this, could Yi Nantian have done it? That's right. Another Yi family disciple at the 8th tier of the virtual king realm frowned. Yi Chen is barely over 20, while Elder Wushuang is over 600. And there's barely a difference in their strength. This is insane. I think Yi Chen is the hope of the Yi family. I agree. I don't understand why the patriarch and elders want to execute Yi Chen. Yes, to kill such a genius, it's a tragedy. Yes, Yi Chen is so young. He has limitless potential. The middle-aged manager smiled bitterly at the distant battlefield. If only he and the Yi family were on friendly terms. He is a businessman, one of the 4 Yi family branches. He mostly works in Kunlun and naturally wants harmony. His seniority isn't high. A massive family with countless members, but true geniuses are far too rare. Yi Chen fully deserves to be called a genius. So strong. Yi Chen is too strong. His talent surpasses Yi Nantian's by far. Elder Yi Qing muttered. Yi Nantian is nearly 200 years old, an elite for 2 or 3 generations, an emperor who reached the 5th or 6th layer. Yet he still isn't Yi Chen's match. And Yi Chen is barely 1/9 his age. Corrected chapter 1200. What is genius? What is a contemporary genius? Yi Chen, Qingjian, Heiyao, Ruhan, Huang Qiankuan, and Huang Wuguan are the contemporary Tianjiao of this era. The peak period of a Tianjiao generation lasts about 50 to 100 years because, when they reach their 70s and 80s, their talent declines, their cultivation level stagnates, and they begin to marry, have children, and give birth to the next generation of prodigies. However, Yi Nantian, who never married, belongs to the Tianjiao of the previous 2 generations. All those talents were killed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen's talent not only surpasses the entire contemporary generation, but also suppresses the Tianjiao of 4 or 5 generations above him. Matchless. Why is it taking so long? Yi Fudong was a little worried. With his current state of mind and cultivation, he could only see the 2 fighting hand to hand. He could not see the power of annihilation or the surging qi and blood. He said urgently to those nearby, "Inform the other elders to come immediately." He watched Yi Chen being blasted away again and again, yet the golden body had not shattered. His worry grew. If Yi Wushuang can't stop Yi Chen either, only that man can do it. That man alone might help the Huang family annihilate the 100 Clan Alliance and the Hall of Light. As long as we settle this civil strife before the Blood Spirit Clan's adults arrive, we won't be held responsible. The servants sighed upon hearing this and hurried away. As traitors, they had to evaluate and take responsibility in order to serve the Blood Spirit Clan. If Kunlun were to rebel, they would not escape being purged. On the battlefield, explosions erupted endlessly. Yi Chen's way of killing and the indestructible sword clashed fiercely with Yi Wushuang's way of extinction. The 3 great Daos were all showing signs of breaking down. It was clear the 2 sides were evenly matched. He needed to refine the power of Dao into the embryonic form of true Dao. Yi Chen had already evolved 2 Daos into Dao embryos. Although he was technically still in the Daoyuan realm, his combat ability no longer matched his realm. Realistically, he was equivalent to the 6th layer of the Emperor realm. He still needed one more step. Yi Chen intended to transform all 3 Daos into Dao embryos and then enter the Emperor realm. After entering the Emperor realm, one could cultivate 6 Daos. After reaching the peak of the 9th heaven, 9 Daos could be merged into one, increasing combat power dozens of times over. Bang! Bang! A large building was ripped from the ground by Yi Wushuang and hurled at Yi Chen. Yi Chen shattered the massive stones one after another. His left hand carried the power of killing, his right hand the power of indestructibility, and his fists hammered Yi Wushuang ruthlessly. Boom! A violent explosion blasted Yi Wushuang's golden body apart, leaving only golden bones. Yi Chen was no better, his golden bones remained, half covered in flesh and blood, but the Tao of extinction behind him roared like a great river. Waves rose layer after layer, every drop containing terrifying annihilation. Drip. Drip. Drops of river water hit the ground, instantly collapsing the terrain for tens of meters. Even a single drop had such power. The entire river, 99 meters long, was the way of extinction. Yi Chen had taken a step. You're cultivating along with me? Asshole! You dare copy my way of extinction? Yi Wushuang erupted completely, his fists wrapped in annihilation. Behind him floated a 300-meter river of extinction. Its falling water seemed ready to destroy the world. Boom! The 2 collided, blasting each other away. Yi Wushuang looked miserable, one leg exploded, the other barely supporting him. The river behind him shook violently. He stared at Yi Chen in disbelief. You've made a breakthrough. How is that possible? A breakthrough in the middle of battle, your extinction Dao has surged. You bastard, you're cultivating off me. Yi Wushuang was furious. He had never been so infuriated in his life. On the other side, Yi Chen stood up slowly. His body had completely burst apart earlier, but now his qi surged. The river of extinction behind him stretched to 107 meters. With that step, his qi skyrocketed. Heaven and earth's vitality poured crazily into Yi Chen. His golden body reformed, demonic energy rolling off him. In just seconds, Yi Chen broke through to the 7th heaven of Daoyuan. His extinction Dao stepped into the first stage, achieved mid-battle. He looked at Yi Wuxiang, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Old thing, thank you. Without you, it would have taken me much longer to cultivate my extinction Dao. However, in this battle, you won't have another chance to unleash your annihilation power. Earlier, Yi Wuxiang had attacked wildly, unleashing annihilation in an attempt to destroy Yi Chen's body and free space itself. It nearly destroyed Yi Chen. But Yi Chen absorbed all of it while repairing himself. The rise and fall reversed. Yi Wuxiang's extinction Dao was collapsing. Yi Chen's extinction Dao reached the first stage and his combat power doubled. Now, you can go die. Yi Chen roared, blasting out a fist imbued with the Buddhist scriptures of the Dao. Within the fist seal, a Buddha sat with palms together, chanting sutras. The Buddha's entire body radiated terrifying annihilation, enveloping the fist and suppressing Yi Wuxiang. You little bastard, you want to kill me? Fine, let me see how strong you've become. Today, you won't injure even half of my old body. Yi Wuxiang's remaining half-body ignited completely. A massive surge of extinction soared upward and formed into a dragon, hundreds of feet long, representing all his remaining power. He burned his life force, his Tao of death. Burned everything he could burn, including his soul. All for one final strike. Just like he said, martial artists valued their Tao heart deeply. If it were damaged, they would never progress again. Of course, some old men in despair took another path, continuing to force breakthroughs, like the Great Elder of Zuimen and the Great Elder of Qingshenmen. Their families were slaughtered by the Blood Spirit clan, leaving them no choice but to walk the road of vengeance. Though it risked demonization, their resolve pushed them onward. Otherwise, they would never break their stagnation. Many elders of the 8 sects were stuck at the 3rd or 4th layer of the Emperor realm for 1,000 or 2,000 years, otherwise they would have reached the 6th or 7th layer long ago. Desperate? Good. Yi Chen's lips curled with a demonic smile. He drew out a second-grade immortal blade, the killing sword. It was also a tool for body refinement. His arm was wrapped in a massive force of annihilation, which flowed into the killing sword. An aura of extinction swept across the world. Thunder gathered as lightning clouds blazed across the sky. In an instant, thunder, annihilation, and the power of flying immortal erupted simultaneously from the killing sword. Yi Chen swung horizontally. A strike capable of exterminating the world.